And in fact, terrorism and anarchy are always there in their territories. The income distribution balance is distorted. Political, social, and economic instability is predominant. And in order to sort out their internal matters, they require external help and assistance. We believe that so much persecution, in fact, will take the Islamic states to an Islamic Union level. In order to establish justice, the states have to operate in 5 fields. A state is originally founded for justice, and for justice you need power, and defense, internal and externally, must be handled centrally. So you need justice, defense, home affairs, and foreign affairs, and all these must be administered jointly. In that territory, in such a territory, it means that the justice is established. Assam congresses have the purpose of creating a model about the necessary institutions to be established and the necessary legislation to be created in order for the Islamic countries to bring under one will. That's a series of congresses, and 57 Islamic countries will be taken away of the conflict environment that they are in. They will be helped in living in peace, and all this can happen if they live under one will. Taking into consideration the main fields of operations for the states, in fact, we started organizing our congresses in 2017, and the main themes were as follows. Since 2017, first we discussed the administrative formats and the bodies, then economic cooperation. In 2019, we look at the defense industry cooperation, then joint defense system. Last year, we discussed joint foreign policy, principles and procedures, and this year we are convening in order to discuss the joint public order and security procedures and principles, and next year, hopefully, we will be discussing the joint justice system. So we have been discussing the necessary institutions and the legislations to be ensured by the Islamic states. The first Congress took place in 2007 during 23rd and 24th of November, and the theme was different administrative formats from past to present. 31 proceedings were delivered during that Congress. At the end of the Congress, in fact, we published a book of proceedings that mostly covered the welfare of the Muslim states, the security and survivability of the states that they founded.
Dünyada barışın tesisi ve idamesi, adaletin hakimiyeti ve İslam dünyasının
peace and justice in the world, and Islamic world becoming a superpower in the world again. And the need for the Islamic countries to come under one will in Asia and Africa. That is why in the cabinets of the Islamic countries, Islamic Union Minister's Office to be established, and an Islamic countries House of Representatives to be established. The internal conflicts to be solved, and Islamic countries to function as a crisis management body. All these needs were covered in the book of proceedings of the first Congress. At the end of the first Congress, a comprehensive model constitution was drafted. 181 articles were there. Turkish, Arabic, and English language versions were also published in the website of Assam. The model prepared and drafted was called Model ASRICA, Islamic Countries Union Confederal Republic Constitution. And there have been different roles and responsibilities assigned to different bodies as well as the national states. Now, I'd like to talk about the Islamic Union concept of Assam. As Assam, in fact, we believe that the creation of Islamic Union is a need in this era, and recognition of this need is the first requirement and prerequisite in order to establish this union. With the model constitution Assam prepared, Assam drew this roadmap in order to complete this union. And in fact, it created or thought about five stages only through which the union can be established. The joint will of 57 Islamic countries will be represented in the House of Representatives, and then the Islamic countries should reach this confederal structure. That was the first stage, and the second stage would be working on justice, internal and external security, and joint foreign policy. The necessary principles and procedures will be drafted for the Islamic Confederation. And then the regional Islamic countries assemblies would be created, and the regional confederal structures would be created. That would be the second stage. In fact, the regional Islamic States confederations would bring together countries in 9 different geographical regions based on geographical proximity. As you can see on this map, the regions are the Middle East, covering 12 states.
8 devletler oluşan Orta Asya.
Central Asia, covering 8 states. Near East with 4 states. Southeast Asia with 4 states. North Africa with 6 states. East Africa with 6 states. Northwest Africa with 9 states. Southwest Africa with 8 states. And Europe with 4 states. These will be the regions to be established in the second phase. So the 1 confederation and 9 regional confederations that would be affiliated to the main confederations should be established in this stage. After this phase is over, the central administrations for the regional confederations should be enhanced so that they can turn into federations, and then these federations should get attached to the main confederations as confederated units. That will complete the hierarchical attachments. And here on this organogram, you see the 57 countries. The national borders and structures will not change, and based on ethnical and geographical affinities, there will be 9. There should be 9 regional confederations, and there will be 1 main confederation, and that is going to create the one union of Islamic states. Once the hierarchical structure has been completed, the central joint will be represented in the assembly of the union, and the regional wills will be represented in the regional assemblies. There should be executive bodies affiliated to the representative houses. There should be courts of justices, and also the emergency action forces. After that, in fact, public order and internal security must be organized, foreign security must be provided with the necessary defense alliance, and joint foreign policies should be identified. An economic cooperation should be created. Independent justice system must be established, including the human rights and the penal codes. At the end of the first International Congress, it was possible to create this whole model, including the items that I have already listed. On the 1st and 2nd of November 2018, we organized a second Congress with the main theme of Islam economy, and 57 proceedings were delivered by 60 scholars from the region. At the end of the Congress, a declaration was published. In order for the Islamic countries to attain the global welfare level and to gain economic independence, an Islamic economic system was deemed necessary. And that system would use the state-of-art technology, would encourage production, would be based on the exchange of goods and services, would be free of interest, and in fact, it would have an autonomous money circulation system, and it would not be affected by the fraudulent interventions in the world. And that is why we thought that customs union would be necessary, as well as a joint market, unity in currency, commerce regions, commerce codes, foundations, participatory banking system, and chambers of commerce would be needed. An ASRICA dinar currency would be created. An R&D promotion fund should be created for this purpose. Joint investment fund and resource planning should be made. A joint center should be there for R&D and innovation. Islamic finance systems and joint cooperatives should be created for this. And in interbanks, financial systems should be created.
ASRICA BAFOM'un kurulması. Üye ülkeler arasında dış ticaret.
Among member states, the foreign trade volume
dış ticaret hacmini arttırmaya yönelik tedbirlerin alınması.
should be increased where certain measures. And for this, it is necessary to establish some trade centers. Preferential trade agreements must be made among Islamic countries. The already existing cultural affinity should be further enhanced. A strong political will should be created. And all these items were included in that declaration, and that declaration was published on Assam's website to the attention of the global public opinion. The Third International Islamic Union Congress also ended up with very important conclusions. That Congress was held during 19th and 20th of December 2019. And the theme was a joint defense industry for the Islamic Union, and a main title of the Congress was ASRICA Joint Defense Industry Production. And from 10 countries, 45 scholars delivered 44 proceedings. In that Congress, in fact, independence and their requirements were discussed, and one requirement was found to be production of arms and weapons with internal means. That is why one of the 5 ministries in the Union would be the Defense Industry Ministry, as our speculations, and it would have 9 sub-units, as you can see in the screen. The products and inventories, the needs, the storing, distribution, renovation, modernization, scrapping, recovery, reclamation activities would take place under the Ministry of Defense Industry. And in all 9 regional federations, there would be the presidential offices for defense industry, and they would be affiliated to the main ministry. And for land, marine, air defense, space, cyber, and electronic defense, the necessary production would take place. And in fact, for the defense industry, production, principal, and subcontractors, when they would be making production in their own regions, they would need certain centers for R&D, standardization, certification, accreditation, codification, maintenance, and repair, and these centers will need to be established.
İslam federasyonlarına ve milli devletlere tahsis edilen savunma sanayi ürünleriyle ilgili
related to the defense industry products that are allocated to the regional federations and the national states, as necessary education institutions should be established. All these items were also included in the declaration of the Third Congress.
Önemli sonuçlara vesile olan 4. kongremizden de
The Fourth Congress also brought about very significant results. It was held on the 12th of December 2020, and in order to identify the principles and procedures for a joint defense system, we had this Congress in teleconference method, and from 15 countries, 31 academicians delivered 21 proceedings. And it was decided that one main requirement of independence would be central administration of defense for the countries. And in fact, it was reiterated that the defense ministry would be one of the 5 at the central level. And that would be the defense organization of the Confederation. So in the center of the Confederation, there would be the General Staff Command. And there would also be the land forces, Navy, the Air Forces, the Air Defense and Missile Command, and the Cyber and Electronic Security Command. And in fact, according to the Article 117 of the draft Constitution, under the Confederal Presidency, there should be vice presidents at the Confederal Republic level, and also different ministers for justice, national defense, home affairs, and foreign affairs, as well as the General Staff Commander in the Security Council at the Confederal Republic level. And also joint operation commanders should be included in the Security Council. 33 units from the land, 3 units from the Navy, and 9 strategic and 9 tactical units from the air commands, 9 units from the air defense, and 9 units from the radar command, and 9 units from cyber security units would be established according to our conceptualization. For all these commandments, 9 each logistic support command units should be established. There should also be training commands for all of them in different numbers.
Hava Kuvvetleri Komutanlığı'nda 9 adet üs ve meydan komutanlığı,
The base commands and also logistic commands would be established, should be established for the Navy and for the Air Forces as well. Of course, there will be some more forces and units.
her bölgesel federasyon coğrafyasındaki muharip,
In
muharebe
each regional confederation,
komutanlıkları ve bağlıları, bölgesel İslam federasyonları, müşterek harekat komutanlıklarının harekat
there will
kodlarına
be some supporting units as well.
yine geçtiğimiz yıl icra ettiğimiz 5.
Last
kongremiz
year, we had the 5th Congress, and I would like to provide some summary information about that Congress as well.
konfederasyonun komşuları ve küresel güçlerle
And it was mostly about the neighbors of the Model Confederation and its relations to the global powers. In inner seas and oceans, the interests that the Confederation would have were discussed, as well as the diplomatic network and the foreign representative system. And a
konusunda ASRICA Konfederasyonu
Congress was
telekonferans yöntemiyle icra edilmiş.
organized in teleconferencing method, in online method, with 16 countries and 34 scholars. And in fact, they delivered 34 proceedings. At the end of the Congress, again, a declaration was published. In fact, it had 2 chapters. In the first chapter, until the establishment of the Model Africa Confederation, the Islamic countries, the national states, foreign policy principles were covered. In the second chapter, the foreign policy principles to be adopted after the establishment of the Confederation were covered.
Model ASRICA Konfederasyonu'nun kuruluşuna kadar
Until the
geçecek
establishment of Model ASRICA Confederation, there would be certain stages, and the Islamic world
mezhepsel farklılığı sahip unsurların birbirleriyle
would look at
savaştırıldığı,
its own geographical area. And in fact, would look at the ethnical and religious differences, and they would be aware of these differences. In fact, in order to come under one union, the Islamic states must take the necessary steps as soon as possible. Internal security, external security, economic, social, and political crises are ongoing in Islamic states, but stability has to be restored. In order to ensure this, independent of UN and other powers, a new organization should be established. And in fact,
devletlerin oluşturduğu
the Islamic states
farklı bir güce ihtiyaç bulmaktadır.
need another operational power that is different than the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in Yemen, Palestine, and many other territories of the world. The conflicts are ongoing, and there should be no others intervening. But an Islamic organization can sort out these matters only, and that can be a core for the Islamic Union, and it can be called the Islamic States Crisis Management Confederation.
İslam Ülkeleri Kriz Yönetim Konfederasyonu aranan
Islamic
kıstası
States Crisis Management Confederation, in fact, should consist of certain states that fulfill the necessary criteria. And these states should be able to join this organization through certain agreements. And there should be some permanent bodies for decision-making and implementation of the decisions. And again, there should be a House of Representatives for this purpose. The House of Representatives should be established with the willingness of the states, and it should act according to an organic legislation that is going to have. And the representation should be on proportional basis. In the House of Representatives or in affiliation to that center, there should be a crisis center, and in the crisis
sosyal operasyonları yönetebilecek hareket merkezleri bulunmalıdır. Üye ülkeler gerekli mali desteği sağlamalıdır. Kriz merkezlerinin kontrolünde hareket eden üye devletlerin katkılarıyla teşekkür edecek bir askeri güce de sahip bulunmalıdır. Faaliyet merkezi, kriz bölgeleri ve üye
The
devletlerin
operational center
temsilciler meclisi tarafından belirlenmeli ve
should take into consideration the proposals of the states, and it should be decided by the House of Representatives. It may be changed, and the approach should be constructive, peaceful, fair. There should be full respect to fundamental human rights. It should be converging. It should protect the social texture. It should be assisting and coercive if necessary. The modern ASRICA Confederation, once it is established, there will be some other foreign policy principles and procedures to be implemented, and let me talk about them as well. The establishment of the Foreign Affairs Minister's Office, there will be some central units, and also there will be a presidency for representative offices domestically and internationally. There will be a presidency office for the administrative affairs, strategy, and some other units.
Model Konfederasyon Dışişleri Bakanlığı bünyesinde dünya üzerindeki
in the Foreign Affairs Ministry in the Confederation, in fact, the states in the 6 continents and also globally powerful countries, and the operations in those countries will be checked for the states in Asia, Africa, Europe, North and South America, and Australia. There will be multiple political, economic, and sociocultural affairs director generals, and in other countries there will be bilateral relations DGs.
Şöyle bir teşkilat.
That is the organogram of the Foreign Affairs Ministry, which shows its subunits. The Foreign Affairs Ministry of the Model Confederation will be also on top of the foreign representative offices. There will be the principle of reciprocity, and there will be embassies, the chief consulates, permanent representative offices, and cultural centers representing the Confederation in different countries. There will also be the domestic representative offices of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Model Confederation. Communication and coordination will be ensured together with the representatives to be assigned in the national states and the regional federations. In the centers of the national states, some ministry representatives will be available. Diplomatic missions of foreign states will also be taken into consideration when the representative units are being created.
Model ASRICA Konfederasyonu Dışişleri Bakanlığı bünyesinde İslam anlayışının
ASRICA Federation will be under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There will be the ASRICA Scientific Studies Assembly, and that should be composed of the representatives, which will be in the even numbers.
Temel hak ve özgürlüklerle ilgili esas ve prensipler.
Regarding the fundamental rights and freedoms, the principles will be as follows. No matter which geography the people are born in the in the level of Allah, that they will be equal, and these rights should be assured under the Constitution, and that will be taken as the principle, guiding principle in the modern ASRICA Confederation geography, and there will be the global states and the world states through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and modern ASRICA international relations coordination and presidency should be established. And of course, making use of the seas and benefiting from seas will be under the responsibility of the Foreign Affairs Ministry. And regarding the sea lands, sea areas, and for the straits and the canals, these the rights will be interests will be taken under the auspices of the modern ASRICA maritime law agreement. And in terms of the oceans, if there are oceans, there will be the areas, the inland waters, and these will be taken as the exemplary rights, and the rights and interests will be taken out through the Modern ASRICA Council and based on the Modern ASRICA Maritime Law Agreement. And in regards to air land of Modern ASRICA Confederation, and regarding the FRR line, there will be the Modern ASRICA Air and Space Law Agreement will be prepared by the Council. So, as a result, now we are holding today's Congress. The Islamic countries, it's about the definition of principles of the public order and safety for the Islamic Union. And this is the 6th Congress of Assam. There's participation of 20 countries.
ülkeden katılacak.
There will be 40 academicians from 20 countries. There will be 38 presentations that will be taken under the following titles. These are the main titles, as I have pointed out. In the Congress, there will be Ottoman Empire, the Ayyubi states, and the Middle Age Islamic states. There will be the public order and internal safety administrative structures will be taken into account for United USA, EU, China, South Africa Republic, and for the sub-Saharan countries, the public order, the safety, internal safety, and the administrative structure and the principles will be taken into account, and the public order concept and the principles, internal security, and the joint international Islam public order and internal security principles and procedures, and also for the Islamic Union, joint security and public order principles will be the main titles, and the Modern ASRICA Confederation, the public order and internal security organization will be taken into account. And of course, there will be the provisions regarding additional provisions in terms of Islamic countries, Confederation, constitution, security, and public order assurance. And of course, the authorities and the responsibilities of the ASRICA Confederation countries, and there will be an ideal model will be taken out as a result of this Congress. The Congress will be held online with video conference method. There will be simultaneous interpretation in Turkish, English, and Arabic languages, and there will be a simultaneous interpretation, and the presentations will be placed in Assam website, and in Assam International Journal, the presentations will be published, and the Congress consequence reports will be submitted to all the participants, and it will be published in Assam website.
6. Uluslararası Assam İslam
International Assam Islam Union Congress, and next year there will be joint justice system will be the subject of the next year's Congress, and as a result of 2023, we are targeting to have a model which will gather the Islamic countries under one will. Of course, I would like to thank all the participants. I'd like to thank the universities which are contributing, civil society organizations. I'd like to extend my thanks to each and every one of you. I hope that this Congress will be auspicious and fruitful, and I would like to pay my respects once again. We would like to thank our president for his presentation. I hope that he will have a long life with health and prosperity.
Toplu vurdukça yürekler top
So,
sindiremez.
Of course,
Bu bölümde
in this session,
Müslüman Alimler Birliği
we will
Genel
talk about the General Secretariat of International Islamic
yapacaktır.
Professors. He's going to have a presentation. I'd like to invite him to the floor. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي بنعمته تتم الصالحات وبرحمته تتنزل الخيرات والبركات وبرحمته تتحقق المقاصد والغايات والصلاة والسلام على المبعوث رحمة لجميع الكائنات وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبع هداه بهدى وثبات. أصحاب السعادة والفضيلة، إخوتي الكرام، أخواتي الكريمات، أحييكم جميعا بتحية طيبة مباركة، وهي تحية الإسلام، وتحية الإسلام السلام، فسلام الله عليكم ورحمته وبركاته. في البداية لا يسعني إلا أن أقدم الشكر الجزيل لهذه المؤسسة المباركة السام.
So, to this, I am providing all the good activities of Assam for the Islamic Union, and in order to establish Islamic Union for these purposes, in terms of Sharia and in terms of in all aspects of our life, I would like to thank them for having these activities. To Adnan Tanrıverdi, I'd like to thank him, and I'd like to thank all the people who contributed to the organization of this Congress. And I would like to thank all the participants who are amongst us today, and distinguished brothers. We are aware that Islam attaches importance to security. Allah uses the word iman as security or being within security. It is from the same words, it's derived from the same words. When you look at all the terms of Islam, and of course, when you look at the different sentences of Islam, they're all around the security. And security has two wings in Islam, in Quran, Holy Quran. It is like two weights. One is the spiritual, the other is the material. When we say the spiritual terms, there is internal security and safety, to have belief in Allah and the moral aspect of it. So it affects our internal spirit and it is effective in our spirit. And it's about being good within the spiritual terms. It requires iman to have this, to have to be clean, purified from all the bad deeds that requires iman. At the same time, it's about the nafs of people and the self of people to have internal security within that spirit. When we look at the internal security, it's about Islam. At the point of realization of all these targets Islam. So in the humankind should be within security and safety, and they could, when we look at the material part of it, there is economic, it is political, and it is social involvement, and the military involvement of security. It covers all the units of security, intelligence, state intelligence, and the others. When we look at all these different aspects, all of them, it is about security under material security term. We have to work on this. Allah, these two parts for material and spiritual security sites, and it signifies in Quran, Holy Quran, for when Ibrahim, Prophet Ibrahim has an argument with his followers. It is about how these are the people who have iman, and these are the people who have only iman, who are living in security and who have hidayah. So when we look at this verses of Quran, if you do not have iman, you cannot expect security from that person. There could be hostility, there could be the loss of senses. So when we look at this, when we look at the world, in the Western world, we see that very well, very clearly. So our image is only possible if we have and we ensure the internal security and security in our internal life. So we can only have the external security if we have the internal security. When we look at the material security, there's a two part of it. One part of it is about the internal peace, internal order and security of the state. And as you know, following the fall of Ottoman Empire, we were disrupted, and we started to live in different places. And of course, we have to solve this with hikmat. And of course, we should not resort to violence, to power exertion. We have to have it in this way. And in Quran, regarding the security, so against the cruelty or oppression, we can have the protection in the Holy Quran that signify the safety and security and protection. There is a fear, and the chaos and disruption is very dangerous, and these are all cited in the Holy Quran. Of course, we have to be away from all the chaos, the environment of insecurity. We have to be away from all this. So if you are in such a state, the enemies can have the control very easily over you. So when we look at today's situation, we can say that there is a chaos. There's a chaos environment, and that brings opportunities to certain people. And there is the hostility opportunities given to these people. And of course, for us to be taken as a slaves, there's an opportunity for that for certain power struggles. And when we look at Iraq and Syria, we can say that in these very holy territories in Yemen, in Lebanon, we see that. And of course, as you know, there is the case of Palestine, which is given priority. And we can say that after the occupation of Iraq, there is the chaos, there is instability, and as a result of this, the United States of America turned into a territory which there is the reign of chaos. And when we look at Iraq today, we can say that as a result of this, people, of course, for oil, for the underground resources, can be taken a time from the certain people, and this is kind of an attitude that they have, and some countries have certain rules in this chaos, and of course they assume certain rules in this chaos. And for Islam and for Muslims, this is a dangerous situation. How can we solve this problem? We have to strengthen our brotherhood. We have to recognize our brothers, and we have to ensure security. And we have to get rid of the insecurity, and we have to establish security in Syria, in Yemen, and in Iraq. Only if we have all these, if we have security, we can talk about a union, we can talk about Iman. And when we look at Iman, we can say that it is related to our internal security, and also from inside and from outside, it covers all these structures. Of course, as we are, as Muslims, as I pointed out, in the large Arabic countries, the processes that we are going through gives certain people certain opportunities. In Myanmar, in India, we are talking about 250 million Muslims whose rights are breached, and many mosques are distracted. And in Uyghur, we see that there is an oppression and persecution in China. One of the reasons of this is that there is a weakness that we are going through, and there is internal security. And as a result of this, as a result of the absence of internal security, we cannot make any intervention. So everybody is dealing with their own problems. And while I'm citing all of these problems, it's not about just reciting these problems, but we have to come up with alternatives. And then as Adnan Bey pointed out, as he pointed out, he is conducting very good activities, and of course about the security, and of course for the establishment of security, he signifies that security is a very important phenomenon. This is how we can have growth and development. Only if we have the internal security. How can we have the revival of the economy? how can we have a sound politics? That this is only related to the establishment of security. In the Holy Quran, Allah forces some deterrent punishment for the people who are creating oppression and also persecution. And as a result of the verses that there is in the Holy Quran, Allah tells what people will be punished. We understand it from these verses in terms of I am a person who is an economist as well, or who's dealing with who's interested in economics. So I know that this is security is in parallel with the economy. You know that Europe has one parliament, and under one umbrella they unified their money as well, and they turned into huge power. So as in Islamic cooperation organization, there are 57 countries, and the commercial relations is limited to 13%, unfortunately. So with China, with Europe, we have better and higher economic relations. So the commercial relations among our countries should be 50%, should be increased up to 50 or 40%. And this is a very important subject. If you want to ensure security, one of the part of it is the social security, to establish social security as well. And at this very stage, the poor people should be taken into account. We need to work for the eradication of poverty. When we look at the Muslim countries, that there is the illiteracy, there is inflation, and there are many economic problems. So we should work on for the solution of these problems. If our if our youth is trained and educated in the right manner, and if they are oriented for reading and for the education, this could lead to the formation of a key. Of course, there are important tendencies, and of course, there are sine qua non of Islamic sciences. Of course, this should be given importance, and the youth should read all of these scientific branches, and they should be competent in this regard. So, of course, Allah in our verses to pray for him. We should worship him. We should not worship others. We should only worship Allah. As you know that in commercial terms, we have to support each other. We have to be in cooperation with our brothers. We have to trust our brotherhood. But there is one thing. Of course, this is one ummah, and we can say that Allah is our Allah. And in terms of spiritually, and in material terms, we have to work in this regard, and we have to say that this ummah is a one, and Allah is only a one, and we have to understand this. We have to be aware of this in our education, in all of the different aspects, in be it economic, be it social. We have to work hand in hand. Another subject is that Quraysh said the following: if we have the right way, the salvation, we could have this. People say that if we follow the right Islam, maybe there will be problems. People can work on this, but in Quraysh, people were in this fear. Allah said that we give him the one part, and people aren't aware of this. I'm finishing my presentation. So when we look at the countries, Islamic countries, we see that there are people who are committing crimes. We don't want to be radicals. We don't want the extremists and the radical people. Islam is choosing the middle way, and of course, the Islam should be Islamic countries should establish security among themselves, and they have to exert their efforts in this regard. And of course, the Turkish state has an important role in terms of security, in terms of establishing a secure environment. And Turkey has been exerting their efforts in this regard. And from Syria, from Iraq, and from different parts of Turkey, there are migrants coming to Turkey, and there are people without the state. And may Allah be pleased with you. And I would like to pay my respects and thank you very much.
Çok teşekkür ederiz. Allah razı olsun.
Thank you for your presentation.
Derinliği olan
And this was a very deep presentation, and I hope that there will be having this for it says that iman owners, if you don't want to be under slavery, you have to be in your right mind, and for the oppressors, in verses 10 of Uruja, the following is said, you have to have a certain sense, and of course you have to be within the power of Allah. And of course now from Islamic General Secretariat of Islamic Civil Society Organization, Mr. Abbal will have presentation. I will give the floor to him. The floor is yours.
Hoş bulduk. Selamünaleyküm. Bütün Hazirunuz saygıyla, sevgiyle selamlıyorum.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I would like to welcome all of you. I'm the Secretary General of Islamic NGOs, and on behalf of my association, I would like to welcome all of you. First of all, let me begin by thanking everyone, each and every organization and the participants for contributing to the organization of this event. As you know, back in the day, we collaborated on politics, economics, establishment of joint defense mechanisms, and also with regards to the development of joint policies. And as the president mentioned, this is the 6th edition of this Congress, which actually goes to show that we are taking important steps, and there is a huge need. And we definitely need this because, as you know, the Christian world has already been doing this. And for the past 200 years, we have always been under their umbrella, fulfilling their wishes. So we had to cut our ties within each other. So it's fairly new that we are getting to know each other much more. So we have a culture that dates back to 1,000 years as the Ummah, as a single state, as a single nation. And for that, we need a new brain, we need a new idea to maintain that. And for that, we need a geographical unity to get together once again. And our activities goes to show, and the 6th edition of this Congress is an important part of that. So as the Union of Islamic NGOs acts in line with this idea. So we support NGOs. We ensure coordination among these NGOs.
Kuruluştur bizim İDSB, İktisadi İslam Dünyası Tekrar Birliği olarak. Ve bugün itibariyle de 66 ülkede, yani
Today
İslam
we
ülkesinin
are
66'sında ve 354
in 66 countries, in 57 Islamic countries, and our common goal is to conduct efforts for the unity and solidarity among Islamic countries. As the president mentioned, the previous 5 editions of this particular Congress actually created a lot of influence and impact. We received great positive messages and positive feedback. So, which means that we have to continue organizing events like these. Of course, I wish that we could have been together physically, because we need to consolidate our brotherhood. We need to embrace one another. That's important. So this is, I think, the biggest advantage of events like this. So during coffee breaks and during lunches, we can actually get together physically, see one another. And I hope in the future we will hold these events together physically. But as you know, because of the pandemic, we are holding this particular edition online. But of course, we would prefer to have been physically together. So IDSB, our organization, is active in a variety of fields: youth, sports, economics, politics, women's empowerment. So we implement active and effective programs. And we also have International Family Institute, and we also have a youth institute that gets together youth NGOs. So we have the youth edition of our organization that is also quite active. So what we do is that we organize international expos and fairs to coordinate NGOs. So we held an international NGO expo to ensure NGOs exchange activities, exchange knowledge and experience to explore their human capacity, because it is important that we actually get aid and assistance to the right targets, because sometimes there is a great deal of duplication for assistance to the same group of people or the same region. So it is definitely important that we combine our efforts and reduce the costs and get the assistance to the people who are in need. Of course, we know that this work comes with a great deal of challenges, because establishment of this union will be for the disadvantage of some people. So that's why we always need to work in unity, solidarity, and we don't have any fractions within ourselves, because the Holy Quran gives us great messages about that, and it emphasizes greatly on consultation and support. Again, as the president mentioned, in the Islamic world, we have been facing a lot of challenges. As you know, one of the reasons behind the World War I is to actually break apart the Islamic world to make use of the resources of that region. And we are actually, unfortunately, working towards that goal. And this upsets us. For example, Kuwait actually produces 10% of the global oil production, about 100 million barrels. So this corresponds to the 10% of the global oil production. only even this will definitely benefit the entire Islamic world. So
bu yeraltı kaynaklarına
the
sahip
gains of one country can actually feed everyone in the entire Islamic world. As you know, African and Asian countries host the majority of the world's underground resources. So we have plenty of materials, but unfortunately, we cannot make great use out of them. But thankfully, such organizations and events will help us learn how to make use of these resources.
Bu tehlikede yine ben burada tabii birçok konuşmacı arkadaşlarımız var, hocalarımız
Of course, we will have a lot more speakers today, so I do not want to take too much of your time. So with that being said, I would like to thank again everyone for contributing in the organization of this event, everyone, each and every organization for being a part of this, and hope that this meeting will yield to fruitful conclusions. Have a great day. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ederiz. Allah razı olsun. Hakikaten İslam dünyası
Thank you very much. The Union of NGOs of Islamic world does great work. They do a lot of activities, and this organization sets a great model for everyone.
sivil toplum
And
kuruluşlarının
it actually acts as a platform, acts as an umbrella platform that for NGOs that work in a variety of fields. So thank you very much for doing this work.
ipine sımsıkı sarılın.
So together, be together, be in unity, be in solidarity, and remember what Allah gives you. So this is what Holy Quran commends us, and hopefully we can follow that.
Kardeş kuruluşumuz olan
Now we will have another speaker, which is the Deputy President of Justice Defenders Strategic Studies Center, Mustafa Mustafaoğlu. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mustafaoğlu. You have the floor, sir.
kameranız kapalı Mustafa Bey.
Your cam is off.
Kamera açık. Allah
Yani,
Allah.
yani benim monitörde ben sizi göremiyorum ama
I
bilmiyorum.
can't see you in the Zoom right now.
Kamera nereden görünüyor buradan ya?
Bu mouse'u ekranda oynattığınız zaman ekranın sol alt köşesinde videoyu başlat bir kamera şeyi var. Onun üzerinde muhtemelen bir kırmızı çizgi var. Ona tıklarsanız kamera tekrar açılır.
Mustafa Hocam bir tekrardan girip çıkarsanız, tekrar çıkıp girerseniz iyi olur.
Evet, herhalde teknik bir aksaklık oldu.
So I believe we have a technical problem right now.
İslam'ın önemli hastalıklarından birisi fakirlik, birisi cehalet, bir diğeri de ihtilaf. Ve bütün problemlerin çözüm kaynağı da İttihad-ı İslam'dır. Ve müminler İttihad-ı İslam'ı sağladıkları müddetçe hem cehaleti hem fakirliği gibi problemleri de
So, as you know, we are faced with challenges such as poverty, but for that reason, we have to work very hard. And there are a lot of organizations and non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations that work on to solve this issue. And Assam, the Justice Defender Strategic Studies Center, does a great work on this. They prepare documents, legislation, so we are prepared. And for that reason, we draw great strength from civil society organizations and umbrella organizations that work for the Islamic world. So we expect great efforts from them because we need to work together to solve all these problems. TGTV and IDSE are the two most important non-governmental organizations that come from Turkey, and I hope that they will set an international example.
Biz ilk yola çıktığımız zaman
So when we first started our journey, our president Adnan Tanrıverdi broadened our horizons. So first we started to work on the problems within the country, the solution process, and with regards to the amendment of the constitution, we did great work. We published books, we organized events. But then we realized that in order for us to solve the problems of Turkey, we need to solve the problems of the Islamic world in general. And the biggest problem were conflict. So we focused all of our work on that. Our esteemed president worked tirelessly. He encouraged us, and we started working again. And the most obvious outcome of this were these conferences.
abi sizin sesinizi alalım o zaman inşallah.
Sesinizi dinleyin ya.
Mustafa Bey görüntüsüz
Vardır bir
olabilir
hikmeti.
Mustafa Bey.
We cannot see you, but your voice could be enough.
Tüm katılımcılara
Hello, everyone. I would like to thank everyone and welcome all of the participants. So this is the 6th edition of this Congress, and I wish that it will yield to fruitful outcomes for all of us. Nevzat Tarhan, our president, is attending another event right now. That's why he is not here today. So on behalf of him, I'm here to represent our organization here today, and he actually sends his regard to all of you. So he sends his best wishes to all of you. So we work on the establishment of the Islamic unity under the Justice Defenders Association. So we work towards establishing this unity, and after that we established a strategic studies center, which was thought to be more effective and more productive. And of course, as a result, the Justice Defender Strategic Studies Center, Assam, was established. And Thankfully, we have been very successful. So Adnan Tanrıverdi, who is the president and the honorary president, under his leadership is very important. We definitely need to emphasize his leadership for our activities. And thanks to him, we now are in the 6th edition of this Congress, and the positive outcomes we received in the previous meetings gives us more energy and more courage to organize these events in the future. Of course, for the reinstitution of justice all around the world, the Islamic world, and the Islamic world plays a huge part in this. Today, unfortunately, we are now clasped by the global imperialism. Same goes for the Islamic world. And for us to prevent the challenges that the Islamic world is facing, we need to make sure that the nations, Islamic nations, need to get together and act in solidarity. As noted by the President Erdogan, as you know, he said that the world is bigger than 5 countries, bigger than 5 nations. This actually shows us how tragic the situation is in the entire world. And as you know, the Islamic world and Islamic countries actually constitute the vast majority of the economic, geopolitical, and political and social power of the entire world. So as the Justice Defenders Association, one of our biggest goals, which is actually very difficult to fulfill, but we are doing our best to achieve, to fulfill that objective to the best of our ability. We want to globalize justice. This is our responsibility for the entire humanity, and this is our starting point. Of course, to globalize justice, first we need to have the intention, we need to have the will, and we have to work tirelessly to fulfill that objective. And for that particular reason, this 6th edition of the Assam Islamic Unity Congress plays a very important role. So we have a lot of friends, brothers and sisters who will deliver their presentations here today and tomorrow. I would like to thank all of you, and I definitely wish that this Congress will yield to positive outcomes, and it will act as a great contribution for the reinstatement of unity and solidarity in the Islamic world. Thank you.
Evet. Mustafa Bey'e çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Mr. Hacı Mustafaoğlu, thank you very much. I hope Allah gives us success in this journey, in this path that we are on. Obey Allah and His Prophet. Do not fight with each other, because if you do not, then you will live in fear, and be patient, because Allah loves those who are patient. Now our Congress continues. Now we have our keynote speaker from Malaysia University. We have Professor Osman Bakar to deliver his keynote speech. Sir, welcome, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to attend the 6th International Assam Islamic Union this Model Congress. I really appreciate that. I'll be speaking on the topic of rethinking national and ummatic security in the light of the new global disorder. In this paper, I would like to discuss the subject of the security of the global ummah, or what I simply call ummatic security. Let me be clear on what I mean by global ummah and ummatic security. In our present world, both ideas of global ummah and ummatic security need to be examined afresh and to be understood anew. Surely I will mention some of the most important reasons why we need to rethink on these two ideas. First, the idea of the global ummah. I'm referring to the present day ummah viewed as a global collective entity whose demographic strength now comes close to 2 billion souls. The Ummah today comprises Muslim communities in practically every country in the world. In other words, the global presence of Islam as a community is now a living reality. These communities are either majorities or minorities in their respective countries of citizenship or residences. About 1/3 of the global Ummah comprises minority communities of various sizes, some of which are relatively large, while some others are quite small. But big or small, all of them are important to the global Ummah, since they can contribute in their respective ways to its overall civilizational health and prosperity. Now, the newly emerging Muslim minorities are those established in the post-colonial period in Europe, in the Americas, Australasia, and affluent Asian countries, namely Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and Chinese territories of Taiwan and Hong Kong. The presence of Muslim minorities in significant numbers in the advanced and affluent countries, especially the large ones, such as in the United States, France, Britain, and Belgium, is one of the most important developments in post-colonial history of the Ummah. This development is bound to have both positive and negative consequences for the global Ummah. I have a strong belief that, viewed as a whole, the positive consequences will far outweigh the negative ones. The post-colonial period has witnessed significant changes in the demographic distributive pattern of Muslim communities in the world, particularly in the West. Greatly contributing to this demographic wave of change was migration, itself partly generated by conflicts in countries formerly ruled by Western colonial powers. Now, this is the new demographic map of the global Ummah that causes us to rethink about its present socio-cultural order and its future. Two outstanding features of this new demographic reality deserve our special attention and our repeated emphasis here. Feature number one, about 1/3 of the Ummah belong to Muslim minority communities. And feature number two, the steady growth of Muslim communities in the advanced countries. I am arguing here that these two features of the Ummah can help shape its future, as well as the future of the whole humanity in the positive sense. What this means is that the worldwide Muslim minorities, especially in the West, should always be kept in our mind whenever we are discussing the agenda of the global Ummah. Muslim political leaders, intellectuals, think tanks, research organizations, and NGOs need to examine the serious issues that emerge from this new demographic reality of the Ummah, such as Islamophobia and discrimination against Muslims in its various forms. Islamophobia is a real issue. It is happening in the West and in the East. It is one of the main threats and challenges that the Ummah is currently facing, particularly its minority community. Clearly, the Ummah's security, both physical and spiritual, is under assault from many quarters. Notwithstanding our own self-reliance to counter the assault, the nature of the contemporary world is such that we have need of friends and sympathizers outside the Ummah to help complement our own efforts in the pursuit and strengthening of our common security. But we cannot afford to confine our thinking to the issues of threats and challenges alone. We also need to deeply reflect and explore on the potential strength and opportunities for the greater well-being of the Ummah that may be generated by this new reality. Each potential strength for our times and for the future needs to be identified and harnessed. But we must adopt new approaches to ummatic development and civilizational building. We must also adopt new formulae of success that are rooted in the Quran and the prophetic Sunnah, but at the same time, well informed about contemporary issues. The old way of over-reliance on the state for community development needs to go. Over-reliance of Muslim majority communities on the state has resulted in ummatic lethargy. The traditional spirit of ummatic self-reliance and ummatic innovation needs to be revived. I think in the near future, Muslim minorities, especially in the West, may perform better in community development than Muslim majorities, since they are relatively free of state control. Opportunities for the well-being of the Ummah may be sought through various means, but the spirit of intra-ummatic understanding, mutual acquaintance, cooperation, and brotherhood is necessary to be kept alive. At the same time, at the inter-ummatic level of relationship, the pursuit of intercultural dialogue is necessary. Central to the new demographic reality of the global Ummah is the issue of ummatic security. Whether we are talking about the present threats and challenges to the Ummah or about empowerment of the Ummah, the issue of security comes uppermost in our mind. This brings me to the second idea that needs our rethinking, namely the idea of ummatic security. The traditional idea of security of the Ummah revolves around the issue of military aggression against member states by outside forces. Accordingly, Muslim majority countries conceive of their national security needs primarily in military terms. But the world is rapidly changing, due primarily to profound advances in technology. These technological advances have many consequences on human life. The world order is taking new shapes, be it in the socio-cultural, scientific, technological, or military domains, due to human conflicts almost everywhere in the world, plus the general decline of spirituality, ethics, and morality. The world is becoming increasingly disorderly. The traditional idea of humanness is under threat. The state of the art in technology itself is one of the causes of this decline in spirituality, ethics, and morality. In these circumstances, the Ummah needs to view the issue of security from a broader perspective, as argued by Islam. From the Islamic perspective, the most fundamental form of human security is none other than faith security, security of our Iman. Of course, the Ummah should continue to address the traditional issue of military, economic, and social security, though these challenges are now appearing in new forms. We are now facing food and water security issues, which are viewed as threats to physical human security and well-being. These issues have transcended national boundaries. On these issues, the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, as the Ummah's global umbrella organization, has a paramount obligation to effectively deal with them. But the Ummah cannot depend on the OIC alone to address these issues. What more, when it has disappointed them on many occasions and in many issues. Non-governmental global platforms need to arise out of the Ummah's human resources to complement the OIC in the creation of an ummatic global order. It is hoped that this emerging ummatic global order will in turn work with the rest of humanity, especially non-Muslim organizations with similar goals, to help transform the present disorderly world into a more acceptable global order in the light of common universal values and justice. Today's powerful nations, United States of America, Russia, China, European Union, India, and Israel, are exerting themselves through their various regional and global initiatives to shape or influence global developments that will serve their respective interests. They are working hard, either by themselves or in coalition with others, to create a new world order in which each would be a dominant player, if not the sole superpower. Since self-interest is the sole motivating factor of their strategic regional and global initiatives, clashes of interest become inevitable. The Ukrainian war is clearly a consequence of this clash of regional and global ambitions and interests. Unfortunately, the nations of the Ummah are passive to the global political developments that are taking place before their very eyes. Their passivity is going to cost the Ummah dearly, since many of these developments have adverse consequences, even on bystanders, of which the nations of the Ummah are good examples. The security of the Ummah, or Ummati security, in its various dimensions, is likely to be further weakened by the impact of the new phase of rivalry among the big powers. The issue of Ummati security is therefore going to gain new importance in the coming years. This means that Muslim political leaders, scholars, intellectuals must think hard on how best the Ummah should respond to the global changes now happening before our very eyes. I'm arguing that as many individuals and organizations among the global Ummah as possible should come forward to present the case for a new world social order that is safe and just for humanity in accordance with the Quranic ideals. This ambitious world social order is not one that is dictated by the military and economic powers of the day. Rather, it is one that is based on universal principles cherished by all the world's spiritual and religious traditions. The Quran refers to the world order, to this world order, as the middle community, ummatan wasatan. In the Western tradition, this idea of middleness is referred to as the golden mean. The main characteristic of ummatan wasatan is justice. It's justice. The ummah is thus presenting itself to the world in accordance with its own identity that's revealed by Allah Himself. The OIC should adopt the pursuit of the middle community as its agenda in international and global affairs. It should champion this goal as its own international forums and at the United Nations and its various organizations, especially UNESCO. In doing so, the OIC would be remaining faithful to the Quranic idea of ummatan wasatan. Critics may counter that this proposal is just wishful thinking in the context of the present world, but it is the Ummah's moral obligation to help create a new world order based on the idea of the middle path, no matter how difficult it seems to transform it into reality. Yes, many of us have a low opinion of the OIC. At present, it is the Ummah's only hope when it comes to their global aspirations. Notwithstanding its past performance in more recent times, Muslims should continue to give support, material and moral, to the organization. For example, in the wake of the Ukrainian war, which many agree is an armed conflict between US-led NATO and Russia, several Muslim leaders tried to initiate a move towards active neutrality, including the president of Turkey, to active neutrality for the OIC. But apparently, the attempt was nipped in the bud by the Biden administration and the European Committee. Still, Muslim leaders should strive to secure an active neutrality policy for the Muslim majority countries in relation to the conflicts among the world superpowers. Since the OIC, in light of this, so what options do we have? What options does the Ummah as a collective voice have to address this outstanding security issue? In this presentation, I would like to argue that a new global forum needs to be created that will unite Muslim groups that are addressing issues of Islam and the New World Order. The core members of the proposed forum would be the intelligentsia of the Ummah and its civil society leaders. One of the core issues to be addressed by the proposed forum is the need for a new understanding of Ummati security in the light of contemporary global conditions. Particularly important are the newly emerging issues of human security, of which faith security is the most important. The implications of information and communications technology and artificial intelligence for faith security, implications for faith security are placed at the top of the Ummah's agenda on security issues. Another core issue is what Islam as a religion and as a civilization can contribute to the global agenda for a new world social order in the 21st century. Now, having enjoyed nearly a decade of its existence, Assam, so I congratulate the efforts taken by Assam, and I hope Assam it is well positioned to play a leading role in the realization of the proposed global forum. Now, let me conclude with this. Many Muslims take pride in the present demographic strength of the Ummah. But unfortunately, it is a big number without real strength. Do we remember the Prophet's prophecy about his Ummah? That a time will come when Muslims will be numerous, but marginalized to the periphery of the world order. Let me conclude with the following hadith for our reflection. It was narrated that Thawban said, the Messenger of Allah said, soon the nations will invite to partake of you, as diners call one another to a large dish. Someone said, will it be because we will be few in number on that day? The Prophet said, no, rather you'll be many on that day, but you will be like the refuse of the flood. Allah will take away fear of you from the hearts of your enemies, and Allah will fill your hearts with one weakness. Someone said, O Messenger of Allah, what is wah? He said, love of this world and dislike of death. So let us reflect on that. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Evet, hocamıza
Well, Professor,
bu muhteşem, çok derinliği olan
it was an excellent and profound
dolayı
speech. Thank you very much for all your remarks and
işte
lecture.
ihtirasımızdan
Those believers,
husumetkarane
you may be frustrated, you
az bir kuvvet
may be not neutral, but then you will lose your power and others will crush you, although they are weaker than you. So the believers, you are just like the building blocks in a building, so you should be standing side by side. That's also what God would like to see in you. Just stand in the wall, just like the bricks of that wall. Stay together tightly. So in the bodily and physically misery, you will get weak, and please get rid of this. That was the instruction of God and the prophet. Hopefully we will achieve this. In fact, we are late according to our schedule, and we have a delay of half an hour. Sometimes we encounter some technical issues, and also due to some of the reasons, we are delayed. Now, hopefully we are starting with our first session. The first session's topic is the historical background of internal security. And Professor Dr. Yakut Bulut is going to be the chair for this session. We have very valuable speakers from Pakistan, India, Turkey. So we're going to listen to many experts and specialists and very good academicians and scholars. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Professor Yakut Bulup, who will be the moderator for this session. Good luck. Thank you. Distinguished Chair Necmettin Keleş, I would like to thank in advance all the panelists. So this is the 6th International Assam Islamic Union Model Congress. And the main theme is the Model ASRICA Confederation Public Order and Internal Security Organization. I hope the first session will be very fruitful and useful for all of us, those participating. Availing myself of this opportunity, I would like to thank the President of Assam, Mr. Adnan Tanrıverdi, the chair of the Congress, Necmettin Keleş, those who are working on the background, on the backstage. I would like to thank all those who are contributing to this Congress intellectually and in terms of labor. I would like to thank everyone who makes this Congress possible in such a short period of time. Yes, Necmettin Keleş, you were right. We have already exceeded our time, but you can see each panelist will have about 20 minutes. Normally, in the Turkish congresses, we adopt a method. In fact, we think that if there are just 20 minutes, there may be 15 minutes for the lecture and 5 minutes for the questions, but let's make some fine-tuning. In fact, we don't want to create so much delay. Also, I don't want to intervene in the lectures. I kind of request the panels to limit themselves to 15 minutes. Okay, of course, we can have some minor tolerances to this time period, but let's try to keep loyal to our time limits. And I think we will be able to cover the theme with these time limits. As I said, the main theme of the session is the historical background of internal security. That was also announced by Mr. Necmettin Keleş. We have 6 speakers, but Professor Cengiz Toraman had a special request, so he has to catch up with a class, a master's class. So if the other panels will agree, he would like to take the floor before others. So with the permission of our other panels, I would like to give the floor directly to Professor Dr. Cengiz Toraman. Are you here, Professor? Yes, I am here. Can you hear me? I already shared my screen. Yes, we can hear you and we can see your screen. So we get the agreement and consent of other speakers, other panelists. We know that your class is also an important class that you cannot miss. Please go ahead. Okay, thank you. I think you can see my slides in full screen mode. Yes, we can. Okay, let me make some adjustments.
Öbür şeyde niye çalışmıyor?
I don't know, something is not working over here, but I think I will be able to sort it out. Okay, it's done. Let me start. Selamun alaikum. I also start my chronometer. I hope I will be able to keep loyal and stick to my time limit. So distinguished commander, the president of Assam and distinguished team members, I would like to extend my best regards very quickly and start with my presentation right away. As you can see, the title of my presentation is the Internal Security Organization in the Ottoman State and some recommendations for today. In fact, apart from the police and gendarmerie, I'm going to talk about other units because the police and gendarmerie are already the units, the law enforcement units that we have. But I will be talking about some original, unique security units of the Ottoman. So I'll be talking about some unique security organization practices in the Ottoman state. And we are going to make some inferences for today's world. And then I will complete and conclude my presentation. As you know, the Ottoman state was there and existed for 623 years, and it had a surface area of 5.2 million square kilometers. In fact, it was a long chain of centuries, a very wide surface area. It means that it had many different administrative and security practices in different countries and subunits, and it set many different examples, just like Derbent, Matrolos, Menzilkesh, or the countryside border units. I will be talking about these different units. Internal security has always been a trouble for all the states. And you cannot exclude those Ottoman state from this role. So the internal policies, their functioning was different in Istanbul, the capital, and in the other cities of this empire. So there is the classic period, and there is also the post-classic period for the security issues in the Ottoman. As you know, in the US, there is a separate department for the internal security, but here in Turkey, we don't have it. Maybe because of the absence of this department or ministry. In fact, there is this the absence of such a unit handling with these topics. That maybe that is why we have been dealing with the PYD, YPG, and other similar terrorist organizations. In fact, in time we were able to handle these issues, but there have been many serious problems in the community. I don't know what will come next. Nobody knows what will come next, but there is something significant here. That is, there is this continuous internal security threat, and our state and all other Islamic states have to be agile and vigilant in the face of the internal security threats. Security is always the most important matter because in the hierarchy, first there are the physiological needs of the people, and then the security need comes. So after this introduction, I will be talking about internal security, the internal security practices in the Ottoman, the Reformation period, pre and post-Reformation period, because it's an important turning point in the Ottoman Empire. And then I'll be talking about some unique practices of the Ottoman in ensuring internal security. There are various practices that I will be talking about. In fact, in the establishment of internal security, some systematic and hierarchical practices of the Ottoman can be seen, and in fact all these have been successful for a long time. The Janissaries were the first of their kind. Up to Asakiri Mansuri Muhammadiye army, in fact, the Janissaries have been a strong and powerful army for the Ottoman. During the early years of the Ottoman and during the rise of the empire, they used some different systems, and these systems, in fact, dated back from the Karahan, Selçuks, Ghaznavids. For example, there was a Subashi that was an important organization, an important institution, and in the past, Subashis used to be responsible for the municipal policing. And then Sancak Bey and Kadi and Subashi, the three actors, were appointed to the newly conquered areas, and they were originally dealing with the public order as well. But later on, when the military organization expanded in the Ottoman Empire with the implementation of the new security policies, Subashis lost their importance. There were some novelties for the modernization of the Ottoman Empire, and in the modern ages, in the rural areas, you would fire Subashis, but also you would fight the public order security officials as well. Especially after the Reformation and reorganization period, there were more efforts in order to have these multiple structures. Kavas is an important and another organization. In the past, they didn't. They had different names, and one name was Sergeant. And with the Janissaries, they started to exist. And according to historians, Yıldırım Beyazıt was the sultan who established this organization. The Hafiye, the Inspectors organization, is another organization that was responsible in order to follow the covered policing works. In fact, some male and female officers were there in the inspectors organization, and they were chosen according to certain qualifications and requirements. They were mostly in charge of detaining and arresting the thieves, and in fact, some pickpocketers and also some individuals with criminal records would be used as informants by this organization. Salma Çuhadar was another officer. They would be mostly undercover.
gönderiyordu ve bunlar işte eğer suçu sabit görülmüşse tabii çeşitli şekillerde ceza
there will be a certain reporting chain, and according to the crimes, there would be different penalties. The penalties would be mostly physical. For example, they would cut the ears. And in Turkish, we have a proverb. So if someone is seen to be very old and very expert in something, we said that, okay, his ear was cut in the past. That is how the proverb originates. Tahari is another public servant. They were in the service of the governors. They were also working in the bazaars and markets. They were just checking the honest trading practices of the traders. Like municipal policing was helped by many different units, and one unit was the night watches, night guards. Asses and Pasban were the two names. Asses originated from the Janissary, and Pasban reported to the Subaşı, and Shakir was a third one, and they were reporting to the Ottoman palace. The viziers and statesmen were also protected and guarded by these people, and when they were assigned to the emperor's office, in fact, they were also acting as a messenger. They had their own teams and squads. They were also in relation with the supervisors of different units. Internal security organizations in the Ottoman was based on establishing the new units rather than rehabilitating the existing units. That was a trend until Selim III. As you know, there came the Nizami Cedid. After the fall of Selim II, the Nizami Cedid just collapsed and was scattered and abolished. It took a very short time of effect. And then Asakir Mansuri Muhammadiye, the new army was established with Mahmud II, and then came the Tanzimat Ferman in 1839. That was the Declaration of Reformation. It started a new era, and a gendarmerie organization for the first time was founded. In fact, the necessary grounds were laid for the first time with the Reformation. Its rise was in Europe first, and then this concept was important to the Ottoman. In 1869, Asakiri Zaptiye, the gendarmerie organization law was issued. In 1845, the police organization was established.
Askeri sistem böylece oluşturulmuş oluyor idi. Daha sonra da zaptiye bu şekilde, ama çok gittik.
Had a multi-partite organization. I'm sorry, sometimes my slides seem to be stuck. Let's look at the modernization efforts in the Ottoman era. And as I was just talking about, and as I was just summarizing, there were different stages: establishment of Asakir-i Zaptiye, Vakaya, Hayriye, incident and abolishment of the Janissaries. But now I would like to talk about some unique practices of internal security in the Ottoman. Let me start with the Redif organization. These are different unions. Mahmud II established this in 1834 for internal security in the rural parts of the country. In fact, this is not directly responsible to ensure security. However, these are the units under the army, and they were functioning the security role of the army in the countryside, because Redif soldiers would be randomly chosen from among the people. They would serve 5 years in the army, and then they acted as a spare army, a reserve army during the peace. They were responsible for protecting the country, the territory, and the people. Başı Bozuk is a group of people. In fact, starting with the pre-reformation, these groups started to appear because, apart from the reserve army, the empire wanted to make use of the civil people, and at different times of the year, their services would be used by the state. And unfortunately, later on, that turned into something different because, the Başıbozuk groups, the random groups, were recruited from among the people randomly, and they turned out to be a problem for the state. These were irregular forces in the militia. They started to impose levies on the public randomly. Kırserdar is a name, and it means the countryside watchman. And in fact, you can see the pictures of these soldiers. In fact, they were a counter force against the irregular militia or the terrorists on the mountains. That is guerrilla and counter-guerrilla equation. So for some time, they used the Başıbozuk groups in order to chase the guerrillas. But then, Başıbozuk groups turned out to be a problem. Then ultimately, state wanted to try different methods. In the Western Anatolia, Başıbozuk groups were called Zeybek. This word in Turkish. These are the people mostly living on the mountainous areas, and these are paid soldiers that are responsible for protection and guarding until the fall of Ottoman. They happen to be the main character in many positive and negative incidents. So the transition from the guerrilla to the countryside watchman happened with the parole coming from the state. In fact, those were allowed by the state to act as watchmen in the mountainous areas of the country. The guards and rangers, these are mostly old janissaries. They didn't retire, but they would be used for different functions. Today we have rangers, but those rangers and our rangers, in fact, play different functions. Martolos. Martolos first started to be used as a spy, but there were different functions and connotations added to this world, and these include the messengers, or a ship captain, but their main function was always spying and messengering. Mostly they were Christian soldiers. Later on, some Turkish soldiers were found to be functioning as marshals as well. In addition to the security roles, they were also checking the roads. I know all these topics are very long, but I cannot go on talking about them in an elaborated manner because of my time limits. Now, I would like to talk about Derbent before I conclude. Derbent is a road crossing point security organization. They also work for a maintenance of the roads, repair of the roads, and if there is a very desolate area, they also make those areas inhabited. In fact, they also had the role of ensuring settlement in abandoned land. Probably they first emerged during Mehmet II, and the military and commercial roles in the Ottoman were secured by these people, Derbents. This is just one class. In fact, there were many other classes. There were also the bridge guards. They were playing their functions, and in fact, they would take their share or remuneration through exemption of certain taxes. In the 16th century, mostly, There were different phenomena in the Anatolia, and in fact, these Derbans had to leave their villages and the settlements because of these incidents. They were acting as the gendarmerie. They were trying to protect the passageways, crossing points, the roads, and they were helping with the maintenance and repair of the roads. And in fact, they were also helping with the communication and transportation. This organization collapsed because they won their share from the tax in addition to the exemption. Menzil Keş is a different organization.
Mükellefiyet usulüyle menzil civarındaki bir kısım köyler hakkında halkından tayin edilirlerdi. Bunlar menzil akçesi veya menzil imdadiyesi gibi her ailenin varlığına göre para veya para mukabili.
They would be villagers, and in fact, those are the people who are assigned from the local villages, and they would be paid by the families. And in fact, their services would be paid through exemption from certain taxes. Conclusion part. In order to ensure internal and external security, each state assigns some functions, and they have their own organizations. In fact, internally, the violence, terrorism, chemical threats, and there comes some external threats for any state. And after all these exposures, the security policies are shaped accordingly. This is also a reality and truth for Turkey, when Turkey is ensuring its internal and external security. In addition to the historical knowledge coming from the Ottoman, the current socioeconomic conditions are also taken into consideration by the Turkish state when it was building its own security policy. So Ottoman state, in fact, set example for many other states, and in Turkey, for the Republic of Turkey, it also set an example in the ensuring of internal security in terms of the security policies. And we will keep benefiting from this example in time according to the conditions of the time. Of course, these policies may shift paradigms because of the conjuncture. For example, in Istanbul, in different provinces of the Ottoman, in fact, we see some strong security organization. The security was ensured, but then, the territory was very vast. I think 74, 75 states were just founded in the previously Ottoman land. You said that is a great diversity of nationalities, and the Ottomans had to administer all these nationalities. So it has to be admired, how long they were able to administer such a great variety of nationalities, and they kept in power, they remained in power for a long number of years. It is admirable. Markalos, the countryside watchman branches.
Askerlerin de yine bu konuda
I was talking about different organizations, and sometimes they employed retired soldiers. That employment of retired soldiers, recruitment of retired soldiers, or could be an example for the Turkish Republic. And however, during the fall of the Ottoman Empire, we see there were reformation efforts. The Ottomans tried to withstand the effects of time, but they were successful only to a certain extent. Internal security organizations, in fact, were strong in the Ottoman, and that was what helped Ottoman to reign for such a long series of years. Thank you very much. I think I exceeded my time by 5 minutes, but I'm sorry, Mr. Chair and distinguished panelists. I'm sorry for that. Well, thank you very much, Professor Cengiz. I was also keeping an eye on the clock. Yes, you exceeded your time by 5 minutes, but it was flowing very fluently. I don't want to intervene. Well, thank you very much for your speech about the internal security organizations in the Ottoman. There were different names, there were different types of organizations, but in each period of the state, there were problems. This is the case for all the states. What the Japanese scholar says. In fact, the black stones can be seen by everyone, but it's important to see the white stones, or the same analogy can be made with hair. Dark hair can be seen by everyone. What about the white hair? This is internal security. Now, I would like to proceed with the second speaker. Ahmet Özdal, Associate Professor. He will be talking about the public order problems in the medieval Islamic cities and some measures for security. Please be careful with time. I extend my best regards to everyone. Do you hear me properly? Yeah, we can hear you very well. Please go on. Thank you very much. I will talk about the public order problems in the medieval Islamic cities, and I will be talking about some security measures taken then. That will be the topic of my presentation. First, let me provide you some introduction and set the perspective for the public order problems. You know, external threats can be originating from human factors, just like looting and invasion, but there may be some natural disasters acting as a factor, for example, flood, aridity, etc. And in the town centers, there can be some overall chaos, or independent of all this, there can be other public order problems. These are all the factors affecting the people, and the community may lose their culture of coexistence and their security in terms of life and property is compensated with all these factors. Let's look at the urban structure in the Great Seljuks. We see that the towns are made of three parts. There is Kuhandiv, the inner castle. The second part is Şehristan, the overall panoramic of the city. And the third part is the external neighborhoods. I mean, the neighborhoods on the outskirts of the city. In all medieval cities, we see this structure. In the most appropriate place of the state, there is Kuhandiv, the inner castle. And in the inner castle, there is always a military garrison in the medieval cities. According to certain threads, the medieval cities, in fact, appear to be castle cities with a certain number of doors and gates. These are very wide gates. They keep the gates closed during the nighttime, and during the daytime, they have control over the entries and exits. So for study purposes, for pilgrimage, for touristic purposes, for trade purposes, they can be entries and exits. And during these entries and exits, and also during institute travels, it is necessary to get some official permit. This measure is in relation to ensuring public order. These permissions go into the official records, and some travel certificate is issued upon demand after certain inspections. Traveling, if he is a very well-known person, then a sealed document is given. But if they are just the laymen who are traveling, then they would seal them in their arms, or they would give them some metal lead ID coin that would be hanging on their neck, just like a necklace. And in the medieval cities, there would be long streets in the marketplace, and at the two ends, there would be two great doors, and they would be closed at night. Before dark hours, the marketplace would be abandoned, and the traders would go back home. People would leave their shops to go home, and then the watch guards would close the gates. They would be walking the streets together with their watchdogs. They would have torches, and Asas was the name for the night watchman. They would be patrolling in the streets and the marketplaces on hourly basis. They would receive certain remuneration. There were also inns in those cities. In fact, during the night times and evening times, in fact, the night guards would also be guarding the inns. As of the 19th century, also for the purpose of ensuring security, some main roads would be illuminated. And in especially Kurtuba, you see very good examples of illumination and lighting. And some processed copper lighting bulbs would be hanging on the posts, and you see different types of lighting in different regions. In Iran and Iraq, mostly oil-based neft would be used, and in Syria and Egypt, some oily candles would be used. And in Egypt, mostly the sesame oil would be used. Let's look at the organization once again. In order to set public order and in order to counter crime, there was this organization called Shurta. It was a responsible organization. There would be a president, and it would be called Sahibi Shurta. It means owner of the Shurta. And also for the administrative correspondence, there was the secretary, and there were the Shurtis. They were the assistants and deputies to the Shurta. The Shurta organization also had some subunits, guards, guardians, security forces, execution officers, night watchers, assassins, and intelligence officers, patrolling officers. Other units are the subunits. In fact, in terms of protocol, Shurta was at the same level as Qadi, and they were wearing some specially prepared uniform. They would be called hilfat, and they would tie a belt, matuka, and they would wear shasiye, that is a thin headscarf, and they would also have a black sarkosh on their head. And the shurtis, when they were parading officially, they would wear iza, that is a shirt. In fact, it doesn't have a collar, and it is a bit wide, and also they would wear a dishtash. This is the male dress. It is a part of Arabic culture, and they would also wear a belt. That's a special uniform. On their uniform and on their belt, they would be carrying some long daggers, and on the daggers they would carry the emblems that would show their rank. The shurtis during operations and campaigns, they would also wear the helmets and arms with special emblems, and they would also wear some special military shoes. It would be called charmo, and they would be equipped with certain weapons, that is mostly a long dagger, and they had a special weapon, kafir kubbat. It is similar to a sword. It is mostly used during battle time. It is like a sickle. They would also carry their whip. And Shurta dates back to Ali the Caliph, and then there were different formats. The Shurta organization would report to the Qadi later on, or to the provincial governor. For example, under the Merini in the Islamic dynasty in North Africa, in their dynasty in Andalus, Shurta would report to Hajib. And in time, it turned into an organization reporting to the Sultan, and later on the Caliph himself. And let's look at the elements included in their functions. They would undertake some jurisdiction functions, and they were administering the jails. They were responsible for overall public order. They were responsible for the interrogations, investigations. They were helping the Qadi, the judge, and they were enforcing the decisions and orders of the Qadi. They were responsible for the customs duty operations, and if necessary, they would join the war. That was part of their function, and all their functions would be fulfilled in close communication with the constable, muhtasib, and qada. So for the postal organization and the intelligence organization, in fact, in Devan Berit board, there were seats, and Shurta was part of that divan, that board, together with the other units. And in Egypt, Fusta, and in El Asker, in two parts of Egypt, there were two Shurta headquarters established in Islamic cities. The Shurta buildings would be mostly next to other security and jurisdiction areas. So they would be mostly in the administrative part of the city, and they would stay together with the other administrators of the town. In pre-Islamic and Muslim Turkic states, there were subashis who were responsible for the public order and security, and that was originating from the Turkish military tradition. In fact, subashi and shurta organizations are similar, and later on they brought together under one organization in the following states, and they shared roles. In Syria, this different. Interestingly, Shurta and Subaşı institutions, in fact, didn't become widespread. That was unlike other Islamic states. But, public order and security were ensured by Ahtas. That is a different institution. It was unique. It had its own characteristics. In fact, Ahtas would be executed and enforced by some well-known families. It is mostly in Al Jazeera. In Diyarbakir, there is a dynasty called Nisanoğulları. And in fact, this is also an Ahtas organization. It's a dynasty, but it's an Ahtas organization. They filled in the gap, and then they turned into a small feudal prince territory. During in Delhi Kölemens in India, in fact, public order and enforcement rules would be shared by Emirdaden Shane. In the Turkish Selçuks, the ports and coasts were secured by the coastal commander. Bahayet Muhammad, in fact, was giving this appointment. They had specific training, and they were holding the offices for a certain time. In time, there was corruption and also abuse of power. Then the offenders would be reprimanded, they would be dismissed, and sometimes they would be imprisoned. And if there was any embezzlement of bribery, then they would be given those penalties in addition to the seizure of property. In fact, in Nizam al-Mulk, the famous Selçuk Vezir, in fact, talked about the signs of corruption. In fact, he wrote the 40th chapter of his famous collection of works as a recommendation of the sultans, and it included those signs of corruption. In the medieval age, what were the most popular threats? It was usurp, stealing, the Baghdadi rival, looting, unrest, and also some fight between different denominations. The Abbasid Caliphate, before it disappeared, in fact, there were some a civil unrest that was led by Ayyas. They mostly have a job, but they are not representing a profession. Members of trade and tradesmen would be, in fact, there. But that organization is very interestingly an anti-trade organization. In fact, they didn't intervene with the weak, with the women, with children. They had some moral principles, and they felt like a cavalier working alone in the woods, and they were just fighting against the enemy voluntarily in the rural. However, in Baghdad, in major cities, metropolitan cities, in fact, they were always in conflict with the capitalists and also the security forces. So it's just like that organization had two faces. One is good and one is bad. With the emergence of anarchy, Shurta organization and in the equivalent organizations, in fact, there was higher importance. Ibn Kassir talks about a looting event that took place in 1339. In fact, there were some explosives used then. We don't know the triggering mechanism, but it was the time adjusted. It was 1339, year 1339. It's interesting. So now I can read a paragraph from Ibn Kassir in order to describe you what happened in that specific year. And then I will conclude. Well, he says the following. A group of Christian leaders just gathered in their own church. They collected some money internally in Damascus, 1339, and for preparation of explosives, spying. They had all the knowledge, and in fact, they gave the money to two priests, two fathers, who had all the information about terrorism, the explosives, etc. In fact, the explosives would show the impacts only after 4 or 5 hours. In fact, towards the evening hours, they just placed the bombs, the explosives, in a hole, in a niche in the wall.
Geceleyin karanlık bastırınca insanlar aniden dükkanlarının bulunduğu yerden alevler yükselmekte olduğunu gördüler.
And then
Hatta
after some time, people saw the flames coming. In fact, the Amavite mosque's east minaret was set on fire. The representatives of the Sultan and all others were there. And later on, the fire just expanded, and the houses and the schools were affected by the fire as well. The aim was to put the Amavite mosque fire as well. So that was a collective action of the Christians, and that was looting. And once the authorities understood that the reason for the looting, in fact, was Christians, and the authorities just arrested 60 people. They were tortured, they were penalized, and more than 10 Christian leaders were killed, and their dead bodies were burnt down. In conclusion, I'd like to say that there are certain dynamics of public security and order in the medieval cities. One tradition is originating from Islam. Shurta is an example. And the second branch is originating from Central Asia, Turkish tradition. And there are also regional traditions, just like Ahdas. Fourth arm is related to the needs. All these needs were also shaping the institutions. Their mandate and jurisdiction would be overlapping sometimes, but in practice there was no chaos among the institutions. In terms of security, these institutions would collaborate with other units, and they would be working in coordination. That's all for my presentation. I hereby conclude my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Hocam, Ortaçağ İslam şehirlerinde
Thank you very much, Ahmed Bey. You talked about the order problems and ensuring security in the Middle Ages, and you talked about the measures, and also you talked about the Shurta organization. Of course, in every period, the organizations of Islam might not be very suitable for Islam. In the beginning, there are fundamental principles, but in time, there are some corruptions, as can be seen. And what is the reality is that, of course, having the geography, having managed to the geographies is not easy, and there are different kinds of crimes per cities, and it is not easy to have organized per cities. And in Islamic cities, there are different types of crimes, and that the organizations are established accordingly. Thank you very much for your presentation. The third presentation, Dr. Abdülkadir Turan, talked about the order policy in Egypt, in Abdülkadir Eyyubi. This is my PhD subject is not this on. I'll talk about Salahuddin, the policy of public order in Egypt during the period of Salahuddin. I remind you of your time. We have a limited time. So if you can wrap up around 11:10, that would be very good. First and foremost, I would like to salute all the participants I'd like to thank the Assam management in this regard. I'll talk about Selahattin Eyyubi and I'll talk about the public order in Egypt. It is a certain period, and this is under a certain registration, and there are records in this. In terms of the public order, it is only Salahattin Mahmud Sengi is an idea of the management. They have a strategy back then, and the strategy is the Islamic strategy, and all the elements of the state work on this strategy and organize accordingly. One complements the other. All the elements and their activities should be evaluated within that perspective. A madrasa establishment or an establishment of a water hole is important. It's about the strategy they had. Salatin, within that perspective, had a 5-year of a public order between 1169 and the time in the last 19 years. He stopped by the capital of their own state as Egypt turned into a piece of island of peace. And the project is that there is a secure capital, secure Egyptian seas, and in terms of the water, in terms of the inlands in the Mediterranean, they are protected from the Byzantium, and Tunis, Sudan, and Yemen, they were occupied and conquered. And when we look at these, the problems are the fact that they cannot be away from the places, and they cannot be away from the places in terms of time and in terms of distance. And therefore, the capital can be in order. There will be 3 subjects that I will address at the subject before Salatin's public order experience and the Salatin's public order politics. In the first 25 years that Egypt was conquered, and there's Amelia part. This is the golden age, and there is when Abbasis were established, the Egypt was neglected, like all the geography, and in every 100 years in Egypt there is a new environment that was born, and have been Cholon in 868 comes to that place, a Turkish military personnel, and there is the independence, but there is a new Turkish state, and they cannot come up with a solution to the Egyptian problems. And within that period, in Northern Africa, there is a Fatimi state was established, and the Islamic realm was divided into 3, and there is 5 years later, Shia Fatimiyya state was established, and Egypt was the capital. There was the Cairo was established as a state. There is an abnormal situation there because the Fatimiyas is a Shia state. However, most of the people of Egypt was Ahl Sunnah. So they are living in alliance with the Egyptian people. Fatimiyya state in order to have the Sunni state, the Sunni state were not convinced with that, and they had the Christians over the Muslims. After 100 years, the Fatimid state cannot be managed by the Imam of Fatimiyya, and upon that, Fakhri Jebali is invited to the headquarters, and there is a Bezir state. There's a Fatimiyya state in the beginning. There is a sultan with and however, Fakhri Jebali, if we can say so, is conducts operation, and he tries to have the public order. However, there are problems among the viziers, and for Fatimiyya state, there's a lack of public state, and this is a way of becoming this disrupted the state. The Fatimi Imamate, for this becomes a guarantee for Fatima Imametin, and Fatimi Imametin, in order to protect himself, he has many soldiers, and in around Antep, there are many Armenians. They were settled in Egypt. There is a military order was established, and among the viziers that caused the opposition to go to the west, and Sheikho, for 3 times he has the mobilization to Egypt, and this is the case in Egypt. And after that, there is the Salatin experience I'd like to talk about. He's from a family of order, and before Zengi Atabeyli in Şirket city, Necmettin Eyüp was a civil governor, and Shah Konser is the security guard of the security commander of the state. And after the city was taken by Mülletin, the family was given to management of the city. Selahattin assumed the role of the security commander, and there are many good poems about this. Selahattin Yusuf Necmettin Eyüp is the name. All these thieves have fear because of women cut their fingers when they see Selahattin, and Selahattin cuts the hands of the thieves. That was a poem about him. And in the second mobilization of Turchkov, he's in Babain War. He has an important commander. He has the he wins at the war over Crusades, and he is a good diplomat, and in the Crusades and the Egyptians, they recognize Selahattin among the process, and in Selahattin's order there are a few topics about it. He works on the public order disrupting groups that should take over. He works for the Crusades, and then there's El Jawhar. He takes over a palace, a secretariat, and there are the Sudanese military personnel, and he takes over the Armenians supporting him. And in the beginning, he makes a palace secure, and after that, from the Memluks, he appoints a Karakush, and he takes over the palace. I'd like to say one thing. I'd like to point out one thing. This is Fatimi Imameti is the last castle that he burns down, and so he is all the barons who have rich classes and richness is disrupted by him as a last resort. And the second one is that the state cadre, state staff was established. Some of them were the family members, and there's a Kader father from the old system. There are some personalities taken under his service, and following that, and for this negotiation team, he constructs a very nice castle for them, so that this staff can work in a very secure place. It is a 1173 as of the date. And then he establishes an important intelligence unit who are working both in the sea and both in the lands, and the opposition against Salahuddin, and the order disrupting teams and groups as a result of crusade relations. They're always in connection with the external powers, and they are trying to take over Selahattin in this way. However, Selahattin increased the intelligence, and he makes a very low-cost operations, and there are some sudden attacks so that the people, the other parties can be disillusioned. And with that, he makes all the parties surprised that there are the religious personnel, and there are Turkmen intelligence officers, and there are Christians, and there are crusades as well, crusade ambassadors as well. He says that there are the hidden deceptions are better than the open deceptions, and there are two coups that he is confronted with, which covers an assassination against him in Fatimi time, and the other ones are at after the Fatimi time. And the Byzantium and Crusades among ourselves have a talk, and of course the Turkmen staff recognizes the Byzantium and Crusades person that he's wearing a very expensive shoe, and he finds that the letter to be sent to Crusades, and he gives a number and a name of a person, an Armenian person, and he Selahattin catches Cevheri before he makes a riot, and he sees that one ship was coming to Dimyat, and before leaving the capital, he takes some measures of Turanshah, his brother, and he wins over the Dimyat war, and this is one of the most important Muslim Christian wars. He enters into war with 1,000 ships, and if the Muridian doesn't send a huge support, he doesn't make an investment, Selahattin is saved, and the Egypt was from the conquer, and there are Shia people, and they are the religious personnel, and there are ulama, there are some poems, and also there are some fortune tellers about that Selahattin had the crusade leader followed, and he lets him come into the state, enter into the state, but before the riot takes place, he just oppresses the riot. It's a very attracting point is that as the riot involving military personnel can be needed, but he forgives them, and all the historians appreciate that the time of Salatin You have 4 minutes. So if I hope that I could explain myself in 4 minutes. Selahattin establishes a very good postal service and organization, and at the end of this process, we can talk about the financial, the training, and education part of it. In Selahattin, when he cares at the Fatima Palace, he distributes all the assets to the people, including the crown, and he establishes a certain environment of trust, and then he has a zakat system in this regard. First, in a public order establishment in Egypt, we can say that this is a very important thing to be done. And he takes over the women, and there are they takes all the cut from the offices, and every 2 days he establishes the courts. He hears the Masali courts himself, and there's an integration of the state and the people in education aspect. It takes out a Darul Mayne for Shafi, it turns it into a madrasa for Shafis, and in the most Darul Ghazal, the entertainment center, is turned again in a madrasa. So there is a tasawwuf dargah established in near every madrasa. However, in order not to have them a separate organization, there is a vision who is appointed that they're under one system, and they're taken under one system under the state control. There are people and they are working with the same strategy, so that the preachers are there. These are the people who are financially satisfied in terms of they are happy with the state in terms of financial affairs, in terms of justice, and they start including the Bedouins, they start to serve the state. And Selahattin, although this happens for the people who are making right, he appoints a Karakush from Turkish Memluks, and it is a Hükmül Karakush, and there are the Karakush staff that was established, and this is it. As it is the case in this state of Egypt, the people of Egypt think that the non-existence of order, public order, is very good. However, they were very surprised about the Karakush, and as I pointed out, and he closes the drinking places, and he has a certain registration system, and he defines that even that people and their people start working in the graveyards, whether they have any debts, if they don't have, there's some measures, if they have debts, that's was were paid by the state. And with the principles that they make a safe capital, safe Egypt, and that it turns into a safe and secure Egypt. Some of the Sunnis, they go to Sudan. Some of them go to Tunis, and under the Karakush, there's a different Karakush. In Sharafettin Karakush control, there is a new mobilization, and in Yemen there are the Shia presence, and Russia is sent to this place, and all around Egypt became a secure corridor for Egypt. So as a result, what I'd like to say is that what makes Selahattin's work easier is that that the state has a certain strategy, the disruption of crusades, and all the elements within this scope was functioning, and between these elements that there is a harmony and there is a solidarity, and the people can have a strategy for the state, although there were some strict measures for the public order, for education, for the justice. They all played an active role in the establishment of this. One thing led to another. One institution was working very well. That they all have a strategic structure. I hope I could have explained myself. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Selahattin was listened to all the bragging about himself, and in this hijab, he attaches importance on negotiation, and he controls the hijab to an extent. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the professor. I'd like to thank the participants. I hope that I was able to explain it at an extent that I can have. As the historians, of course, they made use of what you have been telling about this man. Very good. In Selahattin Eyyubi, you have a very good science branch, and of course, it's about Selahattin Eyyubi. It's about the works of Selahattin Eyyubi rather than the period of Selahattin Eyyubi. Of course, he has a very special place in history, and of course, it's about the eradication of crusades. He is a very important commander, and of course, at this very stage, he has known all this. Last year in the Congress, I'll talk about Nureddin Mahmut Özen. I'll talk about the Islamic strategy. It is a continuation of this. So this is also very important. If I couldn't have touch upon it, it's because of the time limitation. And of course, there are important commanders, important statespeople, and of course, what they have done and they did should be known by the people, so that this could be understood by people. And of course, that this is there are some self-sacrificing acts that should be taken into account to look again for the future. Of course, sometimes we neglect the historical background, and I think that this session is a very good in this regard. Now, I'll talk about the fourth speaker, Safa Bahadır Yusuf Sahi. I don't know whether he is here. It's about the Ottoman Empire, the establishment of institutions in the Ottoman Empire, and the protection of the consumers and producers lesson for the present.
Professor Dr. Yaqub Bulut Hojam and other respected guest speakers and jury, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can you hear me, sir? Yes. Okay, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Okay.
Okay. With your permission, I'll start the presentation. So, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The establishment of institutions in the Ottoman Empire and the protection of the consumers from lessons for the present time. I'll go with the slides. Before I'd like to highlight the main topics which I'll cover. So I'll go with the historical background, then the financial institutions, then the ethical and charitable institutions, then consumer protection, which is one of the main subject of the paper, and then lesson learned for the present world, and then finding and recommendation. So if I go with the main idea, what we will cover. So our focus in this research paper is on the establishment of different institutions, which will cover financial and religious institutions development and their benefits and protections for the consumers. We will see the combination of religious and financial institutions in the Ottoman Empire, and will evaluate how we can implement those traits and strategies to achieve economic progress in today's world with great harmony. The Ahilic leading guild system, cash waqf model, Timar system, and Assam system, etc., are of the Ottomans contributed significantly to the uplifting of the society during the Ottoman Empire. Institutions and the effective functionings were responsible for economic development and socio-economic balance, which is very important. In this paper, we compare traditional and modern consumer protection measures, as well as characteristics and measures by the Ottoman consumer protection system that can be applied to modern consumer protection. We have so the lesson, the most important lesson learned, the importance of the instilling of the spirit of brotherhood among consumers and producers, as well as shifting our focus from maximizing our individualistic benefit to maximizing society and the planet's benefit. In order to achieve this efficiently, the Ottomans encouraged collaboration between the three parties involved. So the first one was consumer, the second was the suppliers, and the third was the government itself. Historically, if we see, the Ottomans were dominating the Black Sea, the Aegean Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, the Caspian Sea, and the Red Sea area. So this is, a huge area which they were covering. And after, these Seljuk Turks in the 11th century in Malazgirt in 1071, we have seen that, that area of Anatolia was open to the Muslims. And the Ottomans then were along with the two bordering empires, the Persian Empire and the Byzantine Empire. So we will, in this paper, we will focus on the three things in the three categories. Like the first one was the Gaza Rian in expansion. I'm calling it expansion from 1299 to 1585. Then consolidation, and then transformation. So these are the three stages of the Ottoman Rian, and I'll focus on the consolidation and transformation. I'll not call it a failure at the end. No, it was not a failure, but it was expanding, and they were changing positive. So the systems or the institutions developed in the Ottoman Empire was the Ahilic system, or the Ukhuwa, which was transformed to the guild system then. Then we have Hizba system, we have Assam, Malikani system, Timar system, Iltizam, like the Agri tax collection system, which was, helping, helping the government or the armies. And then banking system, and then the Ottoman's public debt administration, and then the Tanzimat reforms at the end. So we will go one by one, but I want to see, the overall picture of the consumer protection if we compare it with the new world now and the Ottomans. So we can see that, from the Professor Cargill 2011's research, we can see that, you know, in today's organization of industries and commerce, but at that time, the Ottomans were solving the common issues of the industrialist and tradesmen through the Ahalic system. So there was a solution for that. And workers and employees syndicates nowadays, and it was regulated in the Ottomans, the relationship of the workers and employees in the Ahalic system. Competition board these days, and also we have an Ahalic system how to prevent the monopolies and commodities and services standards institutions these days. But at that time we have Hisba in the Qadi system who were inspecting the qualities and inequalities of the commodities and services. Then consumer protection institutions, and there were an Ahalic system of proper consumer rights protection. The Ukhuwa of guild system, if we see in the paper, but I want to see the total quality management system through the AHI system or the Ahalic system. So the total quality management system or concept supports the teamwork rather than the work of the individual alone, and improves the system as a whole as it improves the workers within the system. So this was, you know, some 500 or 600 years back, but nowadays we have different, you know, institutions, different methodologies to adopt those things. A Ahalic system is a system which is capable of making up the infrastructure of the total quality management concept, or even going a little bit further. So Ahalic system, which is a human-centered, with its activities arranged for humans, and it is a system which does not permit humans to be viewed as its tools. So this is a, if we see from the altruistic approach, so it's totally different than the capitalist approach. The Hisba system we in detail discussed in the paper, but it is one of the most important, system where there is a inspector of the marketplace, which is called Muhtasib, and he is responsible to see the check and balance in the commercial zone. One of the most important duties was, to check the accuracy of weight and measures at the market. So this was one of the institutions which was, it really helped to provide all these, traits like the good price, good quality, and all other traits during the deals. I did not discuss about the Zavia, but that is also linked with the Ahalic system. So in the paper, I'll discuss. The protection of consumer and ensuring their rights are achieved, which includes the following. Number one is setting standards of products and services in Hisba system, as well as their production processes. Testing final products quality to ensure they meet the standards, and inspecting of weights, scale, and sales practices to ensure that there is no deception or fraud. Monitoring market prices to ensure they comply with the set limits. Inspecting production tools and procedures, as well as raw materials qualities. Testing the qualification of the producers and services providers to ensure that they are qualified enough to do the needed job. And then monitoring the market to make sure that no stock pilling, ihtikar, is in practice in that market. Enforcing the laws and punishing the violators based on the evidences. So this system of saza and jaza, or the reward and punishment, was there. Agriculture-based, tax collection systems, Timar, Malik exam system, but I'll not talk about it here. I'll go for the Assam system, which is a game changer instrument. If you see, the state or the government authorities were setting aside an asset that was generating a predictable annual revenue stream. And these assets were owned and managed by the government, which only devotes a small percentage of its annual revenue to Assam securitization. So this was a game changer at that time. When they needed money, they issued Assam or Sam, the people get the funds and finance their projects or finance their army at that time. It was one of the innovative products at that time. And nowadays, if we see the modern Assam in our time is sukuk or perpetual sukuk or perpetual bonds. So we can say that this concept of sukuk was taken from Assam, which was innovative at that time. Nobody thought about it. So Professor Murad talked about it. Murad Chizalche talked about it in detail in some papers, but some of the significant things which he has mentioned that Assam was something like it has no riba or sood or interest, and there was no risk shifting, but risk sharing, and there was capability to move the society to Al-Ghazali and Shatibi optimum of Maqasid al-Sharia. So these days, we can come up with the Assam with the kind of like sukuk for different things to get funds. Then banking system, it is discussed in detail in the paper, but I'll talk about it. That in 1888, the Ottomans established bank by the state. Ziraat Bankasi from finance to finance agriculture, which was based on Murabaha system to support the farmers. In the beginning of the 20th century, cash waqf capital became waqf bank or foundation bank before the First World War. Then charitable institutions, which was innovative at that time. There was normal waqf in the Abbasid time, but that was only for the properties. But cash waqf in the Ottomans were unique in a sense that cash was as a capital. So cash was a capital, and it was used in different Islamic modes to generate revenues, and that revenues were utilized for basic necessities of the public. In one of his papers, he's talking about it, that waqf types operating in the Ottoman Empire was the cash waqfs, which hold cash money as capital. The cash waqfs operated in capital with various Islamic finance methods. Revenues obtained from various investments were used for the purpose of waqf. The cash waqfs met the vital necessities of society pertaining to education and religion in the period they were active in the Ottoman Empire. Another function of these waqf was to operate as a microcredit mechanism at that time to give financing to the people in the society, whether farmers or whether the small merchants. And then the Ottoman Public Debt Administration, the OPDA, became a vast and essential independent bureaucracy within the Ottoman bureaucracy, run by the creditors and its governing councils. It was packed with European government officials, including one representative, each from British, French, German, Austrian, Italian, Dutch, and the Ottoman creditors, and one representative from the Ottoman state. So this was also one of the significant institutions. One of my favorite thing is the Tahrir Daftarlari system. If we see, the Tahrir Daftarlari system was vital to the financial administration of those lands and were used for a variety of purposes. They served as an official register to establish legal claims to land, to assist the empire expected tax revenues, and to appropriate some of the revenues to the military and administrative officials as remuneration for their services. So the Mufassal Daftars was just like similar to the English Doomsday Book, but it was more in details. Like the Mufassal Daftars were more in details and wider in spatial and temporal coverage. The Mufassal Daftars contain such details, information about taxpayers and the economic activities in the Ottoman towns and villages, that it is difficult to imagine research on Ottoman history of the 15th and 16th centuries. It does not in some way rely on the information. So the Tahrir Daftars are the gold mines of research for the historians of the Middle East and Eastern Europe, providing rich, detailed information about the names, numbers, and composition of tax-paying inhabitants and the amount of taxes due from productive resources in economic activities. Tanzimat, the last thing I've talked about it in detail in the paper, so I'll not go into that. New revenue for generating money, new aspects of revenue. Not the first thing, like the pilgrims to Mecca also give rise every year to one of the largest payments in specie flown within the Ottoman Empire. So this was not like a revenue generation, but a flow of capital in the Ottoman Empire. From Egypt, from Misr to Hijaz, and from the Balkans to Hijaz. So it was like a flow of capital, which was generating more money and employment. And then forestry was also considered as a source of revenue illustrated by one of the scholars in 2012 in his paper that forestry was also used as a source of revenue. A few slides. Consumer protection in the Ottomans. So Qanunname Ihtisab Bursa, Qanunname Ihtisab Istanbul, Qanunname Ihtisab Edirne. The basic elements of the consumer protections were the approval of the regulation by the royal decree, awareness of the masses, and monitoring of the system, which I have discussed, and implementation like reward and punishment system.
Dr. Sa, only 4 minutes.
Okay, sir, I'm concluding. So consumer protection in the Ottoman era practices were the first consumer protection, first standard regulation, and first environmental protection law in the history was produced at that time. Developed between the year 1502 to 1507 by Maulana Yaraluja Mahiuddin, based on the order of Sultan Bayezid II, which was following the Ahlik principles in the products and services quality assurance, not just control. It was covering all stages of production and sale, from raw material till after sales, use of the product brands, any metal products to sustain quality of the products, narh, which is pricing based on justice for producers and consumers, market monitoring by muhtasib, penalties applied by muhtasib but based on judge approval. Penalties varied from defaming the producers and closing his shops up to physical punishment. And then faulty products were immediately in preventing of the ihtikar. Nar, which I've discussed here, I have talked about it in detail in the paper, and then ihtisab functions on a hisba system I've talked about, which is any price and quality control, no exploitation for the consumers, no hoarding or ihtikar of the edibles, enabling the farmers by introducing system of agriculture tax farming, enabling and empowering the small merchants by giving funds a murabaha, cash waqf system, sharing the risk with the people, rather selling the risk. Isham system, helping the poor and needy. No difference in Muslims and non-Muslims. We are waqf system or sadaqah. Interfaith harmony in a religious tolerance in the Ottoman Empire, and system of rewards and punishment. Listen, learn. I have discussed it in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahafat. Your presentation was very good, especially ahilik and tımar systems, very important in history and nowadays. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Türkçe bir iki şey ifade etmek isterim. Bilmiyorum.
Let me add a few things in Turkish. I'm not sure if you can listen to me via interpretation. So the AHİ organization is still an important one. And in September every year, we celebrate the organization of AHİ every 2 weeks. But unfortunately, this is something that we need to further remember, because we talk about total quality assurance, quality management, which are still very important concepts today. And we talk about improving ourselves every day. And we know that this spirit definitely exists in the market today. So especially in the final years of the Ottoman Empire, the disruption in the Tımar system unfortunately led to the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire. Now, the fifth speaker will be from India. Ayjaz Bashir Lon will be talking about the status of women and their socioeconomic and internal security contribution during the Ottoman period. You have the floor.
Konuşmacımız orada mı bilmiyorum ama.
Is the speaker with us today?
Okay.
Thank you.
Kuan, please. You can make the presentation.
Yes, I am just sharing my screen.
Oradaki arkadaşlar yardımcı olursa ekran paylaşımı yapmak istiyorum ama.
Dr. Ayjaz?
Okay.
Yes, it is done. It is done.
Okay.
Can I restart it when it will be within half a minute, please?
Okay. Dr. Bashir, please go on. Okay.
Is my screen visible, Professor?
Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So my topic is about the status of women and their socio-economic and internal security contribution during the Ottoman period. I will go first step by step to the status of women, then their socio-economic contributions, and later on the internal security contributions. So first, I want to give a little brief, although my many professors and friends had talked about the Ottoman Empire and its vastness. So I wanted to give a little brief what we are going to do through this presentation. So first, if you will see Uthman Empire, that it lasts more than 600 years. It was one of the biggest empire in the world, and it thrived between 1299 through 1922. And it was Europeans, Africans, and West Asia's most remarkable ruling entity. So by these things, we can get a little idea about the empire, that where it was and what was its main focus. It was having the vast varieties of culture, religion, and language. So we understand that it was not just Muslims were included or just one culture was included. It was multicultural empire. So what we are going to discuss here about the status of women, that first of all, I like to highlight about the legal system of Uthman and the status of women in Islam, because the legal system which is in Uthman is mostly inbuilt by the Islamic laws. So we will go in detail. First, if we will think about that, can a state with Islamic principles deprive its women, or will it give more rights than other political systems? So we have to think about it while going through presentation. We will come to know, inshallah. Until there is one more point which I like to highlight about the lady status, which is the prospects from Western countries. So until 1970s, there were the Uthman harem featured women, but reality was different. There was not such a vast research on that. Later on, the researchers have done some work on it. So first, let us see about the women's status in Islam. If we will go through this slide, we will see in a brief that how much the woman is respected in Islam and how much status, a great status it has been given. So apart from personal, social, and economic rights, we can see that women in Islam has various other rights. It is to that level that it becomes the way to Jannah for different people in their various stages. If we will see in these three hadiths, that when she is born, she opens doors to her parents for Jannah. When she marries, she completes half the deen of her husband. And when she becomes a mother, there is Jannah beneath her feet. So this is the status which Islam gave to the woman. When we will go to the rights of women in Islam, if we will go back that it is the Islam which gives the rights and dignity to women 1400 years ago. Islam came to uphold women's rights and elevate their standing in society. At the time of Prophet Muhammad, when girls were buried alive, but he came as a mercy for all the humankind as well as for that time. And the ladies were saved by the coming of Islam. So if we will see here, number first, the right to be honored and treated with respect. If we will see as a mother, so there is a hadith when Prophet Muhammad was asked about that who is the most deserving of my good treatment by one Sahaba. So he repeated 3 times the mother, whereas 4th time he repeated father. So first priority he gave to mother to be treated as most deserving people. And as a wife, it has been also mentioned in the hadith that the most perfect man in his faith is the one who treats his wife more excellently. So here also it is showing that how much it is the respect given, or it is related to the one's faith, that how he treats a lady. A daughter and sister, in case of a daughter and sister, there is one more hadith by Prophet Muhammad that whoever has 3 or 2 daughters or sisters and keep them in good company, means appraise them in a good way, Allah will give him paradise in this regard. So when we will see second, right to seek knowledge and education, in Islam, everybody have this right, and everybody have the right to seek knowledge and to inherit any skills or pursue the knowledge. Seeking knowledge is a duty upon every Muslim, and he who imparts knowledge to those who do not deserve it is like who one who puts a necklace of jewelry, pearls, and gold around the neck of swan. So this is also mentioned in Hadith that it is not barred to anyone, and it is not just the property of men, but it is to all, and ladies are equal in it. Third right, if we will see, right to equal justice. In Islam, women have the same rights as male regarding religious practices such as prayer, fasting, and charity giving. Surely men and women believe it is also mentioned in the Quran in this ayah that where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is equating men and women in many conditions as same. So if you will see this ayah, there is every time Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talking about men and women with different attributes, and they are same. And fourth is the Muslim woman has the right to work. So when we will see the right to economic self-sufficiency, it is also given in Islam. So they have right to work, they have right to inherit the property, they have a right to have a legal contract and manage her assets financially, everything. So there is no difference in that way also. If we will see the right to choose a spouse, there is also given that right to lady that she can choose her spouse as per her wish, even though if parents are choosing spouse, but she has the right to accept or deny the spouse. So these 5 rights, if we will see, they are covering the main aspect of life, even though there are a lot of more, but they were the main 5 which I highlight here, so that we can come to know about the status of lady given in Islam. So when we will come to the legal system of Uthman time, so as per the archives, 85% of Uthman law was based on Sharia and were used to create personal, family, international, private, and public law procedures. And 80% were penal laws, financial and other general principles. So if we will see that the society, the country, the empire having the legal system embedded with 85% of Sharia law, it is sufficient to understand that the status of women, what can be there. So I don't think there should be any doubt about their treatment to women. When we will go to pre-Uthman legal system, what was embedded in that legal system, there were 2 things. One was Sharia law, as I discussed, the 85% of it was embedded in it. And another was al-urf and qiyas. This qiyas and al-urf was done where there was some situations in which they need to have some intellectual substance to carve a solution. So by this, there was sometimes the Amir was saying, or he was coming with a solution, or sometimes an Imam was coming, or King was coming. So these qiyas and urf was used as a secondary source in legal system. So now what was the privileges that Uthman woman was getting in pre-modern time? So first, if we will see legal privileges, she was having right to control that belongs to them, and neither father nor spouse were allowed to utilize it without their approval. So they were the full holders, the full owners of their properties, right to bring disputes before the local qaidi, or what we will say now, judge. They were also able to bring the cases to court as a man is allowed. In most cases, judge protects women's legal and property rights in the Uthman court system, utilized by women for all walks of. Even judges have given many the judgments in which they protected their legal affairs also. Non-Muslim Uthman, this is very interesting that even non-Muslim Uthman women who were non-Muslim, as we talked that it was multicultural, multi-religion empire, there were some non-Muslim women also. They were widely using Qaidi courts because they have been regarded as more favorable in dealing with women's concern. So their own courts were not dealing such clearly as the Uthman courts were dealing with them. So they were preferring to go to that Qaidi court rather than theirs. Women have the ability to reject a match, and beforehand agreement were widespread. As I talked, that they were having their right to have their choice of person to marry. Sixth, if you will see, when it comes to dissolving an unhappy marriage, Uthman women had great freedom. The legal standards might imply to terminate their marriage. So even in divorce, also they were having their right for divorce. There was a customary for non-Muslims also in this, that Uthman women whose tradition did not allow divorce, they convert to Islam, and then by this method they were getting free from that desirable marriage. So in that time also, they were not having this privilege to get divorced, whereas Uthman women was having. Women were not given hard work like commercial or earning duties due to care and respect. In that society, there was care and respect even to animals. And we cannot talk only that women or men, they were having to all. So by this respect and by this care, they were not giving hard work. They were also given choice in it. If they like to work, they can. If not, they cannot. So here, if we will take some examples of Western ladies, Lady Elizabeth Carvan, which was moving from Crimea to Constantinople, was based on her trip during 1789. She wrote in her this trip book. She wrote that trip all, and she made it as a book. She wrote that, I think I never saw a country where women may enjoy so much liberty and free for all approaches as in Turkey. The Turks, in their conduct towards our sex, means women are an example to all other nations. So at that time also, in 1789, she also appreciated the situation of women in Ottoman time. Leslie Parsi questioned that typical picture of Ottoman women as prostrated and helpless in the empirical harem. She questioned it, that what you are saying about this, she didn't accept it. She questioned about it, that it is not real. According to her book, what she wrote in the book, The Empirical Harem, Sultan's mother and other royal ladies were more powerful and prominent as they retired into their harems in the latest 16th century. So they were very powerful. It was not just they are there as slaves, and they were segregating women and having family affairs and doing other works what were used in the state. So when we go to property rights in that, architecture projects and infrastructure development had by royal ladies. So they were also, their big hand was of that royal ladies to develop architecture projects and infrastructure. So if we will take the example of Hurram Sultans, which she created the Istanbul Haskiya Hurram Kale, which is still standing in Istanbul, and there was a mosque, a soup kitchen, women's hospital, and bathrooms, which we can say bathhouses. So these, they were money privileges given to them. Family landowners had a female landowners have a vital role also in this Timar system, as my brother Shafad talked before. And women in the Ottoman economy has a prominent role as seen in their charity actions. We will see later on what they do in charity also. When we see business privileges, they were also able to have their businesses, their own businesses in silk winding and cotton spinning, were traditionally seen their domain. It was domain of ladies because they were more handy on that craft. They also prepare foodstuffs and did small trades. They were also in agriculture and animal husbandry. Women from both the cities and countrysides were owning setups, business setups, and working together. So they were all like men are doing. So when we see their role in Ottoman state, if we will see at that time when women were seen as a sign of witchcraft and sin in the West, a revolution was posting in Anatolia, where Bajani Rum became the world's first women organization. So they were able to create their own organization under the Ottoman Empire. So this is showing that how was their status in Ottoman Empire and how they were able to contribute because of this privileges given to them. Bajani Rum has played an important role in Anatolia moral and economic regeneration and was the brains behind a massive endeavor in sector of religion, business, society, and education. So they contributed in all numerous works were created by them, schools, hospitals, whatever was used for public utility. if we will see their socio-economic contribution of the women in Ottoman Empire, their role were also in agriculture, business, and social work. They were also having their part in war, peace, and textiles, home economics. So if we see any area has been remained where they didn't participate in, and they were allowed to participate in it. Several instances illustrate that women in Anatolia were involved in commerce and operating business. As an example of Bursa, which we talked about, that they were having the majority of the spinning workshops were owned by females. Even in this, the males went to court to say that they have monopoly and we need any solution for that. So this was their status and this was their influence on every aspect of life. Apart from text workers, women in the neighborhood had their own mills and bakeries. So if we will see that they had their contribution in every aspect of life, in every domain. Due to the framework of no gender discrimination, these Bajane Room were able to contribute as much as Ahya organizations, because they were created by male and they were created by ladies. By this non-discrimination, they were able to contribute in equal parts. After completing the education of women, they trained them, they let them their own, they didn't let them to do their own, just to leave them without any care. They were constantly monitoring the ethical business. After teaching them, after training them, they were constantly monitoring them to have the good quality of products, to give the service which they provide in well way. So if you will see nowadays, we can say it, the chambers of commerce. Nowadays,
Dr. Bashir, 4 minutes.
Yes. I am going to close soon. So in this era, there are a lot of things which ladies had done in socio-economic spheres. In middle ages, Ahi women also served the purpose of providing work and employment. It is also regarded as the beginning of women's entrepreneurship for the prospects. So this is also the one of the main well-doing by them. These groups were also giving education and these educational. And now if you will see below are 3 examples of these numerous works which have been done by royal ladies. After that, it was followed by the other ladies who also contributed in Waqf. And we can see that the Waqf was 20 to 30% of all the philanthropy foundation were formed by the Uthman women in 18th century. So if we see this, so they were not even in this lagging behind. So contribution in internal security, this is the last topic. If you will see in here, Hisba system, they were having their own Hisba system because they provided for this ladies market were different. They were not allowed men to go in that market because mostly men were on wars and ladies were alone at home. They have to go and do their business and purchase there. So it was just separate for ladies. And there was a Hisba system also for malpracticing misconduct as same in groups. So nowadays, if you will see Hisba system, it is consumer protection system. So that time they were protecting their internal affairs by this consumer system protection also. Participation in the protection of state. So they also participated in the protection of state. They were fighting. They were capable. The ladies were capable to fight, ride, shoot, and archery. Also, they were hunting. So in that all way, they were able to give back to their husbands to fight also in wars. Even they fight for the Mongolian invasion. Against the Mongolian invasion, like a guerrilla group supplying troops with necessities like socks, clothes, and other logistic support. The women also indirectly secured the state for the emerging of criminals and thieves by diluting the extreme situation by teaching and providing jobs. So what they were teaching, they were giving moral training, they were providing jobs. So they saved indirectly the society from these harms, these criminal things. The Ahi women created an organization in Middle Age that helped other women find jobs. So they also created, which we can say, the job portal that time. Women in security field. So there were women in security fields also, which participate in the time of late Ottoman period. Dated from the General Directorate of Security shows that the 16th April 1880, Aisha Hanum, daughter of Bara, was assigned as a guard at the Zipton prison. So it was followed by other women to be as a security guard in ladies' prison. They were also providing guarding, providing food and health care to that ladies' prisoners. The women were involved in custom clearance processes also from the ship, which were coming ships or boats. They were also there to provide the custom clearance services. If the woman was suspected that she is smuggling or smuggling something, then lady was going and searching them. So they worked on ports also. Turkish intelligence began with the Gokturks, Huns, and Karakhans and Seljuks, but Turkish spies have operated for hundreds of years. These spies were first, they were thieves and other people who were knowing these criminal things, but later on they reverted to Islam and they shunned these bad practices. After that, they were used as an intelligence people. So they also, there were men and women both, which they were used in these intelligence agencies, and they were also having the experience of that things. So contribution in military operations, as I said, that they were as guerrilla organizations during wartime, and they were providing and supplying the war supplies to their men, as well as they were present in battlefields. Last one in these were some concepts of Western people who were saying that the why these Uthman ladies are so much.
Dr. Bashir, only 1 minute.
Last slide, sir, last slide. So women live, the concept of women and what they believe, Uthman women, they believe that women live and die as men do. They can be officers, if not masters. Uthman women do not appear in ballrooms or gardens, but in schools and battlefields. So these women were preferring to be in schools and battlefields as to provide the backing for their society.
Okay.
Apart from its Occidentalism aspects, the scene where the Christians are in the palaces waiting for the Arab invaders is also used to examine the debate regarding the function of women in an army. So these Christians were, or these Western people were also debating this. Some were saying that there are ladies in the there are ladies in their army, so it is easy to fight them. But others contradict this. They said if ladies are able to resist, so it is not easy to fight with such a nation. Thank you so much. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Bashir. Your presentation is important. Süremiz çok geçtiği için ben son konuşmacıya hemen söz vermek istiyorum. Çünkü bundan
We
sonra
have exceeded our time significantly. I would like to give the floor right away to our next speaker because there is another session waiting to take the floor after us.
Pakistan'dan katılan bir arkadaşımız.
And the last speaker of this session will be Dr. Muhammad Nazar Khan. He will be speaking about how to use and transfer the intangible rights in the light of Majella. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sir, do you hear me?
Okay.
Okay. Am I audible, inshallah?
Inshallah.
Okay, sir. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. Allahumma barik ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama barakta ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. First of all, I am grateful, especially for the Assam, our professors, scholars, doctors, and all of our brothers and sisters. Actually, in my humble opinion, mere participation in such a gathering, which has been decorated with a garland of various flowers and preeminent scholars, and I would say big wigs and precious minds of Muslim Ummah from different countries. So it is a great honor for me, and it makes me feel a spiritual pleasure and a spirit of spirit of brotherhood. But especially when I have been given an opportunity to present my humble words in such a great session, it really means a lot for me. Like icing on the cake, Ustad Badiur Zaman sometimes use a word, Noor ala Noor. So I'm very thankful for Assam International Conference that have given this opportunity for me. And in this second year, I am being privileged with this opportunity. My basic aim of this article is to draw attention to some different things. One of those things is the eminence of Sharia law. The eminence of Sharia law and the comprehensiveness in all areas of the life. Number two, how the permanence of the Ottoman Court Manual, Majallatul Ahkam al-Adaliyya, which does definitely pronounce the excellence of Muslim jurists of that time. So I wrote this paper in abstract. I spoke about and presented the abstract of the article. Then I talked about the importance and significance of the wealth from the Islamic perspective. Then I shed some light on the history of Ottoman Court Manual or Majallatul Ahkam al-Adaliyya and its historical background. Then I discussed the abstract rights, credibility of these rights, how to exercise them, how to sell them, how to buy them, etc. And eventually, I concluded my humble words with 2 or 3 suggestions and conclusions. So allow me start my humble words with this introductory note. The significance of halal wealth in Islam can be understood by this word. The Holy Quran has used the same expression and the same word for 2 things, only for 2 things. For Kaaba, Baytullah, and the second is for halal wealth. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said that, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم جعل الله الكعبة البيت الحرام قياما للناس. And when it came to the wealth, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has used the same expression, the same word for halal wealth and said, وَلَا تُؤْتُوا السُّفَهَاءَ أَمْوَالَكُمُ الَّتِي جَعَلَ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ قِيَامًا. So from this word, we can understand the excellence and importance and significance of halal wealth. Okay. Then about the Majalla, historical background is everybody knows, and I think inshallah. So Majallatul Ahkam al-Adaliyya was civil code of the Ottoman Empire in the last 19th and early 20th century. It was the earliest endeavor to organize a part of the Islamic law of the Ottoman Empire. The Majalla was prepared by council of well-eminent scholars chaired by Ahmad Jawdat Pasha, Allah yarhamhu, published in 16 volumes. And from 1869 to 1867. and came into effect in the year 1877. The history of the compilation of this court manual goes back to the post-era of the Crimean War, fought by the Ottomans and their allies against the Russian Empire from 1853, February to 1856. As a result, a considerable number of Muslim war survivors were left in Russian-controlled territory. This raised concern in the Ottoman Khilafah, so they officially expressed their concern regarding the rights of Muslim war survivors. Addressing the Orthodox Church in Moscow, the Ottoman asked or sent an official letter while leaving the non-Muslim territory. So how these guys or how these Muslims will be dealt by the Russian Empire. So then also they have sent another letter, and then the Sultan, Allah yarhamhu Abdul Majid, appointed a council of Hanafi jurists to compile a court manual, which is mainly based on Hanafi views, but it has included many other views as well. There are many commentaries written in different languages, Arabic, English, and Turkish, and Urdu, and different languages for Majalla. I'm not going into details. And Majalla, after the dissolution of Khilafah, after the dissolution of Ottoman Empire or Khilafah, the Majalla remained a lasting influence in most of successor states. The Majalla was long lasting in most places since it was effective, coherent, and difficult to dissolve. It remained forced in following states, for example, in Turkey until 1926, Albania until 1928, Lebanon until 1933, Syria until 1949, Iraq until 1953, and Cyprus until 1960. In the British mandate for Palestine and later Israel formally until 1984. And as the Majalla has also continued to be the basis of the civil law of Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and State of Kuwait. Then after that, Majalla has been replaced by other laws. Another question which has been raised by many people is that, is Majalla al-Ahkam al-Adaliyya can be a viable law for this modern age? So in fact, this question directly aims the viability of Islamic jurisprudence, Sharia law, rather than being confined or concerned about the Majallatul Ahkam al-Adaliyya. And the answer is that yes, definitely it can be. Because Islamic jurisprudence in the is the divine guided law which has enjoyed official status in the world's great empire since its very beginning. Since its very inception. Up till the first quarter of 20th century. For example, the Umayyad, Abbasid, Seljuk, Mamluk, Ottomans. So beside the time of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his Khulafa al-Rashidin radiyallahu anhu. So in the 21st century, where the different nation states emerged, the Sharia law again obtained its position and became the supreme constitution of many countries. In this way, the Sharia law carries two privileges simultaneously. Number one, divine guided, being divine guided, and number two, the human experience of 14 centuries, which testifies that Sharia law is always effective, coherent, and indispensable, which made of its Western scholars, even many Western scholars, they have recognized Islamic jurisprudence as a global source for legislation and law in a good number of international conferences. For example, Conference of 1932, International Comparative Conference, Law Conference in Hague, and International Conference of Netherlands, 1937. 1945, there was a conference, international conference, Washington, and many other conferences. So Majallatul Ahkam or Sharia law is as viable, as acceptable, as moderate as it was from its very beginning. Then another thing which I would like to draw the attention, the Majalla remained prevailing in some Muslim countries, such as present-day Israel, until until 1948, where it was replaced by the Israeli special law. Although it has been replaced by Israeli law, a few articles of Majalla are still existing, like articles 80, 82 of the Ottoman Civil Procedure Law 1879, are a part of Israel's evidence law. So that's why Marshall Hudson wrote in his book, Muslim established in 16th century an economic system and civilization that anybody would come from out of this world, out of this planet, he has no choice except Islam due to its excellence in trade, finance, agriculture. So after this short introductory note, I would like to move to the abstract rights. What do we mean by abstract rights? Abstract rights are intellectual property, refers to the creations of the mind, invention, literary and artistic work, and symbols, names, symbols, and design used in trade. And according to Ustad Taqi Uthmani, the concept of abstract rights includes that whoever spends his mental labor in invent something in the honor.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Is the honor of fruits of his invention. So these are, and there are many different types of abstract rights. For example, just I'm reading the names: Sharia rights, then customary rights, then Sharia rights. Further, Sharia rights are further divided into 2 types: necessary rights and innate rights. Then Sharia innate rights, for example, al-huquq al-sharia al-asliya, rights of usufruct, tangible assets, usufruct of tangible assets, rights of priority. So all these rights, how to exercise and transfer? So there are 2 ways: transferring them by an exchange contract or withdrawing from them from the competition. These are 2 ways. And the necessary rights, huquq al-sharia, and also some other rights which have been given a person to only protect himself or herself from others' transgression. So quickly, I'm going to the last. Okay, here, yes, there was a difference of opinion between our great scholars and fuqaha at that time, because, and this ikhtilaf or this difference comes out from the points of view about the definition of mal or definition of wealth. So Hanafi scholars said that mal should be tangible, and they have defined mal or wealth in this way. So that's why they have a different opinion. But later, and mutaakhirin of Hanafi scholars like Imam Sarakhsi, Imam Shami, and even from the recent past, Mustafa Zarqa and many other scholars, they have chosen the definition of Jumhur and a majority of fuqaha and scholars. So that's why in the present day, there is no difference between scholars about these rights. They are exercisable and they are definitely wealth. So in conclusion, I would like to say just 3 things. Okay. I have reached to these conclusions. Number 1, Majalla al-Ahkam al-Adaliyya is a codified version of Sharia law. which even though primarily premised on Hanafi jurisprudential interpretation of Sharia, however, the opinions of other schools have also been taken into consideration. Therefore, it is not right to limit its applicability to a specific period or geolocation. Rather, it is just as applicable in the modern age as it was in the past. Number two, the difference of opinion regarding intellectual property, whether it is tradable or not, stems from the definition and characterization of the property. The early Hanafi jurists, rahimahumullah ta'ala, characterized property as any physical and tangible being which is naturally desired by mankind and can be stored for the time of necessity, either movable or immovable. On the other hand, according to the majority of Islamic jurists, the property is something of value, and if a person damages it, he will be liable to pay compensation. But as it has been discussed earlier, many preeminent jurists of Hanafi school of thought have characterized the property as majority Jumhur of jurists Jumhur did. In addition, in the modern age, certain intangible things have become very valuable, such electricity and natural gas. Consequently, abstract rights like intellectual rights, trademarks, business licenses, and patents are tradable properties and subject to all rules and regulations of Sharia as other physical and tangible ones. Thank you so much. Jazakumullahu khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Aleyküm selam. Thank you very much Muhammed Nazir for your presentation. Ben Türkçe kısa birkaç şey söyleyerek süremiz
In
oldukça...
Turkish, I would like to say a few short sentences, and then I would quickly stop this session because the next session and panels are waiting. We listened to 6 important presentations. We started with the Internal Security Organization in the Ottoman, and then we discussed the medieval towns and the public order problems, and then we discussed the age of Salat and Ayyubi, and then we talked about the consumers and protection of the producers and the consumers, the women's status, and very lastly we talked about Mejelle. Well, in fact, that was a nice refresh of memory. Thank you very much for all these presentations. I can see that the other panels are already on Zoom and waiting to take the floor. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Necmettin Keleş right away. Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. That was a beautiful session, and thank you very much for your successful moderation. In fact, I was trying to manage. Sometimes I try to speak in English, although my English is not very fluent. No, that was very good. Thank you. And the presentations were very satisfactory and very informative. Thank you very much to all of you. Thanks for joining and contributing. Now we are going to start with the second session. It has the title of Internal Security Phenomenon in Today's World. And the moderator of the session will be Dr. Cahit Tuz. So we wish you success, distinguished moderator and distinguished panelists from Bosnia, Palestine, Syria, and Turkey. So we have very prominent scholars to take the floor in this session. We wish you good luck, and please, the floor is yours. Thank you and welcome.
Kıymetli hocam, ben de teşekkür ediyorum. Çok sağ olun. Biz de hemen hızlıca vakitten de istifade etmek adına inşallah.
Thank you very much. In fact, we also would like to have a very fruitful session, and we would like to start without further ado. But first, let me extend my thanks to every one of you as a Muslim individual. In fact, seeing that the organization of such a remarkable Congress and seeing many important scholars invited to this Congress, and seeing that global concerns are being discussed is very pleasing for me. I look at all these titles and they're all relevant to the Islamic world. This is an academic environment, a scientific platform. So discussion of all these points will come up with very important conclusions. So I would like to start extending my thanks to Professor Adnan, Necmettin, and all of you. Personally, I'm very grateful to you all. Well, let's start with our session. In the previous session, there were 6 prominent panelists, and they talked about very important topics. And in this session, we will also have 6 speakers. All these 6 scholars will be giving their considerations about very important topics. So you heard the theme of this session is internal security. The Islamic world faces many threats and risks, and about all these risks, in fact, we're going to hear important inputs from all these panelists now. I would like to start with our first speech, and I would like to give the floor to Associate Professor Hüseyin Şeyhanlıoğlu from Gaziantep University in Turkey. He's going to deliver the first speech of this session. So Professor Hüseyin has some important studies. I would like to name a few of them. One of them, in fact, will hopefully, in fact, be implemented by Assam organization. It's a foundation about Mevlana. It's a process. And also, Professor Hüseyin has been mostly studying political conservationism, and he has many studies and articles about this. And he also has a book about the Fertile Crescent. Now, I would like to give the floor to Professor Hüseyin, but I have one note before I leave the screen. So, there are 6 of us to take the floor, and we are a bit late. Let's be careful with the time. Each panelist will have 15 minutes. Please finish your speech in 15 minutes, and if you can, we will be very grateful. Now, Professor Hüseyin, you can take the floor. I wish you a nice session. Thank you. With my best regards, I'd like to thank Assam Bey and all the organizers.
Hayatları zorluklarla geçmiş, çok zor konularda kendi sıkıntılarını unuturcasına İslam dünyasını tedavi etmeye çalışıyorlar. Bu konuda bizler de katkı sunabilsek, beraber olabilsek ne mutlu bize. Şimdi ben
So it's always our pleasure if we can contribute to the discussions going on in the Islamic world. I'm from Urfa. Think about the ethnic structure, and personally, I'm Arab on one side, and then we became Turkish, and I also have Ottoman origins, so I can list many ethnic origins in just 1 minute. So in the Fertile Crescent, in fact, humankind spent 6,000 years and just 2 centuries, just a small time period in brackets. In fact, in this last 100 never ends. Everything is scattered. Iraq, Syria, there are catastrophes going on there. So I was there in the pre- and post-war times. So what you couldn't imagine has turned into a reality in those territories. Aleppo is totally destroyed. Mosul, you would never imagine such a Mosul. You see, the mosques are destroyed, and you cannot really believe your eyes. I hope these events will never repeat. And in the Western world, you see there is this harsh war between Ukraine and Russia, and the Western world is trying to support what is happening there. But think about what happened in Basra, Mosul. In fact, these were heavenly beautiful, but they are all destroyed. Libya, Yemen, and many others. There is a long list of cities. In fact, when the West is going down, we are going up. Psychologically, we are going up. We believe that Istanbul will be the most important hub and center. Egypt, Hindustan, Pakistan, Caucasia. In fact, I believe that there will be important leaders. I'm sorry, I'm a very fast speaker. I hope it's understandable. This is a part of my nature. I hate the word Middle East. I never use that word. In fact, the British can call it the Near East, Far East, Middle East. It's none of my business. This is the Fertile Crescent. This is where the letters were invented, where the tablets were started to be used, and Salatin Ayyubi was here. When the French commander entered Damascus, he first visited the tomb of Salatin Ayyubi.
En az 1000 asır İslam'ın bayraktarlığını yapmış bir milletin evlatlarını affetmiyorlardı. Yani işte görüyorsun Tanzimat da başladı, günümüze kadar devam etti ama en ağır formatı Türkiye attı, Osmanlı'ya attılar. Yani Viyana'ya
the French, in fact, tried to format everywhere. In fact, the heaviest format was in the Ottoman. So they never forgot.
Araplıktan, Kürtlükten, Türklükten ziyade bir üst kimlikle bu coğrafyanın sahibi olarak yani Müslüman olarak veyahut da hangi kimlik olursa olsun burada ezidi bile olsa bu coğrafyanın asli unsurudur ve bereketli hilalin sahibidir. Batı olmasın tırnak içinde söylüyorum belki yeter diyebilirim. Çünkü hiç kimse bu kadar dünya zulüm etmedi. Yani bir Amerika kıtasında böyle zulüm görmedi. Bir Avustralya beyaz adam dediği zaman tir tir titrer. Mesela Afrika'da şeytan dediği zaman beyaz adam diye tarif ederler. Bu açıdan biz buna karşı bir sistem kurmaya çalışıyoruz. Neden bereketli hilal bölgesi? Anadolu Mezopotamya'da bu isimle söyleyeyim. Çünkü burası kafa tarafı Türkiye olan, gövdesi aşağıda olan bir kişiye benzer. İslam dünyası kafa tarafı Türkiye, gövde tarafı Suriye ve Irak üzerinden, ayakları aşağıda Yemen'e kadar, kolları Endonezya'dan Fas'a kadar böyle bir kahraman düşünün, pehlivan düşünün, arkasını dünyada yasın. Bu açıdan Mezopotamya buranın kalpgahı ve akıl kısmıdır ve buranın toparlanması lazım. Büyük oyun burada başladı. 1800 yılında Fransa buradan biliyorsunuz Hindistan'a kadar gitmek istedi. Ardından Afganistan'ı Ruslarla tampon bölge yaptılar. 2 asır boyunca ta 2021'in 15 Ağustos'una kadar da bu saldırılarına devam ettiler. Amerika orada yenilinceye kadar. Osmanlı bu coğrafyayı 1510 yılından itibaren diyelim Mevlana İdrisi Bitlisi, biliyorsunuz İstanbul'da Pierre Loti Tepesi'nin adı İdris Bitlisi idi. İnşallah bu geri gelir. Yani o tepenin adı Pierre Loti değil. Bir sapığın adı değil. İdrisi Bitlisi'nin tepesidir. İdrisi Bitlisi Yavuz Sultan Selim ile çok güzel bir istişarede bulunuyor ve başarılı oluyor. Ve diyor ki bu Kürt kardeşlerinize sahip çıkın. Sahip çıkılıyor. Ve ben sana 2 ay içerisinde Şam ve Bağdat'ın anahtarlarını vaat ediyorum. Hakikaten de ardından Yavuz'un Mercidabık ve Ridanya zaferleri geliyor ve Şam ve Bağdat 3-5 yıl içerisinde Osmanlı hakimiyetine girdikten sonra tam 400 yıl bu coğrafya altın bir dönem yaşıyor. Kürdü de böyle yaşıyor, Arap'ı da böyle yaşıyor. Ben o açıdan burada mesela ilk Osmanlı İmparatorluğu'nun bu bereketli hilal üzerinde gerçek bir imparatorluk ve İslam dünyasının mükemmel bir kılıcı olacak bir Osmanlı İmparatorluğu kuruluş aşamasını buradan başlatıyoruz. Tam 404 sene süren bir şey. Burada kısa bir süre sonra Arapların en büyük aşiretleri, mesela Türklerden bahsedeyim. Bitlis Hakimi Şerafettin Bey, Hizam Meliki Emir Davut, Hıstakeyf, 2. Halil, bu Selahattin Eyyubi'nin torunlarından oluyor. Bunlar hepsi kısa sürede Osmanlı'ya iltihap ediyorlar. Yani inanılmaz bir şekilde dünya tarihinde böyle bir başarı yok. Ardından Arapların en büyük aşiretleri geliyor. İbni Harkuş, İbni Said, Beni İbrahim, Beni Saim. Bunlar hepsi aynen mektubun orijinali Topkapı Sarayı'nda bunu şöyle söylüyor. Bizler canlarımız, mallarımız, iyalimiz ve diyenimizin emniyeti için size itaati arzuluyoruz. İslam'ı tatbik ve adaleti tesis için sizin hakimiyetinizi zaruri görüyoruz. Yani Hadimül Harem-i Şerifeyn dediğimiz kavram Selahattin Eyyubi ile başlıyor. İşte buradan devam ediyor. Yavuz Sultan Selim'le devam ediyor. Ardından biliyorsunuz Osmanlı 1917 yılına kadar bu coğrafyada hakim. Yani belki son 30-40 yılda sıkıntılar oluşuyor ama burada ben Osmanlı'nın bitiş tarihini maalesef 1917 değil de bundan 10 sene önce İttihatçıların iktidara geldiği dönem olarak görüyorum. Yani İttihat ve Terakki iktidara geldikten itibaren Osmanlı'da maalesef söylüyorum artık hani bir binayı ele geçirip dağıtırsınız. Odasının temelini, tavanını yıkarsınız. Öyle bir şey oluyor. Ve kısa sürede İttihat ve Terak'ın yani bir ismi de garip bir şey. Ne İttihat var ne Terak'i var. Mesela benzeri Bas için de geçerli. Bas demek ölüm demek. Yani belki Arapça anlamı diriliştir. Badu basel mevtakın diyoruz ama yok yani ölüm oldu. Yani Irak'a ölüm oldu, Suriye ölüm oldu, Mısır'a ölüm oldu. Ve bunlar bu Bereketli Hilal kitabında da ben teferruatıyla anlatmaya çalıştım. Bizim şu son 100 yılda özellikle Irak ve Suriye özellikle ama bu her iki ülke ile Türkiye şu anda ilk 1955 yılına kadar maalesef söylüyorum neredeyse düşman gibi. Yani bir 23'ten 50'ye kadar bizi uzak tuttular. Haklı. Yani Fransızlar Suriye'ye girdi, İngilizler Irak'a girdi. Burası dünyanın en değerli coğrafyası. Dünyanın hiçbir yerinde su, toprak, petrol, stratejik konum bu kadar değerli değil. Yok. Yani 4 deniz diyorum ben Bereketli Hilal'a. Kızıldeniz, Akdeniz, Hazar Denizi ve Basra Körfezi. Bunun arasındaki coğrafya Bereketli Hilal'dır. Yani Toros Dağları'ndan, tabii Türkiye dahildir bu işe, Irak ve Suriye'yi, Mısır'ı ve İran'ı dahil ederek Basra Körfezi'ne indirdiğimiz zaman bir blok kurulabilir mi? Ama çekirdek kısmı yani bir atomun içerisindeki ilk çekirdek dediğimiz 3 ülke var. Irak ve Suriye ülke olarak nasıl görürsek artık öyle diyelim. Türkiye buranın merkezi. Ama kanat kısmında İran ve Mısır olmayınca olmuyor. O açıdan Bereketli Hilal ismini biraz uzun tuttum. Yani İran ve Mısır'ı dahil etmek gerekiyor. Zaros Dağları olmadan, Nil Nehri olmadan burası maalesef ayakta kalamıyor. Bu açıdan bizim bu düşüncemizi dağıtacak bir yapı uygulandı 2000 yılından beri.
We have to have such a structure since 2002. This is the enlarged Middle East project. However, when you look at this, like it is the case in Arab Spring, so we can say that it's a smalling Middle East. So in Libya, there are 3 disruptions, or Iran or Misr, Egypt on the others. The Afghanistan tried to protect itself, so that will the people of Turkey, Iran, and Egypt is a second one, and there should be a that should be there, and we believe that this should be possible. There is no other way, so we can go to London, the Moscow, to Geneva, but the problems are there. And in Syria, I counted yesterday, except for the Muslim countries, except for the other countries, there are 474 military points, and in Laskeda, in different places, the Russians have the systems, and we can say that there's a Euphrates, and this place is taken by the US. There's DCG terrorist organization, and there's 80 trucks. There's a Javelin and Stinger fuses, missiles were given, and this is the reason of this. So we can say that there is a circuit spillos from the Caspian Sea to Mediterranean Sea. However, there are Hamidiya tribes, and we can say that we have the plains and regions, but there's a different word right now. For this reason, in the 21st century, so this starts with Turkey, continues with Iran and Egypt. We have to work together. And of course, when we look at the political map of Turkey, we can say that this is the main region of the world. There are 2 billion Muslim people are living, and from Asia to Morocco. But there is a lack of power where people do whatever they want to do. In Tunis, for example, if they do not act calmly, they would be worse than Libya. So this would happen in other places as well. So we can say that the situation is really a calamity, and there needs to be a military power to be established in this regard. And the places of this should be Syria and Iraq, and the Syrian events. Of course, I'm working on Basel in a detailed way. I can say that This is about Bashar Assad, but it's not about Bashar Assad. There is a system established by English, and it's called Meclis-i Milli, the National Assembly, and it's called Hicai Garp, and of course, this is related to Syria. I have never seen in Turkish public that, but there is such a system. Since 1971, the Father Assad, if you can make a summary in 2 minutes, so I will finish. We have to work on this geography, water, territory, petroleum, and security. We have to establish such a system within this axis. So, of course, the borders should be as that they are. But in these systems, the people, the human beings, assets, and this capital and technology should be there. And of course, there should be such a place, no matter where we can go. But of course, we are aware of where we have to go. But if Turkey, Iran, and Pakistan, and Egypt, they gather together, everything will be easier. So, of course, there should be a coalition in this regard. This is the only way. In Kashmir, there's such a situation, and there is a project offer that I made to Assam. For example, Elvana Pact covers Mediterranean, and we have to have it in the social education sphere, and Turkey and Kabul should be there. And this is a social system, but we need a military system. We definitely need a military system. And without the victory of Turkey, what would be the case of Azerbaijan? Without, of course, we have the honor within the swords. So where is where there is the security of the mosques? So of course, they can secure swords today. So we have the gas, we have the water, we have the oil. So we have to have an idea in this regard. And since 2014, I went to Soleimani in Iraq. And of course, they said that the British people brought us the transportation, as you can see the photographs. And we said the British people didn't have the bring the transportation. See, it's the first right starts with Sheikh Mahmud Regency in this regard for Ottoman Empire. So ask for help from the Turkish people. So of course we have to look at the theory, and we Sadun Pasha is important. Ali Sharif, Ali Haydar, all of these people gave their lives for Ottoman Empire, and no one is talking about this. They talk about the Arabic names. So we have to say stop to this map. So there could be the 8 Islamic cooperation doesn't work. As you can see, this is in Mardin Urfa, there is a Euphrates river. However, it is like a hill. So the Euphrates river is going in a vein, and of course we have to work together. And theoretically, we need a study emergently, and of course theoretically, maybe the other Islamic countries, and with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we can have an activity together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for your call. And Hussein Bey, I have taken some notes regarding the presentation. I believe that our reporter friends have been evaluating this. Of course, there is the Middle East concept, and of course, if you have the concepts, you can have this as well. And of course, in this very fertile the territory, we have our opportunities. We have need to have the infrastructure. It is important for our geography, for the Islamic world. Of course, there will be positive results out of this. As they pointed out, there is an important point. Again, that it's an important message to be evaluated. The West or the power world understands only the concept of power, and if you're not powerful, you do not have a certain strength, and there needs to be a military pact establishment. It's a suggestion, and water and petroleum, and also security. The framework was drawn by the presenter, and these are the important notes that we have taken. But there are different important subjects that our professor pointed out. I'd like to continue with the second speaker. I'd like to continue with Ihsan Abdulsali. He's from Egypt. In terms of the political relations and international relations, he has very many activities in Egypt. He worked in Cairo, in Alexandria, and in other Egyptian universities. He lectured in different terms, and he acted as an academician. He made a contribution. Since 2013, he came to Turkey, and between 2015 to 17 in Sakarya University, he gave lectures, and he's a valuable professor. And in Istanbul, there is he is the founder of a political center. It is the Egyptian Policies Research Center. He is acting as a head of this center. So I'd like to give him the floor. And for Ihsan Bey, I'd like to say that if you can limit your presentation for 15 minutes, so that the other speakers will have the right times. He is going to talk about the international security organization, the national security in the United States institutions and policies. Mr. Jahid, thank you very much. I'd like to pay my respects to Mr. Adnan, and I'd like to tell to Dumlupınar University Rector, and I'd like to thank everyone who organized this conference, and I'd like to thank Mr. Jahid too. So he is the chair of this session, and this is a good contribution to us. We sometimes gather together with us. He's a very valuable brother to us. As Mr. I will keep the time, I hope. As you know, it is United Nations, United States, and international policies and institutions. And I'd like to talk about the internal security of United States. We know that national security is very important for the US, and as it's the power, leading power, we can say that it's the great power. So we can say that for us to go work in the external policies, you have to have a good internal political structure. And we can say that it's a superpower of the world. It's the most, the stability is very important. But what is interesting is that so there is no department in this regard. In 2002, there was a National Security Department was established in 2002 after 2001 events that took place. How does it go? There are agencies and there are other structures in the United States of America. When all these states, and there is a federal structure underneath it, and for that, that was designed and declared in 2002, and the department was declared at the same time. The first minister was elected in 2003. So, of the main reason of this establishment of this department or ministry is very important in the 9/11 events, and also when we look at the war that they were entering, the United States of the ministry didn't have the ministry back then, but they had what they see that there was the establishment of this ministry. Of course, it covers many state agencies, migration, and also many activities, and this is related to internal security. They attach importance to their internal security, and of course, when we look at the United States at the federal, it's about the federal government. This is one of the most important parts of it, and we can say that since the establishment of the foundation of the ministry, we can say that the most important subjects as we go, as in the Islamic countries and in the Arabic countries, there is the security, communication, Coast Guard, coast security, customs security, and migration and the citizenship and infrastructure, and the Minister of Energy and the Infrastructure Center and Energy Protection Office. Federal computer events and federal other events. And this is related to the joint law center and the dangerous information system. And again, there are other offices serving underneath it. In the Ministry of Health and Emergency Healthcare cases, strategic national sudden emergency offices were affiliated to that. And look at the agriculture, the Animal Diseases Center is under affiliation to that center, and there are the disaster the system, and also all the related offices, all the related agencies are there. And when we look at these, So all these administrations are under affiliation to national security, and there is that they have a target to respond to these events. I'll touch upon the main points. Of course, the foundation of the ministry took place under 9/11, after 9/11, and at this very stage, I'd like to talk about one official statement. In this very difficult time, there was a need, and of course, there was a self-sacrificing attitude, and of course, there needs to be a movement against that, and we, against all these threats, we have to be together, and we have to act in one heart. And we established this ministry, and in terms of the role of this ministry, of course, strategically speaking, international security should be there. We will act in a reasonable way, and in order to prevent the attacks against the United States of America, there needs to be emergency response, and economic security should be ensured as well. There are many objectives. One is a struggle against terrorism, and there were 6 main titles, as they pointed out. One is the struggle against terrorism, anti-terrorism, and the threats against the internal security, and regarding the struggle against such conditions, and for the Americans and the non-Americans, but who are living within the borders of the United States of America, they have to have, they will have such a protection. And the second objective was that this ministry or this department will have the border security, including maritime, including the air and the coastal security for all the illegal and illicit activities. They have to work for prevention of those, and of course, most of the agencies were under affiliation to the Department of National Defense, but there was a coordination among these systems, and between the national security system, there wasn't a problem, and there were the separation of roles, and we can say that it's about the borders should be taken under control, and for the prevention of all the illicit and illegal activities. One of the most important targets that they have was that cyber security. So we can say that this is about the system that is cyber attacks, and most of the countries in the world are establishing centers. The cyber against the cyber attacks, and to ensure the US national security, they think that they have to take this under control. So, of course, we can say that there's communication between devices through internet, and it's very common right now. And sometimes, of course, they could be facing certain attacks. In 2016 against Russia, they blamed Russia, and they there was an attack from Russia in 2016. And another point is that the fourth objective was that ensuring economic security of the people of the United States of America and the preparedness. The fifth objective is to be prepared and to work in flexibility. So the states and working with the NGOs and working with the state people of America, they are within a certain system. Even the people can support the national security. This was the most important target objectives as well. And the sixth objective was to strengthen the administration within the department or ministry, and to strengthen the workers. So there's 180,000 people are working. It's a huge department. It's a new department, but we can say that there is a number of the number of people working there is very high, quite high, and we can see how much importance is attached to that. There are many activities, but the most important thing is that in terms of anti-terrorism and internal objectives, that there are different targets, and all the intelligence information can be shared, and of course the threats should be stopped. And again, to work against certain powers and to protect the borders, that there are a lot of internal details for the maritime and the land borders should be protected, and to protect people against the threats. And there is a migration rules and cyber securities. All of these have quite the details in all the different topics. And when we look at the cyber security, there are four main objectives, and one of them is about the federal networks, and should be established and should be funded. You have 2 minutes left, sir. In the last minutes of my talk, I'll talk about the organizational scheme of this administration. In a powerful video, I'll talk about in a very fast manner. Correction. I'll look at the organizational chart of this ministry. This is an example in the US. Can this be an exemplary structure for the other Arabic countries? This was the ministry established in 2002. Of course, in terms of prevention of attacks, this was the first administration. So there are federal agencies, and we can say that there are 22 different departments: transportation, Coast Guard, and as you can see, there's Homeland Security. And this is the detail. You can see all the details, and of course, there are certain administrations so this is related to how these administrations are transferred to Homeland Security Department. I wrote them in great detail, and of course, there could be such an activity We can take it as an example. I wish you all the success. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ الكريم على هذه الكلمة القيمة وشكرا على هذه الملاحظات القيمة.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And you touched upon very important terms, important topics. We will send it to our brothers. Our brothers will make use of it, get to detail. We would like to thank Dr. Assam for his speech. After 9/11, he talked about the changing national security measures. That there's a we can say the Homeland Security Department institution. He talked about the activities. He talked about the internal structures of it. He made talked about the United States, the security perspective, how this changed, and he talked about the military and health and the digital and cyber and economic structure, and he talked about whether this could be applied in the Arabic Islamic world or not, or this could be a source of inspiration. And I hope that after when there's the institutional framework is formed, we can say that maybe country by country they could turn into an important institution. Now I'd like to invite the third speaker, Mesut Hakkı Coşan. So it will take minutes for me to introduce him. I will not. And from national diplomacy, the political sciences, he has a de facto experience, and he has the academic experience, and definitely in Turkey. But Mesut Hakkı Coşan, in the international level, is an international actor, and it's an international name in this regard. So I'd like to give the floor to him. He said the part of his presentation is Turkey's mediation role in establishing ceasefire and peace in the Ukraine. The Russian war. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeni rolün üzerinde duracaklar.
So he will be focusing on the diplomatic role of Turkey. Now I would like to leave the floor to Professor Coşan. Thank you very much to esteemed Commander Assam and everyone who contributed in the organization of this event. Yes, Turkey right now is in a very important process and acts as a key actor. This, of course, influences our foreign policy. And the most important element here is the grains corridor. And Turkey plays as a mediating role in establishing a ceasefire. If it's okay for you, I would like to deliver the presentation in English.
Here, Turkey may be play the mediation role, establishing ceasefire and sustainable peace. And it is very critical when you are observing here in Istanbul, UN Secretary General here, and Mr. Zelensky for the work here, and even though Mr. Putin visited Ankara, and also our president visited Kiev, together the UN Secretary General, in order to establishment of the peace. The problem is what about the global impact of the war in Ukraine substantially growing? How can we go ahead worldwide and must be reversed the dangerous spiral? If go ahead like this, many civilian casualties killed, according to the U.S. side, they say 100,000 people killed in this bloody warfare. The Russia's attack on Ukraine cities have created red alert and quick to respond and events reaction. National scale of the war, Russian violation red line. And the NATO member of the Turkey, the stance of the Russian-Ukraine war based on the preventing a wider conflict. Assessing the Turkey wants to maintain stable relations with both countries in resolving the war. Ukraine and Russia will have consequences that they affect the future of countries to Turkey. Turkey is saying like this consult capacity with upon the request the ally of the NATO and said Ankara close the Bosphorus Dardanelles Strait under the Montreux Convention. You know that the final a couple days ago, Turkey didn't give the two main battle warships the Russians in order to ongoing the warfare. The first international level approach to Turkey's ongoing the Russia-Ukraine war and strain the limitation managing the international conflicts, even though both countries in the Black Sea. We are the pay to further escalation, saying like this, Mrs. Di Carlo, the ambassador of the United Nations, is that Russia will rise of the war. This is the very dangerous point in order to enlarge the warfare. The escape of the further escalation, which can cause more suffering to the people of Ukraine, Russia, and the rest of the world. Many civilians, including the Kiev and Dnipro and Zaporozhye, they're killing a lot of people since the Russian missile attacks. What is the Russian-Ukraine war? The peaceful resolution in Ukraine and Article 33 in UN Charter. I'm looking as a lawyer in this destruction of the current war. If Turkey undertakes such a difficult task, Moscow and Kiev will be accepted this peaceful solution. Just beyond the Russian-Ukraine war, Turkey made great efforts to play the role mediator in the Black Sea Straits. Turkey recently emerged reasonable and also rational diplomatic player since looking the historical neighbor of the two countries. You remember that the Turkey role mediator international relations, even though by the Israel and this is Syria, and even though in the Gaza province, and they carry out the 2008 Russia and Georgia war. Turkey interrupted between the Russia and also Georgia war, and then even though it will be exploded between the NATO and the Russia in closing the straits. The Turkey cooperative election, both sides contended, condemning Russia, not choosing any side. This is number one. Turkey critiques Russia aggression against the Ukraine. It has been included in NATO and EU. On the other hand, President Erdogan said the significant step will be made when they're looking and this as soon as the warfare and the Erdogan Russia Putin willing to the end war. This is the good news when you're going to the Astana, Mr. President. As a Black Sea country to Turkey, they're looking at the geopolitical and regulation of mass migration cause. A lot of the Ukrainian citizens living in today in Turkey, and even though many European countries. And Ukrainian soldiers examine the anti-tank mines and looking the Germans, realize the Russian gas, the easy is energy. This frozen, the conflict is going for Germany, is a kind of the winter war. And Turkey is worried about. Russia maybe include the tactical nuclear weapons in the battlefield. You remember that Russia made one military exercise, the possible nuclear warfare and tactical meaning. When you're looking the France side, France former ambassador, he says Turkish diplomacy has been flawless since the beginning of the war. And he evaluated interest, established a balance between the two countries. And even though President Erdogan, unique role mediator, defend both sides in time of war. As above mentioned, Erdogan can now take credit over playing a direct role in orchestrating the only two tangible agreements, such as the Moscow and between the Kiev. Now, I joined the Antalya Forum. Two countries, foreign ministers come, even though that's the clock time of the warfare. And Turkey back signed Istanbul in July about the beacon of hope, the Antonio Guterres saying like this, the agreement between the Ukraine and Russia and even the Turkey. And again, the Turkey accomplished to change the president of warfare and the Russian outflight in the Mariupol. It was again in terms of the humanitarian law, all these is big achievement by the international law. I am looking like these fights at Turkey mediation role and you're looking Article 33, the confusing among the political and military interests. diplomatic methodologies, negotiation, mediation, and good office, commission on inquiry and conciliations. When you're looking mediation, arbitration, it is very important the regulation when in remembering of the Minsk agreement can contribute to elimination effective mediation. It first requires good diplomatic and political preparation. You remember that in the Minsk agreement, the France and the Germany couldn't accomplish to die and realize that mediation and peace and like this fight solution peaceful supporting the one side. It should be supported to public opinion. In my idea, both sides, Ukraine and Russian, the population is supported Turkey's arbitration role. The third important parameter is the mediating state can say it's a kind of the contribute solution, conflict ending process. It can produce more durable, sustainable solution and objective and looking the international peace and security and justice. In any case, it is very important, impartial and objective mediator can constitute rational, sustainable, responding to needs the state resolution, preventing of war the value interests of the parties. In this regard, we remember that the Turkey can do all of it. And when looking, can Turkey assume of NATO mediator in Russian-Ukraine war, despite the several sanctions, US and EU against the Moscow occupation Ukrainian territory. The cold climatic condition is almost tomorrow coming, and this should be led to loss a lot of civilian casualties. Ukrainian humanitarian maybe go ahead like this humanitarian catastrophe. But in my idea, from the military, the perspective, one of the most important points, the worst case scenario, the tactical nuclear weapons could open the dark curtain of confrontation between NATO and Russia. Could Russia use tactical nuclear weapons? You remember that two sides like these weapons, and the President Putin telling, use all of weapon system available to us if Russia territorial integrity is threatened. Putin characterized the existing battle against the West. He said, once we can divide and destroy the Russia. US President Biden critiques the Putin's overt nuclear threats against Europe. Meanwhile, the Secretary General of the NATO saying, like this, downplay the threat, knows very well the nuclear war should never be fought, cannot be won. I agree this position, but when looking Turkey, accomplished parties stable on the Antalya negotiation, realize the grain corridor agreement, and third success prisoner swap the pursuit successful and admirable roadmap healing the wounds of the war. However, Turkey is a Black Sea country, and we are looking both brotherhood countries should become together as soon as to the peace table. As a political leader of the NATO country, Erdogan continues to negotiate also diplomatic dialogue with the Putin and Zelensky despite his difficulties. Turkey's failure to accomplish difficult tasks may be lead prolongation of the war, as well as open the door to intensification of the more dangerous are and the irreversible cliffs. I'm looking like this. Dear sir, the Turkey is granted the convention signed in 36, and Turkey may be provided passage to straits. Why? This should be is a kind of a near warfare between the NATO and Russia. In this regard, Ankara quickly invoked the Montreux Convention, the Dardanelles and Bosphorus close the warships. As we continue this position, ongoing the position, and grain corridor enabled the ships to arrive to Ukraine port. Be careful, the Black Sea Grain Initiative stabilize the lower global food crisis and prices, and also other foods exported to reach the high level of both countries and the Ukraine side. As a point, Ankara extremely sensitive and legal balance historically important mediating role, following the positive approach to ensuring the mining by the Black Sea and the excess of the Ukraine basic wide and exports to world market. When you look at military terms and the Black Sea security, Ukraine-Russia grain treaty, very important. When you're looking international of the sea, the treaty looking safety at sea, number one, by the coastal states, according to safe passages should be for humanitarian purposes. Another idea is decide a safe corridor without removing Ukrainian Coast Guard mines. Grain tankers prohibited 30 300 nautical miles follow up from Ukraine first to the Black Sea of the Turkish Straits. This is a big accomplishment. According to Article 54 and 6 Vienna treaties, the legal right to suspend the convention. When you're looking, you remember last week there is one attack in the Sevastopol. New missile attack similar to response to offensive. And the Black Sea, this is bringing new kinds of the warfare using the robotic weapons. This is gasifier. The negotiations will be impacted time. And U.S. regrets to Russia's suspension of participation, broker Black Sea Grain Initiative operations. The grain more than today is 9 million metric tons food go ahead, the lower prices to the world marketing. Turkey announced the grain shipments Black Sea will resume with the Russia's agreement and it start again. This is a very good news for the both sides. The Mr. Erdogan saying grain will continue through the plan and we do it. And Putin said that Russia will not block the supply of the grain. This is accomplishment of the Turkish leadership in the diplomatic manners. Even though when you're looking like this, the Secretary General Antonio saying like this, following return the grain deal, the Antonio Blinken thanks to the Turkey for restoring function in the grain corridor. Even though we have a lot of problems with the United Nations, they do what are they doing to Turkey and leadership role of the Mr. Erdogan in terms of the international peace and security. Turkey is the U.S. government of the USN, important mediator between Russia and Ukraine, adding the support. Okay, Mr. Chairman, when you're looking at the conclusion, come on, please. Turkey is done with the shuttle diplomacy between Kyiv and Moscow and before an ongoing warfare time. NATO is stayed natural through in the Black Sea neighbors and the shuttle diplomacy follow the solution of the crisis. As when you're looking at the conclusion, where are we and what can be done? President Erdogan met with Zelensky and he says, very important point, we don't want to have another Chernobyl disaster in Turkey. This is the real position of the Turkey. You remember that if the Russians attacked the Zaporozhye or the Ukraine by using tactical war, this should be is a kind of a new war. When you're looking at the conclusion, be careful. Turkey looking independent policy regarding Russian-Ukraine war, trying to prevent escalation of the tension through the diplomatic means and to contribute to resolution of the crisis. And even though Ankara offered to mediate between the two sides, it is very critical when you're looking Western and other allies, such as the UN, work on the establishment immediate ceasefire agreement between Ukraine and Russia, and even though Turkey offered compulsory mediation. This is the geographical reality and the position with Ukraine support to the NATO and EU, and even the US increased its trade. Describing Russian invasion unacceptable violation of international law, Turkey says we cannot accept the invasion of the Crimea. Trying to formulate steps carefully in order to jeopardize its good relationship with the Russia in energy and defense and territory. As a result, Turkey played the vital role, and the Black Sea grain is a big accomplishment. And even though looking when the Black Sea economic commercial devastation caused to continue the war, and then many soldiers lost their life. As a result, Ukraine will need negotiations. They have to return to the table as soon as the honorable, sustainable peace accord the Black Sea. Turkey looking as a peace accord. Erdogan said, I always said a just peace can be achieved through diplomacy, and a just peace will not lose if there is a winner of war. Intensive efforts have won appreciation for all the world. As a result, I am saying that Turkey is always aimed at peace and love brotherhood. Mr. Erdogan today, he says, we can open a corridor of peace from the grain corridor. It will be wrong to set a time limit. Russia is not an ordinary state. It's a powerful state that the West, especially America, is attacking to Russia without the limits. Of course, Russia is currently against it. We are saying always, we are in the looking brotherhood, peace at home in the war. And I am saying to special thanks, Mr. Chairman, for you take care of myself. And I hope if you have any question, I am ready to answer it.
Kıymetli hocam biz de bu değerli değerlendirmeleriniz için
Thank you very much for this valuable presentation. If there are any questions, we may collect them ourselves, and if we allow 3 to 4 minutes at the end of the presentation, we can maybe ask them to you. Of course, Professor Jushin studies a lot on current developments, diplomatic progress, and he told us about the importance of Turkey's diplomatic role and the mediating role between the conflict of Russia and Ukraine. So he stressed how important this role has been.
Bu konuyu ortaya koydular. Bunun yanı sıra aynı zamanda Amerika'yla
On the other hand, of course, there are still relations with the US, Russia, and Ukraine. So Turkey also wants to maintain its impartiality and wants to maintain its good relations with these three countries. So Turkey is actually doing its best to strike a balance between these countries in order to reinstate peace and order in Russia and Ukraine. And hopefully these efforts will be studied much more in relevant institutions, organizations, and think tanks. So Turkey, hopefully, Turkey will have averted a very important threat that the world will be facing. First one is food security, and then the possibility of nuclear war. So Turkey basically prevented these two very important threats thanks to the diplomatic role it has played. So I would like to thank Professor Jushin once again. Now I will give the floor to Dr. Ahmet Zaydan from Syria. He studies on international relations, particularly in the field of security. He delivered important presentations in international platforms. We have Dr. Zaydan here. He will talk about the Khomeini Air Base, Russia's tool in expanding toward Africa. And the focus of his presentation will be this airbase. I would like to leave the floor to Dr. Zaydan. Thank you very much, Mr. Tuz, for moderating this session. I would also like to thank Assam and the president of the center. So in my presentation today, I will be talking about this base, which is Russia's bridge in expanding toward Africa. And I think that this is a new front. And in 1973, this airbase was granted to Russia. So this can show us how important this base is. And in addition to this air base, Bashar Assad also allocated the Khomeini Air Base to Russia. And this is how, for 400 years, Russia had a military presence in this area. And we know that Russia actually took advantage of the US's lacking presence in Africa and in the Middle East. So this definitely is for the advantage of Russia. And the most important reason behind that is Russia's support to Bashar Assad. And this also supported the revolution in Syria. But in addition to that, this gives us some hints about Russia's desire to expand toward Africa. And this also helped Russia to transfer mercenaries to Africa. So we will actually show the strategies that Russia adopts from the basis within the framework of this airbase. And from that, we will also talk about the nuclear strategies of Russia as well, which supports these air bases. So Russia wants to popularize S-400s and S-300s in this region. So the main goal is, of course, to challenge US in the region. With the Khomeini air base gaining a lot more ground, Russia actually revived its Soviet dreams in the region. We also know that Russia has a marine base here in the region for many, many years in Tartus. So this will allow Russia to prevent revolution. It will also guarantee the continuation of its air bases and also marine bases by keeping up the support to Bashar Assad. And we also know that actually new spaces are allocated to this airbase. So this the airbase is actually expanding in terms of location. So this is Russia's window opening to Africa.
وكانت مثل هذه الخدمات تساعد الرحلات البحرية الروسية الطويلة المدى إلى المحيطين الأطلسي.
This will definitely be an important base for Russia because it will support its existing powers and forces. As you know, until 2012, this marine base played a very important role. It supported Russia's marine forces coming in from the Black Sea. And with the revolution in Syria, Russia started to become more fearful and concerned, which lasted until 2015. And after that, Russia wanted to put an end to this fear. So it wanted to protect its marine base, and it also wanted to open up this air base to further strengthen its military power. And we know that Russia actually purchases land in Syria. In 2014, it actually, Russia made an official visit to Assad. And Russian planes flew from Syria to Khartoum and then started a shuttle diplomacy because Russia wants to include many other Arab countries in addition to Sudan. But unfortunately, due to the fact that Russia wasn't able to make political gains in Russia, and after the toppling of the leader, the dreams of Russia actually failed, and they weren't able to break the sanctions because Russia's goal was to expedite the normalization process with Syria, but this target unfortunately failed. So this process was kicked off by al-Bashir, but Russia wanted to maintain this, and Russia wanted to include the West in this plan. And in order to fill this vacuum, Russia started to support African countries, and it also started to use the Khomeini Air Base to support its goals. As a result of a study published by 3 correspondents in Russia, the Jafra Air Base in Libya and also the Khomeini Air Base have become very important powers for Russia's military force. And as far as we know, 14 Russian military planes were flown to Libya. So the Khomeini Air Base actually has become much more strengthened. And there are planes flying to Benghazi as well. And Haftar also cooperates with Russia. And before that, the main of the Khomeini Air Base was the transport of mercenaries from Russia to Libya, to Africa, to maintain Russia's deepening strategy in Africa. And also, Libya, Egypt, and Jordan were also included in the normalization process with Syria. And Jeffrey from US also criticized Russia's support to Assad. He noted that Assad would not be able to survive as a political leader without Russia's political support, and he also underlined the critical importance of the Khomeini Air Base for Russia. And he also noted the vital role played by this base for Russia to expand toward Africa. So this air base is definitely of critical importance for Russia's presence in Africa.
نحن نسمع حضرتك أستاذ تفضل. نعم، لا سيما أسطول الشمال الروسي أثناء مروره باتجاه البحر الأحمر وكذلك إلى غربي المتوسط بما فيها انتشار السفن النووية في القاعدة. من المحتم
Again, it is an important airbase for Russia's access to also to Red Sea.
Kapatırsak olur. Mikrofonları kapatmamız lazım.
So another speaker's microphone is on. If we can please mute the microphones, thank you.
التي ترهن نفسها مقابل حماية أنظمتها وتوفير دعم لها، وقد رأت موسكو ذلك بشكل مباشر وقريب المدى في وقوفها إلى جانب النظام السوري مما شكل سابقة بقدرته وقدرة أمثاله على
So
الإفناء.
in order for weak and vulnerable countries to have political gains in their countries, they need support from countries like Russia. We know that. And we also know that Russia definitely does its best to be influential in the Mediterranean. That is the reason why this airbase was actually the single Russian presence in the region. And Russia definitely made great use out of this airbase and the other marine base. So we know that for a very long time, Russia had marine forces in the Mediterranean, despite the fact that Russia has presence in this region. The United States was actually silent. It didn't react to it. And other countries like Greece, Italy, Cyprus, these countries were also silent towards Russia's presence in the Mediterranean. And that's why we think that the presence of Russia is not just a threat only to Syria, but for the entire region. So there is no challenge right now, there is no obstacle, or there is no war from Russia in the region. But in February 2017, military activities and military operations in Syria contribute greatly for the developments in Syria. So this was a statement made by a top military officer in Russia. And Ivan Nevolov said that Russian weapons are actively used in Syria. And for this is very important for the marketing of Russian weapons. And this also will help Russian weapons to have a great share in the arms industry. Okay, so I have 2 more minutes. We know that Libya has a great oil resources. It has a huge deal of oil reserves. That's why Libya is also a very important country for Russia, because it is a great player in the region in terms of oil. That's why Russia wanted to take part in the region. So to summarize, and I know that I actually took a longer time than I was provided, but in my presentation, I can say that it has been 12 months after the revolution. But similarly, we know that Assad has been shaken to the core, but unfortunately, Russia still supports Syria, and chemical weapons are being used in Syria, and Russia has made great achievements after the revolution in Syria. So in addition to existing marine bases, Russia opened up 2 more air bases in Syria. And we also know that Russia has mercenaries in Syria and in other regions in Africa as well, and they are quite active in the region.
شكرا جزيلا أخي أيضا على الكلمة القيمة والمحاضرة القيمة.
Thank you very much.
Tabii ki kıymetli hocamız
Of course, in his presentation, Mr. Zaidan talked about Russia's strategy and policy in expanding towards Africa, and he noted that this is a process in which the region can actually benefit from the ongoing crises.
Cahit Hocam.
Professor Jahid, I think we lost you. Maybe Necati Keleş can take over. Professor Jahid, did you log out?
Mesut hocama çok
Probably he got disconnected. Okay, thank you. Thank you,
değerli sunumundan dolayı
Professor Mesut, for the presentation.
kusura bakmayın çok özür
Excuse me, I'm interrupting you. I'm back. We had a technical problem over here. I'm sorry. No, I'm back.
İzniniz var değil mi? Devam edebiliriz.
May I continue
estağfurullah hocam buyurun.
moderating the session? Oh, yes, please go ahead. Anytime. It's your session. You are the moderator. Okay, thank you. I had a technical glitch over here. I'm sorry, everyone.
Ahmet Seydan hocamızın değerlendirmesi kısaca bahsettik.
So,
Rusya'nın
let me summarize the highlights from Dr. Ahmet Seydan.
kullanmak suretiyle
In fact,
Afrika'ya açılım ve bölgede
using the Wagner Group, there is an opening into the African continent, and Russia would like to expand its interest in Africa with the help of main airbase in Syria. And he covered many details as well. Now I would like to offer the floor to Dr. Yazan Shobaki. Originally, he's from Palestine.
hocamız kendisi de bize ABD
And the speaker is going to talk about the enlargement of European Union and its impacts on common foreign and security policy. And the floor is yours, Mr. Shobaki. I'm sorry once again for the technical problem I had over here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your participant. It's my pleasure to be with you guys today at this prestigious conference, Assam Congress. Today, I will be discussing a very highly debatable topic. It's the growth of European Union and its impact and implications on the common foreign and security policy. To begin with, the common foreign and security policy, which we'll be referring to as the CFSP, is by no means the most contentious issue in relation to the enlargement of the European Union, which will be referred to as the EU, especially when compared to topics such as the common agriculture policy, the environment, budgetary concerns, and the financing of enlargement, such as structural funds and so forth. But the Union expansion narrative poses a new set of problems for its planning, decision-making, and execution process for its CFSP. Overall, the European Parliament, the EP, believes that expanding the Union to include the nations of Central and Eastern Europe will inevitably lead to greater political stability. For this reason, renewed momentum was given to the process of enlarging the Union. Additionally, it will expand the Union overall population while also strengthening its diplomatic strategic influence internationally. However, the CFSP will also be significantly impacted by the expanded union of the existing 27 countries. The border of the Union will change, and the political geography of European will be altered. It will also be more challenging to determine common interests, and the repression and ramifications could extend to some member states and candidate nations, as well as the Union's positions on sanctions. The same will be true for the Union's interactions with groups such as North Atlantic Treaty Organizations, as we all know, the NATO. Moreover, the EU adopted the euro in January 1999, which became a world-class athlete in terms of earnings. Yet, it is also obvious that there are still significant disparities between the EU foreign policy and its trade practices. The current are still significant, also limits Europeans' ability to exert the kind of influence that is commensurate with its political, economic, and cultural prominence due to the difficulties in reaching a consensus. Now, moving on, I will be talking about a very sensitive topic. It's the actions and partnership in foreign policy. To note, the EU diplomatic representations is provided by the European External Action Services, which can be referred to as the EEAS. Administered by the EEAS, the EU principle and interest are preserved and promoted via an international network of more than 140 delegations and offices around the world. Speaking about these offices and delegations around the world, the European Council, which consists of the head of state and government of EU countries, is the body that makes the final decisions on foreign policy matters for the EU. The majority of the decisions related to foreign and security policy require the consent of all EU member states, which shows how EU member states are. Moving on to the international role of the EU. The EEAS, as mentioned above, oversees EU foreign policy priorities across the globe, including crisis responses and civilian and military planning. In conjunction with the institution of the European Union, the EU aims to battle climate change, support robust democracies, advance human rights, prevent and resolve conflicts, foster sustainable developments, and support rule-based international order. The EEAS key task is to coordinate and bring coherence to international activities by the EU. Notably, the Lisbon Treaty lays out in details how the EU shall conduct itself abroad as a European power. Now we'll be talking about Joseph Borrell Biggin. He is the Vice President and the High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. He was assigned in December 2019. His role as the EU is its top diplomat, directs and manages the organization's foreign and security policies. He is also in charge of the strategical vital European Defense Agency. Speaking about the General Secretary of the EEAS, the High Representative delegates the management of the EEAS to the Secretary General. He is responsible for taking all necessary steps to ensure the smooth operations of the EEAS, including managing its administrative and financial operations. Talking about now a very important topic, it's the key tenets of common and foreign and security policy, which will be referred to as the CFSP. The EU member state resolved to create permanent political, military and civilian organizations in order to allow the EU to fully discharge its obligations for crisis management and operate as a global security player. The EU assumes a prominent positions in peacekeeping operations, conflict preventions, and bolstering of global security under common security and defense policy, which is referred to as the CFDP. The CSDP is an essential component of EU all-encompassing crisis management strategy, which makes use of both civilians and military resources. EU's involvement abroad is the most evident in its military and civilian CSDP deployments and operations. Nearly 5,000 men and women work to strengthen resilience amid vulnerable environment while fostering peace and security where it is required. Going on briefly to the conclusion, this research has examined notable institutional initiatives that underpin the common foreign and security policy of the European Union and how it can be impacted by political narratives and circumstances such as enlargement or its abandonment, as evidenced by the Brexit in the UK. It has also offered a critical evaluation of the advantages and disadvantages of the CSDP, which is referred to, just as a reminder, a common security and defense policy, and how it can influence decisions of the CFSP, which is the common foreign and security policy, from a defense and security standpoint. Going forward at this paper, we seek to demonstrate through a descriptive analytic approach that the CFSP needs a fresh injections of reform and innovation, as does the bloated EU bureaucracy, culminating in inertia when it comes to decision making. In this instance, on foreign policy matters, finally, in my opinion, the CFSP has to technologize itself in the digital age, embody human internationalism, and exercise flexibility, amend anonymity so that the EU becomes a truly important cohesive player in the international community. Whether the EU enlarges or shrinks, it has to ensure that its roles and responsibility as a good international citizen should not suffer as a victim of insular politics. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you again.
Cahit Hocam.
Professor Cahit. Professor Cahit, are you there?
Tekrar burada bir internet sıkıntımız
Well,
oluyor.
sorry, I am suffering from an internet connectivity problem over here. I'm sorry, I was disconnected and reconnected, so I lost the connection for a couple of minutes. I'm sorry for that. Well, dear Yazan Şabaki, thank you very much for your speech.
Thank you for the attention. You're welcome.
Organizasyonlarda faaliyetler yapan bir akademisyen, bir
Well, you're a scholar, you're an academician, in fact, that has important participation in many other international platforms. So your considerations are very valuable. So you highlighted the topic of the expansion of an enlargement of EU. And in fact, you gave examples from different fields, starting from the common agriculture policy, extending to many other fields. In fact, all projects, all operations, in fact, can be seen from a very important lens. And in fact, you made very important notes for us. They should be taken very seriously into consideration. That was some valuable content. Thank you very much for covering all those elaborated details. Well, that about the study, I would like to tell you that if you can submit it is in detail to the committee, it may be very useful for many parties. Now, I would like to give the floor to Associate Dr. Edmir Mullah Osmanovic. Mainly in the Balkan Islamic world, and then in all Islamic world, all the political advancements and historical perspectives are studied by this prominent scholar. And availing myself of this opportunity, I would like to remind that his important play in the security gap studies. And now he's going to make a presentation about the EU guarantee regarding internal security, life quality, and values protection, and some recommendations for the Muslim world. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you in advance.
Assalamu alaikum to all of you. I hope that connection will be okay during my presentation. I'm really glad that I will participate third time in the row at the Assam Congress, and right now you can see me and hear me from the mountain of Vlasic, one important mountain in Bosnia and Herzegovina, because of its liberation during the Bosnian War in 1994. Actually, I am on the road, and this is the spot where I could stop a few hours to conduct my presentation and to hear this morning very interesting presentations from the colleagues around the world. I want to congratulate the translators also, because they are doing really good job, and I hope that they will not have a problem with my presentation today. So basically, I am trying to speak to the core of the topic, and I am not going to be to speak in the details about issues I am developing and giving to you today. Just few remarks. I hope understandable remarks I will mention, and I find them very important for the Congress as well, but also for my topic particularly. So the social sciences, when we are talking about social sciences in the West, definitely have gone far ahead of the rest of the world from my perspective, in at least two segments. In the first case, it is about the freedom of the scholars in theorizing all, and I mean all, social phenomena, trying to find frameworks and establish forms and variables within human experience. In the second, these theories become the basis for the construction of methodological procedures by which its premises are tried in reality. We can understand that approach in the context of the dominance of the liberal paradigm, something that I am very often mentioned, and previous Congress, something what I dealt with, the liberal paradigm, and the Westerners' constant search for new and better solutions. Another reason could be the rejection of authority, mostly traditional church organizations, and especially during our postmodern period. Instead of faith and a value system that was valid for a very long time, individual freedom became a prerequisite for all other issues. It was the combination of theoretical patterns and positivist sociometric methodology that gave impulses to social change. The aim is to create new relations and new mankind, improved by people, through people's experience, and based on people's materialistic understanding of the world. Of course, that when I said that scholars are free to theorize all social phenomena, it means that theorizing became also significant for the concept of the internal security as well. So internal security cooperation had starting point in 1975 with the establishment of the Trevi cooperation. Talking about the Trevi cooperation, actually it was an intragovernmental network established outside of the then European Community legal framework. And it dealt with terrorism, radicalization, radicalism, extremism, and violence, international violence. Of course, when the Treaty of Maastricht was established, it came into force in 1992, also the Trevi cooperation actually lost its raison d'etre and was abolished. One of the main reasons for that action was belief that Europeans should be more effective and better prepared for the threats if they face them together. But they didn't look for an ordinary security. Europeans wanted to establish internal security strategy which reflects the values and priorities they share. In that sense, the concept must be understood as a wide and comprehensive concept which straddles multiple sectors in order to address these major threats, which have a direct impact on the lives, safety, and well-being of European citizens. In that sense, so many scholars and researchers actually emphasized that the creation of the policy agencies became necessary for the Europeans, especially in the context to answer the new challenges and threats of the border-free Europe. So the consolidation of a security model based on the principles and the values of the European Union was a necessity. It means that respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, the rule of law, democracy, dialogue, tolerance, transparency, and solidarity are unavoidable axes of the concept. In this context, EU internal security means protecting both, I would say, people and the values. The challenge wasn't easy. And we know that because European Union entered the 21st century with around 500 million people across the 27 countries with possibility of enlargement. That enlargement are not going to be so big, so high, but if Southeastern Europe will reach European Union, it means that few thousand of square kilometers European Union will be bigger, and around 16 to 18 million people will become the Europeans. Therefore, security through essential significance for multiple sectors became a key factor in ensuring a high quality of life in European society. Secondly, protecting European Union's critical infrastructure is also an important task. The definition of internal security is not simple, while the goals are quite comprehensive, I would say. And we have some kind of the definition, very pragmatic, given by the European scholars of internal security, when they say that it corresponds most closely with the term of area of freedom, security, and justice, officially used to denote the collection of policies focused on security rights and the free movement of people. Concretely, this means border security, policy matters, custom questions, and criminal justice. Some issues, such as civil protection, are not formally part of the model, but clearly seem to be part of any definition of internal security. So, to upgrade Treaty cooperation to the next level, the European Union adopted the European Security Strategy in 2003, which looked at the external aspects of it. In February, some 7 years later, in February 2010, the Council complemented the European Security Strategy by adopting the internal security strategy approved by the European Council in the March 2010. These documents and actions are core for the creation of European security model. The Lisbon Treaty and the Stockholm Programme enable the European Union to take ambitious steps in the developing Europe as an area of justice, freedom, and security. The strategy was focused on common threats, as I mentioned previously, and challenges, and European Union's common internal security policy and the principles and European security model. The principles and guidelines, European security model derivated from the treaties of the Union and set out in the Charter of Fundamental Rights. These are the basis for European policies, but also for the internal security policy. Clearly, that fundamental rights, international protection, the rule of law and privacy, transparency, accountability, tolerance, respect and freedom of speech, solidarity, etc. are core principles. But mutual trust surpasses all as a key principle for successful cooperation. Mutual trust, and I will add common will. I will not go, as I mentioned in my introduction, into details of the model, trying to explain how it is organized, what kind of the mechanisms are established, how intelligences are conducting their protocols, which analytical tools are used, or which security policies are effective or ineffective, the status of operational cooperation, etc. All these questions should be addressed to professionals who can elaborate it to the very detail. What I find interesting are the principles, reasons behind those principles, and rational stronghold mutual for the Europeans. Moreover, I am trying to detect why Muslim geography cannot be so rational and act in principle and by the principles. EU member states had its own dilemma from the beginning. One of the most important issue was and still is the question of sovereignty. National state and its agencies versus intragovernmental organization, which is trying to encompass them under one umbrella is a battle that continue to provoke Europeans. And we are witnessing from the Hungarian case, Poland, even France, now Italy, we see that battle between national sovereignty and intranational, supranational organizations such as European Union is. What does this European unification tells us as a Muslims? I believe that the first lesson is related to the European matured awareness of the senselessness of constant conflict. Let's not forget that the European continent is actually a continent of war for a millennium and more. All these differences, all these aspirations for power led the European ethnic groups and nations towards religious, political, and any other intolerance. The second lesson is related to political thought. Europeans managed to overcome all these above-mentioned differences and incorporate them into a unique worldview. On the basis of the democratic traditions, the value system, financial and economic relations, cultural matrices, and educational approaches were created. Legal acquis too. The problem of the relationship between the national state, or nation state, and the supranational structure still exists, but the construction of the European internal security model is a great, among other things, witness that this is also being successfully overcome. Muslim nations could and should learn the first lesson, the advantage of unity, much more easily than Europeans. It is not that they did not fight each other, nor that there are no significant tensions today, but there is a very important advantage for the Muslims. In historical experience, Muslims have positive examples of unity, and the European Union, with its development, only further shows them that this is the path they should return to, not to invent them or to invent it, but to return to. Therefore, Muslims can restart that entire process on predefined general relations. If the view of the worldview is the one we say we accept, I mean the Quranic discourse and the Quranic concept, then we should build the issues of financial and economic relations, for example, only on technical solutions because they are essentially already given. We don't have to try something different, something new to find better ways like Europeans are doing successfully. We have already given systems. The value system is as it was from the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam until the collapse of the Islamic order at the beginning of the 20th century. The value system is not changed. Cultural matrices based on tawheed as well as the educational system. The difficult question that interferes with the creation of the common space of the internal security, the question of sovereignty, is actually completely insignificant. The Islamic worldview very clearly defines the sovereign. It is God, Malikul Mulk, the owner of absolute sovereignty, no people or nation state. By accepting and implementing this fundamental truth, any argument against the creation of a wide, unified security interior space breaks out. We need, to put it simply and very directly, a common will, I'm referring it again, that leads to common goals, instead of functionalist, constructivist, or any other theory,
Professor,
Islamic practice.
sorry, we have three minutes.
I am finishing. Of course, we also need sociometry, but it should not give us more or less data to prove the correctness of certain ideas about the way societies should go. Our sociometry should reveal areas where more investment and attention must be paid. I would say that the topic of this Congress partially gave an important answer. The internal security of Muslim geography is a goal that must be achieved. How? Someone would ask. In introductory session, some of the colleagues this morning said that we need physical presence, and I really support that idea. We need to meet in some places, in some cities and the states to discuss these issues. Exchange of the ideas, building teams for the advocacy at the governmental level. I'm talking about Muslim states, of course, to strengthen the intellectual capacity, etc., is something that should be in our focus for the future if we want to achieve these goals. I want to congratulate at the end of my presentation, actually my talk, to the organizers, and I want to thank them for the patience they had with me, because last 3 months I was really in one hectic period, and I tried to manage my paper, my time, and alhamdulillah, I am here and I am grateful for that. Esselamu alaikum.
Kıymetli Admir Hocam, teşekkür ediyoruz. Biz de
Professor Admir, thank you very much. These were very remarkable considerations. These were very valuable thoughts, and you touched upon very interesting points in relation to the internal security issues of EU. In fact, you talked about some measures taken by the EU in general in relation to internal security, and in fact, you talked about some differences that seem to be disadvantage, but which are also turned into advantages. And you provided us with very important perspectives, and probably these are very valuable recommendations and arguments for the Islamic world. If we can have a nice setup in many Muslim states, in fact, we can also drive very advantageous results. This is what I understand from your talk, but we need a way out in order to be able to do this. You know, the Arabic concept of wihda, in fact, it is unity. Well, it's about unification. That is the key concept. So we need to reach this conceptual level. In fact, the way out, in fact, can be found in the history, because there are many examples that we can benefit from in the Muslim history. But what we need to do is just refresh our memory. So if we look at today's world from the lens of history, then we will find many things. For example, there are some current measures and actions in the EU. And in fact, Sam Abdul Shafi talked about the current actions and measures in the US. So we can learn many things from all these actions at the US and EU and the Western world. These were very valuable messages. Thank you. Now I get this warning from my colleagues. We have about 10 minutes more. In fact, in that case, I would like to thank all the panelists who took the floor in this session. Thankfully, we were able to end this session in a timely manner. In fact, now we have about 10 minutes remaining, and we received 3 questions. Maybe we can make use of this time in order to answer this question. One is a general question, so it's addressed to all the panelists in this session. Whoever would like to answer can take the floor to answer this question. You can just take 1 minute each to answer this question. The question is as follows. Okay, think about this September 11. Attack in the US. And after that point in time, there was a new security paradigm in the world. So do you think the security policy should be practiced individually in every country, or should there be an umbrella organization? And if that is the case, I mean, if the second is the case, then how can that be possible? Because the Islamic world is very fragmented. So I don't know, maybe Mesut Hakkı Jashan can take the question if you are available. Do you have any answers to share with us for this question? Well, thank you. Air Forces are listening to you. We are always vigilant. Yeah, that's a tough question, by the way. Well, first of all, let's think about who designed the September 11 and what were the motives? What was the reason and need for September 11? And why was there an all-out declaration of war against terrorism? And who put on the focus Russia today? And why in the 2019 strategy of NATO there are China and Russia shown as targets? It means it's more about who will be the enemy. So a common identified enemy is a concept that we use in our field. So a common identified enemy. In fact, you need to have a good knowledge about political history, because I also taught this to Commander Adnan. In fact, you know that publication about the world history, the first volume was published and the second volume is still pending. We're looking for more articles. Let's look at the world wars. The first one was about getting rid of the Ottoman. In fact, it was necessary to loot the petroleum and oil in the world. And only after the end of the Second World War, the US was able to dominate everything. And then there was the concept of common identifying enemy. It was Islam, Turkey, Pakistan, Iran, in fact, were taken as allies by the Western world, because on the other side, there was Russia, the Soviet Russia. But after the collapse of Russia, there came another theory, the conflict of civilizations. but it was not real either. In my presentation today, I try to present my case. Just in the center, in the heart of Europe, two Slav states, two Russian origin states, both are Christians, are in fight now. You know, the theory would be the conflict or clash of civilizations. So one Muslim and one non-Muslim would be in clash. But you know, now the two Christians are in fight in Europe. Despite all these, what is missing in the Muslim geography? In fact, lack of leaders is the first reason for a lack of unity. Secondly, it's about the imperialism. In fact, Turkish were shown as enemies of the Arabic world, but that is not the case. Think about the defense of Medina. We know what imperialism does to states. What can we do in future? Can we have that unity in future? There are two important organizations. In fact, we heard them from the speakers, EU and NATO. One is led by the United States. It's very strong on NATO. In Asia, there is the China and Russia alliance, but I think Russia and China do not trust each other. Personally, this is what I believe. So I expect the chaos. In Asia Pacific, in fact, China can intervene Taiwan at any moment. So many people say that the clock is ticking, and at any time you can expect a war in the Pacific because the UK and the US, in fact, are afraid of the Chinese Navy. There's so many vessels. And in fact, you know, the UK dominates the oceans. And in fact, what about the US Navy? In fact, we may see the end of the brilliant days of their navy. But what about the Muslims? No one cares about Muslims because Muslims cannot find their unity. Just like you suggested, Tawhid is the important concept. We just need to find and adopt a main philosophy, a main strategy. And this is how we need to create our fronts. First, we need to show our will and willingness, and then we need to create that unity. Just like our president said, the Northern Cyprus is a state. No Muslim state, in fact, recognizes that state. In fact, these are the challenges of the 21st century, and we need to create our own shield against these challenges of the 21st century. In fact, yes, we are peaceful, but you know that cannot be manipulated against us. Let's be careful with Islamophobia. So in the Afghan war, in the Syrian war, use of all the footage and the pictures for, you know, about half a century, the Muslims were being criticized, just like we just cut the throat. But no, we have compassion. We are all ancient civilizations. And in fact, we are following the instructions in Quran. Tolerance is a key concept in Quran. We need to explain this to the rest of the world. Well, we need to be very careful. We need to be acting with wisdom, rationale, and we need to act in line with the real politics. There will be future challenges as well. We need to be wiser. We need to be braver. And in fact, in Iraq, in Syria, Bosnia, Libya, there should be no more bloodshed among the Muslims. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished professor. I see Dr. Adbir Mullah Osmanovich would like to take the floor. Would you like to say anything about this?
Just a very short thought. I think that we need umbrella, and we see that the whole world will be divided in the mega regions, I would say. One of the mega regions should be the Islamic Muslim geography. We have to work for it. How? Professor said that we have a lack of the leadership. I would agree with that. But also we have a lack of provoking and influential contemporary Islamic thought and thinkers. That's why we need to gather more, to clarify our ideas and to have an influence in the public arena. This is something what will probably, and I hope, inshallah, will boost the new leaders who will freely establish the new norms or new old norms, Islamic values in our societies and the states. And this is the call of the intellectuals. This is the call of the intellectuals. I mean, our call, and we have to work for it. Thank you.
Ben de teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you too.
Burada.
I don't see any other panelists raising hands. That is why I would like to jump into the second question. So Ahmed Seydan, Islam, Hussein, Iyazan, I don't see that you are raising hands. If you are here, maybe you can just turn on your camera or you can just say hello. If you are not here, I would like to continue with the second question. So this question is for you, Mr. Mesut Hakkı Ceşen. In your speech, you were talking about the new paradigms created by Turkey in diplomacy and the new movements initiated by Turkey. Yes, we agree with this. However, when we look at the general picture, we see Turkey exerted great efforts, but in international fora, Turkey cannot get what it deserves. This is the general impression. Well, yes, Turkey wins victories in the field of diplomacy, but can we really export these in an institutional framework? So is it an extra card? Is a white card that Turkey can use in diplomacy? Well, thank you for the question. As you know, diplomacy is based on the principle of reciprocity. And also there's this principle of pacta sunt servanda. And Mr. Adnan Tanrıverde was also a commander during the Cold War. In fact, Caucasia and the Middle East were protected by the Turkish army. In fact, the US provided us with 400 tanks. And at that time, we were provided the planes very cheaply. But now we pay the price, but we cannot get the aircrafts. Just like the military equipment was not delivered to Sultan Reshad during the Ottoman Empire. In fact, in regards F-16s, we are still not at the position that we would like to have. Soft power and hard power that should be balanced. In fact, we are reaching a good level, but that disturbs some others. In fact, other parties are getting armed against us. In fact, the president was underlying the military drills between Saudi Arabia and Greece. And this is unacceptable. Egyptian army, in fact, worked with the Ottoman army in order to stop the Crusaders. And think about the history of Saudi Arabia. Think about all 400 years. In fact, until 1917, we were holding the flag of Islam. Really, do we deserve such a treatment? You say that Turkey does not get what it deserves, but you know, we need to criticize our own selves, not the Western world. Do you know the non-recognition concept in international law? You are not get recognized, you are excluded. And with the pressure, in fact, you lose your position. We saw the examples of this in history. For example, there was this big fight of the Ottoman against the Byzantium. In fact, the Byzantium would not sit around the table to sign a contract or agreement with us. They wouldn't agree to go into diplomatic relations with us. But the God Almighty sent this huge commander to us, Mehmet II, Mehmet the Conqueror. So, in fact, I named my son after that great conqueror. In fact, maybe a new golden generation will emerge. They will be the grandsons of Mehmet the Conqueror. That's something else. We need leaders. And the whole Islamic community should be brought together. Now the question is that who was who is managing, who is administrating the Byzantium right now, who holds Istanbul right now? It's a Turkish nation. We are given one task, and it's a very sensitive task in the 21st century. It doesn't mean whether they recognize us or not recognize that, just like Ibn Khaldun suggested in the rise and fall of the states, or just like Portelli wrote in his book, the Turkish world and the Turkish Islamic world are on the rise. In fact, this rise is not a racist concept. It is not a pan-Turkic concept. It's a concept that requires wisdom, consultation. So we have a historical role to play. Just like distinguished professor suggested, this is a responsibility with science, progress, with good lectures and explanations. We can defend this concept. Turkey is going to get what it deserves, slowly and gradually. We have to be patient. In fact, patient is the essential element of success. The Prophet says that we always optimistic. We are optimistic. I'm both an academician and a retired Turkish soldier. And the Republic of Turkey, its nation and its army will fulfill their functions with their intellectuals, with their all citizens. Yesterday, I was in a different event talking about the success of the army and the soldiers. The former defense Undersecretary of Turkey said that it was a mistake for Turkey to leave the F-35 program. You see, this is what he said. But Turkey has now the super missile invented, and the Turkish pilots will be flying the Turkish combat jets in the skies in 1 year. So it's almost morning. Get ready for the dawn. Thank you very much. There was one more question, but unfortunately that question is addressed to a professor who's not here right now. In fact, I don't want to exceed our time too much. Let me extend my thanks to all the panelists. Thank you very much for your speech. In 1 minute, I would like to summarize everything in 1 minute, and then I will leave the floor to Necmettin Keleş. Well, we listened to 6 speakers. They dwelled on the following topics. The world is being tested by many challenges, and the Islamic world, in fact, must go into vigilance against and in the face of all those challenges, and we need to take all the measures, all the actions. The processes must start running. And there were some recommendations as well. First, we talk about the Fertile Crescent. This geographical area is called the Fertile Crescent in terms of water, oil, surface and ground resources. They're all there in this geographical area. We need to make use of them. Also, in the world, there is a new paradigm developing. This is a new century, new process, new paradigm, especially right after the intervention of US in Iraq and Afghanistan. There came the Arab Spring, and after the Arab Spring, there were other developments, and last but not least, there was the COVID-19 pandemic. We are getting introduced to a new world. These are different parameters of a new world beginning. So if we are now stepping into this new world, then as Mr. Islam Abdushafi suggested, first, US will be an important country to look at. And Mr. Shobaki also introduced an important paradigm involving the actions in the EU, and also he suggested that some practical examples could be taken from the EU. And also Ahmet Zeydan talked about Russia. Well, internally, Russia developed its own process in order to open up to Africa, and in the Middle East, Russia has been challenging the Middle East, as he suggested, and then we suggested that, the speaker suggested that, in fact, we need to create an umbrella organization. We need to adopt this concept of unity, and we need to, in fact, benefit from and export some examples from our history. And in fact, we also made some emphasis on some other topics. And for example, lastly, we highlighted that there is the lack of leaders in the world and in the Islamic world. And in such a world, in such a setting, our president, in fact, is always at the forefront in every platform. For us, for the Islamic world, I think this is a chance that we have. It's a huge advantage that we have. We need to appreciate that chance. Maybe Turkey is also seen to be at the forefront as a state, and in the defense industry, in fact, we have made many progresses and we have taken many strides in the Islamic geography. In fact, we are about to attain a very important position. We dominate many platforms, and we create new discourses, just like the world is greater than 5. And there is a reason for saying that. Turkey is getting ready for the new century. The announcements made by the president lately, new movements, new initiatives, new visions, new perspectives are being introduced by the president, and they are being introduced in this changing new world. Turkey will appear as an internationally strong actor, player. It's not only about states, but about the think tanks in the countries, the NGOs, academicians, scholars. All the parties have to understand this change. So I think today's Congress has been a milestone in the center of all of these developments, because it's not only about Turkey, but also it's about the whole world. It's about the whole Islamic world. That's an important step. In fact, even the profile of all these academicians tell us something. So this Congress is the result of very big efforts. You can understand this even by looking at this profile and CVs of all these academicians. The experts of their field are all invited to this Congress, and now we get these very good results from all the sessions. So personally, in fact, I would like to extend my thanks to Professor Adnan and Necmettin. Thank you very much. I extend my best regards to everyone. I'm again sorry, and I apologize for the technical internet connectivity faults that I had. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Jaitus. That was a brilliant session. In fact, both this session and also the former sessions were eye-opening. And we heard very exciting presentations from the speakers. Well, distinguished scholars, thank you very much for your inputs. To those believers, if you don't want to be imprisoned by others, just be wise and against the persecutors. Follow the sacred values. Otherwise, you cannot protect your life, or you cannot defend your law and rights. With this sentence, I would like to announce the third session, but let's give a break for 15 minutes and we will meet again at 4 o'clock Turkish time. It's tea time. Okay, who is buying the tea for us? Yeah, Commander Adnan, is it you?
Yemekten önce çay, yemekten sonra kahve ikram edeceğiz
Çok
inşallah.
güzel.
Evet
Komutan
hocam.
bir müjde
First
ver.
tea and then lunch and then coffee. I have some news to herald to you. Next year, hopefully, we're going to have the Congress in physical format, in face-to-face format. So hopefully, we're going to eat some delicious kebab next year. You remember in the third Congress, in the most recent war, in fact, about 100 NGO representatives were there. Hopefully, the seventh Congress will also take place in face-to-face format, and we will have more representatives attending, hopefully. Okay. See you at 4 o'clock.
Sen.
Üçüncü oturumumuz başlıyor inşallah. Üçüncü oturumun konusu
Inshallah, we are opening the third session. It is about today's internal security phenomenon. The Associate Professor Caner Can-Türk is the moderator. We have many valuable participants. So I'll give the floor to Caner Bey, inshallah. Necmettin Bey, thank you very much. I would like to salute everyone with respect. In cooperation of Dumlupınar University and Assam, this is the 6th International Congress of Assam. I would like to welcome you all. In our third session, we have very prominent academicians. They will provide their presentations. However, there are two speakers who won't be here. So there will be, first and foremost, Idris Malevi. Idrissa Muhammad Malawi will not be available. And secondly, Abdullah M. Kaba will not be available. So we will, there will be Dr. Amina Bogruz, Mansur El Amani, and Ayhan Orhan and Erkan Oflası will be present in our session.
Doktor Amani Bogruz'a vermek istiyorum.
First and foremost, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Amina Bogruz. She's going to talk about the illegal immigration and security threats in Algeria. Ms. Bogruz.
Ben anlayamadım ama özür diliyorum.
هل صوت مسموع؟ السلام عليكم.
Ben duyamadım ama Sayın Bogruz'u çok özür diliyorum.
I cannot hear you, Ms. Bogruz.
Dr. Bogruz, are you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Can I speak now? Yeah.
Yes, I hear you now.
Yeah.
Please.
Dr. Amine, to listen in English, to listen in English, you should select translation.
What?
You should select translation part in English, so you will be able to listen in the simultaneous translations.
نعم حسنا. عاصم, I don't understand you. It's okay. السلام عليكم. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. سعيدة شكرا للقائمين على هذا المؤتمر. شكرا لعاصم لأنه
I would like to thank you for organizing this seminar. I am very happy to be here. This is purely international and academic. It is rather than academic meeting, it is rather as a conference having huge objectives. I'll talk about illegal immigration and security threats in Algeria. Of course, there is a sociological part of it and security part of it. Illegal immigration, of course, is said to be the following: if there are not alternatives, what are the alternatives, and if there are not immigrants in economy, for example, this is very important. For example, and this is I'll start my presentation with this question. Rather than economic and in others, setting aside all of these, illegal migration, their rights as human beings, it's about how it is evaluated with migrants, so what they do with the migrants. And migration, of course, this is related to the society and the state. Therefore, an individual escapes from their own country and goes to another country for asylum seeking, and they're leaving everything behind, and they leave the society they live in, and of course they set aside their problems that they experience from Africa in other countries. That it's because of the countries lagging behind. They leave their country, and because of the economy in Africa, in terms of social, political, and economic terms, there's an instability. Therefore, there is the system, and there is a security dimension of this issue. And of course, in a sense, this causes a certain situation, migrants from time to time. When we address this issue, there could be the drug addiction, and they could be used as they could be used in this sense.
لا الخارجي، وهو كان يعتبر المصدر الوحيد، لكن الآن لزعزعة الاستقرار، لكن الآن أصبحت هناك أشكال عديدة.
And this is related to the external powers, and of course this society is there are a lot of systems, and there's most of the countries are suffering from illegal migration. Algeria is one of those countries, and as they are in Africa, and it has a coast to the ocean, so we can say that it turned into a country of migration. When we are talking about Algeria, we can talk about the three types of migration. There is the in-migrants, the out-migrants, I'm sorry, the transit passage is the second one. There is a migration outflow, and the third one is the Algeria itself opens its doors for the illegal migration. So the illegal migrants come to Algeria for that reason. Therefore, the phenomenon of migration in social terms, in economic terms, in political terms is about the illegal action. Therefore, in the 20th century, recently, this has been on the agenda. For that reason, in Algeria, the word harga is used. What does it mean? It is individuals leaving their identities behind and interrupting their identities. So when the youngsters go to Europe, they leave their identity, they leave their country, they leave everything, they burn down everything they have related to their own countries. Maybe the time will not be enough but there's a social migration. I will talk about the modes of it, and I'll talk about Algeria and the security threats in Algeria. And of course, that there are two types of countries. The first one is about a big country where the migration starts, and of course, there are African and third world countries at this the migration starters, and there are transit countries. The transit countries is more related to Algeria, and there could be Tunis, Algeria, Morocco. These are the transit countries. And of course, the migrants go to other countries through these countries. And another type of it is the countries where illegal migrants go. France, Italy, Spain, and such countries, they have better conditions and they migrate to these countries. Therefore, this process is a quite troublesome process in the entries and the exits and the borders. It is very difficult to gain the control, and it's a pain in the neck process.
الوافدين إلى الدول المستقبلة بغية الإقامة الدائمة فيها باتخاذها كمركز.
They leave their countries, and when you look at it, their process where they live, there is no permission, the residential permit, and according to the laws of the countries and the international laws. So, for example, in Libya, in Mali, countries like Libya and Mali, and in the western part of Algeria, we see this a lot. The African migrants for going, they use Algeria for transit purposes, and they when they stay here, they apply for the residential permits. Of course, they're the ones migrating to other countries. There could be Arabic people, and of course, from time to time, they are there for having the stability, like the UK, like the United States of America. They're going there for leading a better life, for political and economic and social reasons, forcing these people to migrate. How many minutes do I have? How many minutes do I have? Can you tell me how much time do I have? Do you hear me? You have 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes. When you look at Algeria, there is a migration from the southern part, and because of some reasons, of geographical reasons, historical reasons, and then the Africans, in order to have the stability through Mediterranean, they migrated to European countries. And of course, in many African countries, there is a huge thousands of kilometers of borders, and because of them, they use this country as transit countries. And you know, entering into Algeria is very easy. And of course, The tribal relationships in the African states makes this transit easier. Some tribes that they do not accept their borders and they have the illegal migrants to reside in Algeria. So we can say that the illegal migration is getting more and more present in Algeria. Of course, when we look at this, there are armed conflicts in Africa, and we can say that Algeria has better conditions, and they make it they migrate for that reason, for these reasons. And since the 80s, there is unemployment, and of course, the purchasing power parity decreases in the country. There is poverty, and the dinar loses its value against the foreign currencies. When we look at this in the Algeria, there is out migration from Algeria to other countries. And of course, there are security problems in Algeria. And because of this, all the reflections are negative in Algeria. And the illicit trafficking of drugs and the illicit trafficking of human trafficking, and there are illegal parts, and this is what the Algerian people face too. And as they are working in illegal works, there is the increasing of the crime rates. There is bribery, and so, as it's very difficult for Algeria to control over all of this. And of course, there is a certain infrastructure for this. And of course, there are certain parts I couldn't finish my presentation. I have been trying to as fast as possible.
بصفتي باحثة في أو مختصة في العلوم الاجتماعية، حيث ذكر الفرق الكبير في تطور العلوم
social sciences.
الفرق هنا أحد أهم العوائق التي تصعب التنظير في العلوم الاجتماعية، تصعب على الباحثين في علم الاجتماع أن
in social sciences.
ولحد الآن ما زلنا نعتمد على النظريات الغربية. لماذا؟ لأنه لا يمكننا تشخيص الواقع.
We cannot make progress because our research compared to the Western research, we do not have the timely data, we do not have timely data. Therefore, this is a huge barrier for social sciences, I believe. And I'd like to thank you for organizing this conference. And I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to present. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amina. You made your presentation in a very nice way. I would like to add certain stuff to what you have said. In 2019, I was in Chile with Erasmus program for 10-15 days. And in addition to that, in Hasibe Barma University in International Relations and Political Sciences, we have very sincere relationships with the professors of these departments. They came to Kütahya for Erasmus program two or three times. We have our relations with them, and inshallah, these relations will continue. Algeria is a very nice country, and I was very happy to be in Algeria. It wasn't an African country that I dreamed of. It was like a country very similar to us. And I believe that I wish that the relations between Turkey and Algeria will continue to further prosper. Since the 2000s, in Algeria, in Sahara geography, in terms of migration, that this is facing very crucial problems. And in Niger, Nigerian immigrants, as you pointed out, from Spain, there is a huge migration, and I might have missed that, but from within the refugee camp, there are problems experienced with Morocco, and this is escalating. Algeria does not have out migration, but there is a Western Sahara problem as well, and there is a humanitarian drama there, and I believe that that should be solved as soon as possible. If you have anything you'd like to add, you could add as well, because we do not have two participants, two speakers, so we have a lot of time that we can spend on your presentation. Of course, there are developments in Turkish-Algerian relations, and Algerians receive education in Turkish universities, and this has a positive reflection on the relations of Algeria and Turkey. And for postdoc, for research, I will visit Turkey. Inshallah, I will make a request if Allah makes it happen. If I want to make my work, study in Turkey, and if illegal immigration, when you consider it, should be addressed in a research. Algeria is going through a very tough time, is experiencing three modes of migration: out migration, transit countries, being a transit country, and in migration. And of course, there are reasons of this, and of course, there are security problems, and at the place of development, there needs to be huge efforts exerted. And the most important thing is that the migration of the Algerian people to Europe should stop for whatever reason. And and I believe that the migration could stop with that. Thank you very much. This is all I want to say. Thank you very much once again. Now we have the second presentation. I would like to invite El Amani. Is it going to talk about security in Niger, cooperation with Turkey? El Amani, you have the floor. You can have 30 minutes of presentation. We don't have any time constraint, by the way.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to make my presentation for this 6th International Assam Islamic Union Congress that I used to participate physically, and this is the second year that we are making it by Zoom, and we are very glad to be a part of this project, and inshallah we hope next year will be the last year, 2023, and we wish to have a good result, and we wish to realize and achieve the goal of ASRICA. So my topic, as you know, is going to talk about security in Niger and the cooperation of Niger with Turkey. So let me talk first of all about security in general issue. Most of ASRICA, let's say Asia and African countries, so there are those countries are suffering for lack of security and insecurity. In this world now, even in international scale, in conferences, in news, when you are following up, when you hear the problem issue, the problem of security issue, directly people think about Middle East, like Arab countries, and also Africa, especially African countries, those who live sub-Saharan African countries. Also, you can find those small security problem in North African countries. And mostly, this is, I'm underlining this sentence, those countries are mostly Islamic countries. Not Islamic, but majority, the population of those countries are majority Muslims. So in summary, I can say the security problem now or nowadays is touching almost Islamic community. That's why we have to continue discussing, we have to continue researching, we have to continue making policy to solve this problem together for the humanity and for Islamic or Muslim community. So going to Africa, like in Africa, most of touched countries in terms of insecurity or security problem is the Sahel. I don't know if you know the word Sahel. It means the countries, those who are south part of the desert of Sahara. So when you look at Algeria, so the countries, those who are south of Algeria, Libya, Morocco, Egypt, Sudan, and others. So this Sahel region, the lack of security or the security problem started since 2011. So from 2011, after the Libyan former leader, Muammar Gaddafi, after his death, so a lot of problem of security started, especially in Sahel countries such as Chad, such as Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, also Mauritania. Also, you can include Nigeria, one of also English-speaking country. So our government are making efforts, mixed cooperation, multilateral cooperation to fight against this problem of security. That's why they decided to create a regional organization which we call the G5 Sahel. G5 Sahel, which was or which is organization include the 5 sub-Saharan African countries: Chad, Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Mauritania, to come together to combat terrorism in the Sahel. Niger is also founding member and also active member of G5 Sahel. And last year, in my previous presentation, I talked by details about G5 Sahel. So Niger, as you know, is a black country, like a country which does not have access to the ocean. So we are one of ECOWAS, West African countries, West African states, which include 15 countries, 15 members. So Niger is one of West African countries, and Niger is the largest country in West Africa, which ranked Niger to the 6th biggest country in terms of land, in terms of area in Africa, after Algeria, Democratic Republic of Congo, Sudan, Libya, Chad, then Niger in Africa. And from the north to the south, we have, in terms of climate or in terms of repartition, we have desert in the northern part of Niger, and we have Niger River throughout the south. And we share a long border with Algeria as a neighbor. We share also Libya as a neighbor. That's why when I was talking about the Libyan issue since 2011, the time that security problems started in sub-Saharan African countries. So after the death of Libyan leaders, Libyan revolutionary leaders, Muammar Gaddafi, so people start transporting arms, start transporting guns toward sub-Saharan African countries without any control, because it's desert and the lands are very big lands. It's very difficult to control, especially the Niger part. Like when you look at our neighbor Algeria, Algeria is really working or works about border. Like we don't have any problem with the Algerian border. We don't have any security problem with the Algerian border, because really they have high technology, they have military, they have enough budget of defense and security in order to take care of their border. But when we go to Libyan border to Niger, from that place we have a lot of problem. Also, when we go to the eastern part, there's Chad also. Chad also a country who is sharing border with Libya. So from those parts, from that side, that start the problem of security into the southern part through Nigeria in the south of Niger, that started the problem of Boko Haram also, which took the origin from Nigeria. Nigeria also is our neighbor. We share the longest border with Nigeria. That's why when you go to the eastern part, nearby Chad Lake, we could find those security problem from 2011 into 2015 or 2018. So Niger become a major migrant transit. As you know, Niger, as I say, is located in the center of Africa. So when you look at the history, Niger was the carrefour of trans-Saharan trade. Almost people from coastlines, when they are going to go to the Mediterranean, they have to cross toward Niger, to Zender region, to other region, to cross Algeria in order to go to Europe. When you look at the history, that's why Niger is a transit hub due to an array of structural factors. So this is due of its geographical location and porous border with Libya and regional economy revolving around migrants transportation. So this also is when you look at the situation of security in Niger, this migrant transit and migrant transportation who are crossing to Niger is also one of the things that make security issue in internal politics of Niger, because it is the transit way. When you look at the Mali part is very complicated for people. Chad also is very complicated for people to cross to go to Europe or to go to the Mediterranean. Niger is the only place which is a little bit safe, and people try to go through Algeria or through to Libya. and almost people from all around African countries, sub-Saharan African countries, they try always to cross Niger throughout to go to reach their objective to go to Europe. And the most of them, when they are blocked in Niger or they are blocked in the border of Libya or Algeria, when they found, because they can stay without any job, when they found like a robbery or taking gun, they can easily be converted in what we say terrorist group, that they can stop people, they can stop people who are traveling to take their goods, or to kill them even, to take their cars or the goods. This is also an issue when we categorize we have what we call the group of terrorist group from Mali, from Libya, those who have link with ISIS in Middle East. We have also Boko Haram in the southern part. We have also this small group of people, those who doesn't have, or those who don't have a job. They try to go to Libya, or they try to go to Algeria. They try to go to Europe. They start taking gun and making trouble in the community. So the Sahel region is a diverse region that is becoming increasingly important for regional and global security. Not only regional, so I say global security, because every superpower almost they have their interest on Sahel security, because Europe also include European Union. They include their policy, the security policy. Why European Union are intervening in Sahel? Because almost most of people, those who are transiting, those who are migrating from the Africa to go to Europe, crossing the Mediterranean, they cross the Sahel. That's why European Union, they have also politics about Sahel. So moreover, dynamics such as a poor governance of our country, a fragile agricultural sector, the absence of democratic transition, lack of jobs, have made it a new frontier for the terrorist group. Indeed, they try to manipulate and exploit the underlying tensions of region. So in this politics, Niger as an independent country, Niger as sovereign countries, try to improve its security, or her security and defense situation and cooperation. Before, Niger had to buy like defense industry. Niger had to make cooperation with France, our former colony, or United States of America, or another Western country. But nowadays, in this politics, again, the insecurity, the Niger government improve its military cooperation with Turkey, for example, by signing several agreements on defense and security. This was 3 months ago. I was with the President of the Republic of Niger. He went to Turkey and he bought some defense material from Turkey. So Niger received last month 6 drones. Niger received from Turkey six drones from Turkey. As you know, Turkish people knows 6 Bayraktar TB2 were delivered to Niamey airport, and we have some militaries in Ankara. Currently, we have about 30 military students, those who are taking courses in terms of maintenance and flight and aviation issue. So this is the first part of armed contract signed between Niger and Turkey in November 2021, which is also provides for the purchase for Niger light aircraft and armed vehicle. So which this purchase the country air capacity have gone up much. And Niamey, the capital of Niger, is taking the opportunity to diversify these partners in the defense sector. So the President of the Republic of Niger by himself was talking about this. So now we are in 21st century. We are no longer in the colonization era. We have to improve our cooperation with other countries. So in terms of security, Niger with Turkey, we have a lot of agreement in terms of security, and in terms of scholarship. We have a lot of students, those who are currently in Turkey, also in what we call police academy in Ankara. They are taking also courses in terms of security. So this is briefly my presentation about security problem in Sahel, security problem in Niger, and what Niger Republic is doing, what Niger does to improve its partners throughout the world to fight against insecurity, to fight against terrorism, the partnership of Niger with Turkey, and we are wishing to be improved in the near future, because we bought, for example, from Turkey 6 Bayraktar TB2. We are planning also to buy some tanks and guns from Turkey, and also drones, 2 of drones, in order to control our borders. Because when I was talking about technology, for example, Algeria has good technology of controlling the borders. So Niger also, we are taking this example, and we are cooperating with Turkey to buy some drones in order to control our borders to combat terrorism. So briefly, that's all in 1 or 2 paragraphs that my presentation I have to say. I don't know if you have some comments, if you have questions, so I'm ready to respond. Thank you for the attention.
Sayın El Amani, çok teşekkür ederiz. Çok açıklayıcı, çok güzel bir sunum.
Thank you very much. This has been an enlightening presentation. You gave us the opportunity to look at the relationship and cooperation between Turkey and Niger, and you gave us information about the role and importance of Niger in the region. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Çavuşoğlu, visited Niger a few years back, and an international agreement was signed in a variety of fields. And with this agreement, we see that Turkey wanted to take place in Niger's developmental action plan. Of course, we mentioned Nigeria, Libya, other countries, and we know that the conflicts and terrorism activities in these countries also influence Niger's security. So this is what I would like to add. And as you know, Niger is actually a field of interest for me. Of course, I'm not an expert as much as you are. What do you think is the impact of people being against France? So what kind of security impact does this have in Niger? Because France was a colonial country, so as you know, there is a huge protest of the public against France. So what kind of an implication does this have?
This brilliant question that always we receiving this question from youth, from a lot of people from other countries. Yes, we have now my previous presentation and my previous article for last year, I mentioned about foreign military bases in Niger, not only France. We have France, we have America, we have Germany, we have also Italy. Those who are actually currently in Niger, they say they are helping Niger in terms of security in combating terrorism. When you follow the news, last 2 months or 3 months ago, like French military are like Mali, the government of Mali, our neighbor country, they they cut like the military cooperation with France because Mali current government or Malian current transition government, they made an analyze that since 2012 until nowadays, or 2012 until 2022, 10 years ago, like that France military are here in Mali or they are in Sahel, but still the problem of security persistent. Still there is problem of security in this region. That's why they say so. In 10 years, if France doesn't have a chance or a possibility to fight against terrorism, to help us against a terrorist group, so we don't have any choice to make end of this cooperation of Barkhane. So from Mali, the France military they shift, they come to Niger. In Niger also it's the same case. Since 2013 or 2012 when they started, so until now, especially in the western part of Niger in Tilaberi region, we have several problems. Especially there is the place that we call it three border region, the border of Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. We have really serious problem of security, and now people they are not allowed even to travel by car or by bus because of problem. And there is or there are foreign military bases in this zone, America, France, Italy, Germany, and until now there is this problem. The problem is continuing. 2 days ago, the France President Emmanuel Macron, during a speech, he said officially we are making end. We are going to end Barkhane operation in Sahel. So if he's talking about Sahel, now in Mali there is no Barkhane. Barkhane now the biggest military basis is in Niger. So we hope if there is no good result, in my opinion, if there is no good result in fighting against terrorism, so we can do also like Mali. So we can say, okay, thank you, France, as 10 years ago, you are not successful to fight against terrorism. So just leave us or leave us your technology, or as we did with Turkey. Now we are taking technology from Turkey in order to fight against terrorism, in order also to control our borders. So that's what the cooperation that we need. In my opinion, the military cooperation or Barkhane operation in Sahel and in Niger, there is no, until now, there is no good result. If you ask my opinion, so I will recommend, I will request our government to do like Mali did, to make end of this operation. That's my opinion about the issue. Thank you.
Peki. Ben çok teşekkür ediyorum. Çok sağ olun.
Thank you very much. Now let's proceed to the third presentation of our session in the context of the political economy of sub-Saharan Africa during the post-colonial period, Turkey's African investments, and the case of the Renaissance Dam. We have Professor Ayhan Orhan and Erkan Oflas have prepared this presentation. I believe Mr. Oflas will be delivering the presentation. Yes, I think Ayhan will be here soon. Then you have the floor, sir. We have some time, so you have enough time. Thank you very much. So this presentation, which will be delivered in this session, is about the political economy of sub-Saharan Africa during the post-colonial period. This actually gives us great hints about the current security problems that African countries are facing. Because right now we see a different type of activity. We know that internal security problems are not directly related to the country's problems itself. Now, in the geopolitical sense, we need to base it on a political foundation, because we are not only talking about interests, but we also have to look at geopolitical theories, because the type of value transfer changed. Previously, in the Middle Age, countries would loot, they would go into war. Now, as the level of civilization improved, the interventions changed. So we have two important topics. First one is after the Napoleonic Wars, the establishment of the Metternich system in Europe, and the second one is Turkey's perspective towards Africa. So African solutions to African problems, which is Turkey's vision for Africa. As you know, in our presentation, international power, international influence means that country's impact over other countries. So from this perspective, we can say that countries have to use some kind of power, but is this going to be hard power or soft power? It is up for them to decide. And is there a dilemma for that? That's another question. In the past decade, there's another definition for power. So with regards to Turkey's policies, we have to take into consideration Turkey's own dynamics and other dynamics, and Turkey also supported these countries militarily. So we now can talk about smart power, which is a new a new category of power. So if you have economic or diplomatic priorities, first you have to try to solve them through diplomatic means or commercial means. And if that fails, then you can resort to military power, or you can support your partner in the military sense. Now, as you know, this is what was suggested by the Metternich system. It talks about establishing a system in Europe to make sure that other countries would not dare to attack Europe. The UK was out of these unities, so if one of these alliances became more powerful than the other one, then the UK would support the powerful one. So the biggest failure in the Metternich system is that it doesn't care any other region than Europe, because a war in Europe would definitely have destructive outcomes, same as we have seen in the Napoleonic Wars. So armed countries actually are seen as a threat, which then subsequently led to wars and conflict. So this is also another dilemma that Europe was faced with back in the day. So before all else, we have to say one thing. If Europe wants to maintain its welfare, then the welfare of other countries should serve Europe's welfare. So let me elaborate a little bit. So Europe's welfare and prosperity depends on the added value that it can create. So if you want to improve Europe's prosperity, then you have to reduce the added value produced by other countries. You have to prevent them from generating more profit than Europe, and you have to prevent them from accumulating capital. So this is the actually the basis of the world theory. So we have to talk about the central, semi-peripheral and peripheral countries, and you have to prevent countries from shifting from one region to another. And how do you prevent a country from generating added value? Terrorist activities, conflicts, wars, these have a great impact on countries' prosperity and welfare. So keeping the welfare of Africa low means keeping the welfare of Europe high. So therefore, Europe creates much more added value, and this added value gives you more welfare, more prosperity. So even though you prevent the welfare of a country that you are commercial partners with, so there's a dilemma. We have human rights, we have fundamental rights and freedoms to which every person is entitled to. Then we can ask the question whether there's a difference between human rights in Europe and human rights in Africa. So the geopolitical relation between these countries lead to an unbalance with regards to human rights. So it leads to unequal development. So we need a creative destruction for that. And for that, we need a new political theory. We need a new economic and political vision. So in our culture and in our code, we do not alienate others. So Rousseau developed a term called alienation. This is how it works. If a society, a different or a nation is coded with a different standard than yours, so that nation's, that society's beliefs, language, or ethical background, if you think that they are different, then you don't have to behave the same way. So every bad thing you do is ethical. So this is a very surprising theory, because how can you actually justify a bad behavior towards someone else? Actually, there are great examples we can give for this from Europe. And one important one is that, I'm sorry, I would have to mute myself for a few seconds.
Bu arada çok özür diliyorum. Diğer çalışmanın ortağı benim.
Meantime, I can intervene. I am the co-author of this study. I'm sure I'm still on the road because I thought that I will take the floor about 5:40 p.m. So I would like to let Erkan go on and finish and start, and then I will be able to take my seat in front of my computer. I'm sorry for that. That's okay, Professor Ayhan Orhan. Just drive safe. No, that's okay. Don't worry. I'm safe, and I will be before my computer in 5 minutes. And so I had to mute myself because my baby started crying. I didn't want you to be disturbed with the noise, so I had to close the door. I was talking about some hierarchy and whether it is there in the Europe and Africa in the same way. But what do we mean by hierarchy? In fact, there are certain values, a set of values in the Northern Hemisphere. And also there is another part of the world that are found to be underdeveloped by some people. So there is a differentiation between the two, and there is a hierarchy between the two. It is called the white man effect, or it may be called the African looting. They can also be handled separately. So Turkish policy and the Chinese policy are not really so different. The starting points are in fact very similar. Political negotiation process can be organized with increased commercial dependence. What does that mean? If you have commercial dependence, if you put it in the equation, then you do not talk about supranational dependency, even if the dependency factor is low or high, there is a net profit, net interest for the countries. For example, African countries are a market for Turkey, and Turkey is a market for the African countries. Think about such an ecosystem. So increased welfare in Turkey will be some improved market opportunity and vice versa. So this is a new perspective. This is the structural, constructive perspective. In fact, with the increased security and welfare in Africa, you see the ecosystem effects. In fact, when there is increased interdependency between the countries, these links get stronger in this ecosystem. For example, a conflict in a country or discontinuation of production, military coups, civil unrest, anything in a country will be a threat for the third-party trading partners. For example, Tigray problem in Ethiopia is a problem for Turkey and China because this is going to disrupt their increased welfare. And in that case, Turkey will be able to sell less products and goods to that country, and also Ethiopia will be able to buy less goods from Turkey. So if Ethiopia is constant in the equation, then the expansion in supply and demand will be harmed with this effect. The market will be damaged. Maybe there will be more goods and services generation in Turkey, but you know the trading partner is not going to have sufficient capacity to buy and consume. You can just give the opposite example. In Turkey, the demand for the African goods may increase. However, it depends on whether we have any security thrust to buy. And also, the supply in the other countries should be increasing so that the Turkish people will keep buying, will be able to keep buying. Economic sanctions imposed on Germany by Europe were offered to be the reasons for the crisis in 2001. In fact, the expendable revenue of the individuals declined because of the sanctions, and that reduces the demand, and the companies start to pile up their stocks and inventories. And one of the great depressions of history is triggered by this factor. And in fact, these relations are now win-win relations. So in terms of finding African solutions for the African problems, in fact, any investment to be made here should be organized in order to serve the purposes of African nations and African states. Any trade dependency, any economic dependency may change the interests of Turkey. There should be no conflicts in Africa. the markets must be operating under normal conditions, and the production manufacturing capacity must be increased in the highest rates. These will add up to the interests of and serve to the purposes of Turkey. There's an important argument here. The neighboring countries I mean, in the colonized or semi-colonized countries in Africa, in fact, when their welfare is not increased, in fact, Europe would be buying cheap raw material and bringing them to their own country in the past, and then they were making higher profit margins. That was the European perspective in the past. In fact, rather than seeing Africa as a market, they were seeing Africa as a mine pit. And I think that was the biggest problem of the United States, because the peace of the United States would never be introduced in Africa, because civil unrest in Africa was a reason for keeping the welfare level low in Africa, and that would enable the Western world to have access to raw material at cheaper prices. Before the 19th century, Europe was signing the fair agreements. It's an ironic name. But, you know, before that, Africa was terra ignoranta. In fact, there were unknown lands. And how would be possible to share all these unknown territories? It would be based on a fair play agreement. For example, one country would inform the other if they would like to expand their territories in Africa. But the African nations would be third parties, and they wouldn't bother themselves by worrying about what they would think about this kind of expansion. So, because those countries were also thinking those nations as source of energy, because human resources is also a source of energy. They would be serving to the European industry. This is a cheap labor. This is some commercial interaction emerging under unequal conditions. So African peoples were not creating a market for the Europeans. They were not households, potential buyer and consumer households, but they were just energy producing units. Maybe this sounds awkward to you. Maybe it's difficult for you to understand from the perspective of today, but it was the conditions of the day. There are multiple examples in this regard, and in fact, one example is as follows. According to Deutschwelle, we cannot emancipate the slaves suddenly, because in that case, you know, the slaves will not be an understandable community for the masters. They are hardworking innately, so they will not fulfill the quality and qualifications, and all out liberation should not be possible for them, and the liberation should be possible gradually. And for the slavery, even the idea of Christianization has no meaning, because when they turn Christian, they are not going to contribute to Christianity, but they are going to damage Christianity. And you may say that Deutschwelle is a good intellectual, so remember what he wrote about Algeria. Or how should democracy be in France? Think about his essays and other works. In fact, a man like Deutschwelle should not be thinking in this way. But you know, that was then in the past. That was in history. In fact, that is a new style of reading history. History is not about chronicles. There's also the geography. and the social dynamics, economic factors also matter when you would like to read history. You have to put them all together, and then you need to read history. Otherwise, you cannot make a sense of what you read. For example, you may say that, oh, what was the business of Europe in Africa, or why didn't the Ottoman go to Europe? These questions are meaningless because you need to look at Europe from the lens of mercantilism, and you need to understand what mercantilism make people do. And also, you need to think about social perspective. You know what is written in Defteri Hakani? Grains were brought from Algeria, and they would be distributed properly in the island kiosks, and the people would be fed first, and then the remaining surplus would be exported. That was the principle. But what was the French doing at that time, at that very time? They were trying to feed the farmers less and less. And the less the farmers would eat, the more France would be exporting, and the more gold coins they would earn. These are two different understandings of classes. In fact, the Ottoman just started to lose its power, and the European gained more and more. This is how you should consider history under the conditions of the day. If now it's more meaningful to discuss about European solutions to, African solutions to be offered for African problems, because they had a certain history, they received some certain treatment, they were always kept passive with supremacist policies. So under equal footing with Europe, in fact, in bilateral trading relations with Europe, by eliminating or discriminating factors, or by eliminating all kinds of alienation, a new commercial model can be created, and this is directly related to the internal security of Africa. Because if internal security of Africa is addressed as a security issue and a problem of interest by other countries, then everyone will agree that these problems in Africa are not only related to Africa, are not only limited to Africa, and basically they are not just about Africa. Because in the Western world, there are people of other ethnic origins, or people of different religious belief. Is it just a problem in Africa? There are other parts of the world, America and Europe, where these people live as well. So why is the reason for increased terrorism? If you prevent the market from operating automatically with its own conditions, and if you just transfer the values through and by hands of the elite only, then the terrorism problem in Africa, religious and ethnic clashes in Africa will not end very easily. This is how I conclude. That should be enough for me right now. So if you have any questions or any contributions, I'll be glad to take them. By the way, Professor Ayhan would like to take the floor after me, I remember. I'm sorry. Once again. Well, as regards the spirit, in fact, we were supposed to talk about certain items, but Erkan, did you talk about the Renaissance dam? No, not yet. Okay, let me start talking about the Renaissance dam then. First, let me explain why we chose this topic. So in terms of contents, you talk about sociology aspect, and in fact, you made reference to philosophy too. But here, we had another purpose too. Turkey makes some foreign investments in certain countries, and in those countries, in fact, we wanted to understand the security, the impact on security issues. And we took an example. Turkey created a triangle: Qatar, Somalia, and Sudan. Particularly the Sabakin Island were the corners of this triangle, and it included and contained the Red Sea. Out of this triangle, there was Egypt, and the Egyptian case, which was also deepening the East Mediterranean problem. Later on, Erkan, you can also talk about this. In fact, we looked at the Nile, the river Nile. In fact, in the upper basin of Nile, Turkey makes an encatchment, and it's making a huge investment. The Suez Canal and the Red Sea are included in the scope of this investment. In fact, a long canal is going to be constructed. It will be an alternative to the Suez Canal. So countries like Egypt, Sudan, will be holding the water under control. It means they will be holding the power in hand. And in fact, that would be some advanced projection in order to dominate all the security issues. In fact, after China, Turkey is the country with the highest amount of investments in Africa. In fact, the government authorities, in fact, look at the richness in Africa. This is what lays in their horizon. But this is not colonization. This is an understanding of win-win. Turkey is entering the region with this understanding. The military bases are being established, and the balances are being reset with this understanding. We see this as an important phenomenon. In fact, we have been conducting this study with my doctorate student. Of course, there will be important initiatives in this region in future. But with what we have been highlighting is related to the energy resources, food resources, and water resources in the region. If this is the post-colonial era, now it's a time of win-win. Now it's about creating interest for all the countries. It's about fixing our financial situation mutually. And these are the investments that target 2071 vision. In fact, I emphasize this in all my talks. And with the logistic investments of Turkey included, in fact, you can say that Turkey will continue to be a gateway and bridge between Asia and Africa. And it's important that these investments are made in a way to remain on top of the security. By the way, we are talking about the dam. We give the name Renaissance Dam, but Renaissance is the name of the contractor company. This is build operate transfer method. The north south line of North Africa will be given security with this investment as well. So if there are any questions, I think Erkan can get the questions. I can also introduce myself, although it's late. I am Ayhan Orhan. I'm a member of faculty in the Political Sciences Department of Kocaeli University. Erkan is a very successful student of mine. He's having his doctorate study right now. Now, I would like to pass the floor back to you. Yes, Erkan Bey, you can go on if you would like to. In fact, I didn't talk about the Renaissance Dam. You're right. In fact, we call the chapter as hydro diplomacy. This is the second part of our article. There are two aspects here. So how do countries manipulate the bilateral relations? Is it soft power or hard power? In hydro diplomacy, all the geopolitical diplomacy rules apply. In hydrological diplomacy, if one country is going to predominate the other, in fact, the country is going to encircle the other country, and in fact, they are going to find hinterlands, and then economy politics will be used. So first, dependency will be created, and then escalated, and then dissolved. But let's think about Renaissance Dam. It's not only for Ethiopia, Somalia, and Sudan. It's not just important for those countries. So it's important that this dam is being constructed in Upper Nile Basin. It means that one pillar of this hydro diplomacy is in Egypt. And Egypt had a status quo there. And in fact, it was aligned with the high hard power. But now we see there is a new player there, and it is Turkey. Machiavelli says in his book written in 15th century that France encountered some problems and made some strategic mistakes when it was invading Italy. So it made a powerless player more powerless, and they included a powerful player into the game. So he's talking about the war between France and Venice. Now, in fact, France was or had to face Spain in addition to the Italian states after that war. You know, Sudan was already weaker because of the religion-based conflicts. And in fact, the geopolitics are already known for these countries. But, you know, another country now is invited to the game. Think about Tigray issue. As of yesterday, an accord was made, and here we almost have the resolution. In fact, there we see the military and economic support of Turkey to Ethiopia. There is also diplomatic support to Ethiopia. So with the elimination of Tigray problem, Egypt will no more have the right of directly involving in or intervening in the internal matters of Ethiopia. So, in fact, Ethiopia is a different country. And it holds the assets, the resources. Now it can start a new initiative. It can start constructing that dam. It's all about water, and also it's about water for human beings, but water for irrigation purposes. Now that makes Ethiopia stronger. In fact, rules are set by the traditions. The dominating power was always Egypt in the region, according to traditions. Conventionally, it was always Egypt, and that was the case since the ancient pharaohs of Egypt. But now the game is changing. Upper Nile is changing the status quo against the Lower Nile, and there are two dynamic points for this change. One is in the Upper Nile basin, and the second point is in the Eastern Mediterranean. So exclusive economic zone was signed by Turkey, and now Egypt is encircled. And now Egypt has to sit in the table of diplomacy, because to the west there's Libya, to the south there's Sudan and Ethiopia, to the north in the East Mediterranean there's Turkey. It is totally uncaptured. If it is looking for a way out, then it may turn its face to the east, and on Sarakin Island, Turkey has this base. So any direct movement of Egypt does not seem to be possible. That's a miniature of land domination theory. This is a regional miniature. In fact, this is about the will of constructing the Renaissance dam in that region. If Turkey sticks to this and if Turkey would like to see this, if Turkey would like to ensure necessary guarantees for this, there are no diplomatical barriers to this. It's about the balance of powers. A country who thinks it is powerful wouldn't like to change the status quo. And in fact, that country wouldn't like to answer to the needs of other countries. So the balances in a game may be changed by new players. And this is what we mean by hydro diplomacy. In fact, the smart power impact is seen in how you use the power. International, global, regional, supranational organizations may always be there, but the relations must be sustained in line with international law. For example, supporting Haftar in Libya and supporting the legal government in Libya. These are the two options, and Turkey followed international law. And in order to align our interests with international law, we need to transparently show our will. These are inputs, and in the African policy, Turkey's position will be made clearer with all these inputs. The African population is increasing, and Africa's importance in terms of raw material supply is increasing because of the imperial policies implemented. In fact, security was seen differently from the external perspective. Regional countries have to establish their policies in line with the international law and in line with the interests of local communities as well. And military and economic and political alliances are important. Turkey is looking for protecting its rights originating from international law, and also Turkey has to show that it's there transparently. And Turkey has this big weapon here, and it is the non-existence of any colonial past. So Turkey doesn't come with any luggage to the game. Thank you very much. If there is anything missing, I will be ready to answer. Thank you, Mr. Oflas. Professor Ayhan, would you like to utter a few more sentences? Well, I don't have many things to add to the lecturing part, but I would be glad to answer questions, if any. Okay, thank you. Thank you both. That is the end of our session. If you have any questions for distinguished panelists, or if you have any additional comments, please go ahead. The floor is yours. I think there are no questions. No. Yes, we can end this session. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Necmettin Keleş, and thank you, dear panelists. Thank you very much for your valuable contributions. And we would like to also thank to the managers of Assam organization, and we also extend our gratitude to all academic participants. And see you in the next session. That is the end of our session with best regards. Thank you, dear scholars. That was really an eye-opening session. We are enlightened. We got optimistic with the presentations. All these presentations were very satisfactory. And in fact, Mr. Jana, you were very successful in moderating this session. And if you let me, I would like to skip the break And if it is okay for you, Professor, I would like to proceed with the fourth session right away. Well, Mr. Keleş, in fact, the next moderator, Cengiz Toraman, needs a couple of minutes for the technical arrangements. We will be connected soon. Okay.
Bu yapılan sunumlardan sunum yapan değerli hocalarımızın heyecanından
Well, in fact, from the presentations, I get the feeling that all the scholars have this enthusiasm, and also we get the feedback from the participants, and we understand that this Congress was really needed by the community, both in Turkey and abroad. Everybody says that this kind of congresses and this specific congress always turn out to be very useful. Okay, Professor Toraman, welcome. Thank you. Now it's time for the fourth session. We will be discussing the internal security phenomenon. Moderator is Cengiz Toraman. So we have panels from Uzbekistan, Morocco, USA, Kashmir, Malaysia. So we will be listening to very valuable scholars. I would like to give the floor to you, Mr. Cengiz Toraman. Good luck. Thank you. Selamun alaikum. Today, we're going to listen to 5 presentations in this session. And the first speaker is Mr. Bekir Mirzaev from Uzbekistan. We'll be talking about Islamic concepts, politicization, and instability in Central Asia. In fact, yes, Central Asia is unstable very frequently. I would like to give the floor to Bekir Mirzaev. You have 20 minutes. Please be careful with the time. Let's start and finish on time.
Start your speech, please.
Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekat. Sayın kardeşlerim, Türk kardeşler, sizi bu webinar seminerinden gördüğüme çok sevindim.
My dear Turkish friends, brothers and sisters, it's great to see you in this Congress. I will be speaking in English. If you let me, I would like to continue in English. I am going to deliver you a presentation. Let me start sharing my screen. Just give me a second, please.
Benim konum concept of Islam and its politicization in Central Asia. And Islamism is the most potent ideology of resistance in the world today. Islam has been fundamental to the life of Central Asia for more than a millennium. The Central Asian region has, in its turn, played an invaluable role in Islamic history. Many Muslim scholars, spiritual leaders, and dynasties originated from this region and contributed much to the development of Islamic sciences, culture, and civilization. The last 3 decades have been marked by the resurgence of Islam in post-Soviet Central Asia after the long 70-year destruction and suppression of religions, religious institutions, educational venues, and Islamic continents by the Soviet regime. Inasmuch as this religious resurgence is having a considerable impact on the personal and social lives of Central Asian Muslims. The issue of political Islam has become one of the most debated and controversial in political and academic circles, as well as in the expert community and in the media. In an atmosphere of severe political, economic, and social crisis, coupled with the ideological and identitional vacuum caused by the collapse of the official ideology, many Central Asian Muslims began to perceive Islam as the only alternative to communism and other political systems or ideologies. Early political Islam emerged in some parts of Uzbekistan and Tajikistan under these circumstances at the beginning of 1990s. These societies were culturally Muslim, but had been deprived of a formal Islamic education system and Islamic intellectual life for 70 years. However, political Islam being either a popular and not elitist movement or an ideology, needs to have more or less solid intellectual and societal underpinnings. For example, in Turkey, Milli Görüş and its affiliated groups, and many other conservative Muslim groups. The numerous offshoots of the Egyptian and Syrian Muslim brotherhoods, the Pakistani group Jama'at al-Islami, and many others have all molded Muslim public opinion in their countries for decades. On the contrary, post-Soviet Central Asia was post-atheistic. Furthermore, Central Asian Muslims' very own livelihoods could be characterized as the 7 decades of Sovietism and amnesia, lost knowledge, a result of 70 long Soviet years, plays an important role in people's reflections on Islam, or more precisely, the Muslimness of society. The effects of early political Islam in the 1990s featured a gross mishandling and overaction of the incumbent Uzbek administration to the geographically limited outburst of oppositional political Islam. Costs include stalled democratization in Uzbekistan and even a reversal of the political processes initiated during perestroika. The result is a host of rebranded totalitarian practices. On the other hand, the mistakes of local Muslim leaders, particularly in the most restive Namangan region, one of province in Uzbekistan, exacerbated the fears of the secular elites and ignored the realities of the post-Soviet and post-atheistic society, and should thus not be overlooked. Overreaction to oppositional political Islam eventually led to an overall secularization, the process of threat construction of presenting an issue of phenomenon that does not necessarily belong to a security realm in security terms, and even as an existential threat of political Islam and all Islams that the state cannot control. A position above all religions was identified as a criminal conspiracy, as imported and as aiming to destabilize the country and whole region. In the end of policy against all non-approved religious, social, and political doctrines was adopted. Even the state's role in refereeing became one of the most unpredictable and frustrating. For example, the shift from being government approved to terrorists can happen shockingly quickly and takes a religious scholar or his followers by surprise. First, the equation of Islamism, which in essence means political Islam, with religious radicalism, let alone with terrorism, is an aberration, since Islamism is a range of modern political movements, ideological trends, and state-directed policies. Also, it is kind of instrumentalization of Islamic teachings for political goals. Second, a positional political Islam in Central Asia has been conditioned by factors such as the crisis of legitimacy and the weak state, which is to say the weak governmental capacity of the Central Asian states in policy, technical, and financial terms. Third, while it's implausible to deny the threat of radical political Islam, the fact that radical Islamism may be generated, employed, and exacerbated by political groupings for their own gain cannot be ignored. In particular, we cannot discount the role of clan politics if we want to understand the broader political picture in Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. In other words, we cannot help but wonder if their nexus between the emergence of radical political Islam and power strugglers and other political games in Central Asian countries. This is question. Fourth, in exploring radical political Islam in Central Asia, the extent of a particular nexus between politics and criminal underground should not be overlooked. Particularly in Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, we can speculate about the existence of nexus between some political groupings and an organized criminal underground, essentially involved drug traffic. Fifth, it would be wrong to think that the hearts and minds of a majority of Central Asian Muslims are preoccupied with political Islam of any variety. Claims about creeping Islamism being embraced by the majority of Central Asians are speculative. Establishing so-called Islamic regime is not on the agenda even of the great majority of religiously motivated Central Asian Muslims who try to live their own version of Islam, which in the main is entirely dissociated from politics. Sixth, the Muslimness of the great majority of Central Asian Muslims is cultural and individualized. It manifests itself mainly in personal life and goes hand in hand with a secular mindset, which rejects making Islamism the aim of majority of Central Asian Muslims. Only a few transnational Islamist organizations like Hizb ut-Tahrir promote political aims. Adepts of such organizations can be found in Central Asia. This organization operates like Socialist International, since one of its primary concerns is the lack of social justice and solidarity among exploited and colonized Muslims. A lack that can be eliminated, they claim, by creating a global caliphate. However, Hizb ut-Tahrir is weakly enshrined in the regime's countries because it has been made into Bajiman. Not only radical but also peaceful Islamist groups are still fringe in Central Asia, and organizations with Islamist agendas are very marginal and strictly localized. The 5 Central Asian countries, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, face an ongoing terrorist threat from their nationals who have traveled abroad to join groups affiliated to both the Islamic State in 2019. Islamic State continued to inspire its supporters and sympathizers, including self-radicalized individuals and various homegrown sleeper cells, to mount attacks in attacks in and beyond the region. Meanwhile, Islamic State-affiliated Central Asian groups remain active in Syria and Afghanistan and have strengthened their online presence by diversifying their propaganda tactics. While Islamist groups have a limited presence domestically, the region is a significant contributor of foreign fighters to the Middle East theater. Estimators indicate between 2,000 and 5,000 Central Asians have migrated to join jihadist groups in Syria and Iraq over the last decade, the majority being Kyrgyz Tajik. Many have since been killed in battle, while some have relocated to other conflict zones or returned to their home countries. In Kyrgyzstan, for example, the authorities arrested 2 Kyrgyz citizens who attempted to enter the country along its border in the southwestern Balkan region in May 2021, but had reportedly participated in armed conflict in Syria. State border guards also found Kalashnikov bullets in their positions during the arrest. My conclusion, dear colleague, critical analysis of the threat of political Islam in Central Asia shows that a key feature is its endeavoring to help and solutions for the real needs of the majority of ordinary people. As such, the demands and expectations of Central Asian people are not fundamentally different from those of people living in the West and other countries, and particularly of people living under authoritarian regimes, people who have lost so many freedoms and rights, future hopes, and human resources over the last 2 decades in the name of the fight against radical Islamism. Central Asian Muslim communities need to get acquainted with the progressive and reformist Muslim discourses, such as those developed by Al-Fadl, Amina, Wadud, Al-Na'im, and others. Such discourses can elevate the suspicions of their secular elites and help Muslim activists to focus on their country's real problems which are the lack of meritocracy, of access to global knowledge and technology, and a need for the systemic protection of human rights and the environment. Thank you. My publications on the research topic, maybe we translate several books in Islamism and modern Islam in Central Asia, especially in Uzbekistan. Thank you for your attention, dear colleagues. Teşekkürler ederim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bekir. Any question or any comment on the floor? Var mı bir sorusu olan veya yorum yapacak olan?
Any questions from the audience for the speaker? Thank you very much. The next speaker.
Jamil from Morocco. Why the Chinese domestic governance and internal security framework matter in the practice of China's global economic diplomacy and its expansive foreign policy?
How to on? I don't know where is the slides. जल्दी बोलो. किधर? नहीं आ रहा, मैंने ऑफ किया हुआ है. ऑफ किया हुआ है. Oh my God, confused. हाँ. Okay. अब कैसे स्क्रीन लाऊं?
Oh, who is talking about?
Shit. How to?
Bir sesler geliyor ama ikinci konuşmacımız
We hear the voices.
Sidra Tarık Cemil from
The second speaker is Sidra Tariq Jamil. I can hear.
And you can start your speech, and you know that you have got 20 minutes. Please, you can start.
All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me and putting up this magnificent Congress. I would like to thank Mr. Assam in particular, who has put in a lot of hard work and effort to ensure today's event is a success. My name is Dr. Sidra Tariq Jameel, and I am from Pakistan. I'll be speaking today on why the Chinese domestic governance and internal security matter in the practice of China's global economic diplomacy and its expansive foreign policy. Let me begin my presentation by saying that one of the most pressing concerns of the 21st century is whether China's expanding economy and global interconnectedness translate into stronger geopolitical impact. Policymakers, academics, businesses, and a host of other individuals all around the world, including in China, await a credible response with trepidation. To be sure, there is a strong dispute in opinions regarding the long-term effects of China's growing global influence, while China's authorities insist that their country is still dedicated to the goal of peaceful development. Many other countries, especially in the regional neighborhood, regard China as an assertive actor looking to use its size and prosperity to increase its geostrategic influence. In the main, Chinese authorities have long worked to reassure their neighbors, the United States, and their own public that the country's principal foreign policy goals remain in the service of domestic economic development by making it an utmost priority on a constant basis. In fact, since 2013, high-profile and proactive economic initiatives under the direction of Chinese President Xi Jinping have been promoted in the country's expansive foreign policy with a view to promote global and regional prosperity and peace. But this peaceful development narrative contrasts sharply with the geo-economic theory favored by public intellectuals outside of China who view the country as a mercantilist power, whereby the power center in Beijing have instituted authoritarian state controls underpinned by the communist ideology that manipulate economic institutions to enhance the country's national interests. In an attempt to reflect the reality of China's changing role in the world, this research makes the case that despite China's overwhelming economic influence and interconnectedness with the rest of the world, it is unlikely that the liberalization or democratization of the country's domestic governance and internal security apparatus will materialize. The time is too ripe to encourage more discourse on the politico-economic narrative of China's increasing global role that also takes into account the cultural dimension that is more Asian Chinese oriented. It is also worthwhile to consider institutional norms and historical analysis to interpret and reflect on contemporary Chinese internationalism. So let me proceed to discuss conflicting opinions on the relationship between China's politics and the economy. Over the past several decades, China's economic development strategy and worldwide influence have undergone significant changes. Upon gaining admission into the World Trade Organization in 2001, China started to play a more significant, distinctive, and prominent role in the global economy as it grew to become the world's biggest trading country and contributes to the flow of international and outbound foreign direct investment. While China's economy boomed, its domestic governance of being led by a single party politically through communism stood unchanged. For the Chinese political elites, a one-party communist leadership can coexist or go hand in hand with a global economy. Hence the dictum that China's ideology should be described as socialism with Chinese characteristics. The link between China's desire of wealth and its pursuit of influence on the international scene is a source of escalating dispute and controversy. Uncertainty still exists regarding whether and how the country's expanding global economic linkages have increased its leverage or strength, or even generated new interdependence. Seeking to refute this erroneous narrative of China wants to rule the world, the Chinese has begun to practice economic diplomacy in its foreign policy, particularly as China advances high-profile projects like the Belt and Road Initiative and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. It would be remiss not to mention the intricate connection between the political and economic impact of China and its foreign policy, that how development can overlap with security challenges via the prism of economic diplomacy. With regard to the perception of China playing the role of a good international citizen, Chinese President Xi Jinping considers the virus curves a good thing. His zero tolerance policy for COVID has come to represent his efforts to bolster his power over China and country's Communist Party, whereas the majority of countries have accepted the need to live with COVID. Thus, moving from looking at it as a pandemic to embrace it as an endemic, she has insisted on harsh measures meant to eradicate the virus. Hence, China is yet to really open up its borders to the world. President Xi's strategy has, however, stifled growth in the second largest economy in the world, which was already battling a debt-ridden real estate market and rising youth unemployment. But Xi has struck to his guns, calling zero COVID China's most economic and effective course of action, and has persisted with policies that have increased the state's hold over the 1.4 billion citizens of the country. China's role as a good international citizen was necessary to preserve its national interest, as COVID had besmirched its image and reputation in the eyes of countries around the world. For instance, China provided to countries in the developing world a whole host of supplies, including masks, vaccines, in what became known as China practicing mass diplomacy and vaccine diplomacy in its foreign policy. To conclude, China will presumably continue to prioritize economic development in both its domestic and foreign policies, but progress will continue to be met with obstacles of external, social, and political influences, even as China continues to practice a more global economic diplomacy in its expansive foreign policy. Its domestic governance matters, as the CCP wants to preserve its communist-leaning decision-making mechanism. With President Xi removing term limits, stuffing the Politburo with his loyalists, and continues with efforts to crack down on corruption. The communist socialist politico-economic narrative will persist. That is, China will stick to being politically communist, but economically socialist in the 21st century. By having a strong core at the heart of its leadership, China is also able to preserve its internal security by cracking down on extremist, terrorist, or separatist groups. This, in turn, is vital for the country to effectively conduct its economic diplomacy, which engenders domestic benefits to the Chinese people. Going forward, on the intellectual front, it is imperative to look for fresh, innovative approaches to better comprehend China's political, economic role in the world, as understanding China is driven by an intermestic nexus between the domestic and international narrative. As the epicenter of influence continues to shift from the West to China to Asia, China being the most prominent, it is incumbent on all of us, Chinese watchers, to look beyond Western liberal narratives to make sense of China. We must all take the time to comprehend China, as understanding the country is the biggest and most important task facing all of us in the 21st century. Before I end, as I am from Pakistan, I would like to say how much we value and appreciate our long-standing friendship with Turkey. May this close bilateral friendship between Turkey and Pakistan continue to strengthen and flourish, as it certainly benefits the people of both countries. Thank you very much for listening and have a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your good presentation, Ms. Jamil. Again, I am asking any question or any comment on the floor. If not, third speaker is Ghulam Nabi Fai, Mr. Fai from USA. Good to see you again. Principles and procedures of the Organization for Public Order and Internal Security in India, the case of Kashmir. Mr. Fai, you can start your presentation or your speech. Stage is yours.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Excellencies, dear brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Brigadier General Adnan Tanriwardi, the President of Assam, for organizing this very important conference on the internal security all over the world. Like Dr. Sidra, I would also like to really thank brother and friend Asim for being so patient and responding to all my questions, not only professionally, but also promptly. Dear brothers and sisters, when we are talking about the concept of security, it is one of the blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, Tabarakallah, blessed be Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, whose presence is the source of security for the whole mankind. Allah also says in the Holy Quran, blessed are those people who are the protectors of the security of a person. When we are talking about internal security, we are talking about the freedom from danger. We are talking about the freedom from fear. We are talking about the freedom from anxiety. We are talking about freedom from torture and other freedoms. The topic, as Mr. Chair you have given to me, is the internal security in India and the case of Kashmir. I am sure you are not the only one. The whole world has been told that India is the largest democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, gone are those days when India was known as the land of Mahatma Gandhi. Gone are those days when India was known as the largest democracy. Today, there is no internal security if you are a minority. Today, there is no internal security in India if you are a Muslim. Not because I'm saying so, but because Dr. Gregory Stanton, the chairman of Genocide Watch, he says Islamophobia is not fringe element in India. It is a state-manufactured ideology. Indian Express, which has the largest circulation in India, Indian Express, it says there is xenophobia in India. Xenophobia means racism. It means that you can be discriminated against anywhere, anytime, because you're different, because you are a minority, because you are a Muslim. Dear brothers and sisters, the BJP is the ruling party of India. And we have a minister, Anant Kumar Hedge, the union minister, the federal minister. Can you believe what he said? He said, as long as there is Islam in the world, there is going to be terrorism. He said, we must uproot terrorism. We must uproot Islam to end the terrorism. I will give you just one example. There is one state in India. There are many states, more than 20 states. It is known as Uttar Pradesh. In 2021, there are 4,000 cases which have been documented. When the Muslims were picked up, when they were detained, when they were tortured, what was their crime? Because they were Muslims. What was their crime? Because they were wearing hijab. What was their crime? Can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? Because they had eaten the beef. So today it is fair to say that India is a country of Islamophobia. Dr. Kofi Annan, the Secretary General of the United Nations, he said Islamophobia, it is a sad and disturbing trend of modern times. Dr. Stephen Schwartz of United States of America, he said Islamophobia, it is the condemnation of the entirety of the Muslim community. Dear brothers and sisters, today when I am talking to you, the Indian government, the BJP government, the Narendra Modi government, they are sacrificing the human rights in the name of national security of India. They have enacted so many laws, National Security Act, Public Safety Act, UFA, Unlawful Activity Prevention Act. You know why? To curb the freedom of religion, to curb the freedom of expression, to curb the freedom of opinion, particularly of the minorities and the Muslims. I will give you just one example of UFA. Under UFA, you cannot say a word against the government, particularly in the region of Kashmir. You can say anything you want to say, but you cannot say what Indian army is doing in Kashmir. If you will do, you will be picked up and thrown thousands of miles away in the jails of India. Then you are going to be lodged under UFA. That means you cannot go to the court for long 7 years. That means you cannot even be called, you can even be called a terrorist. One prime example, Khurram Parvez, one of the internationally known human rights activists from Kashmir. Not because I am saying so. The Time magazine says so, Time magazine. Time magazine says Khurram Parvez is one of the top 100 influential personalities of the world. But Narendra Modi says Khurram Parvez is a terrorist. Is Khurram Parvez a terrorist? Obviously not. But you cannot believe me because I am saying so. That's why I would like to quote Mary Lawler. Mary Lawler is the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights Defenders, appointed by the United Nations Human Rights Council. She said, I quote, Khurram Parvez is not a terrorist. He is a human rights defender, unquote. Amnesty International, Amnesty International said no government should be allowed to sacrifice the human rights in the name of national security. International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 4/4 says, all the rights, including the rights of the security of a person, cannot be taken away, even if there is an emergency. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you may be wondering if this is happening in Kashmir, if this is happening on the streets of India, then what happened to the world powers? Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it, and it is true that the world powers have their own national interest. So they cannot frame their foreign policy in accordance with the moral values and the universal principles. That is true. But ladies and gentlemen, can you believe when world powers, when they are being told that international peace and security is threatened, when they are confronting the extremity like the situation in Ukraine, what happens? What do they do? Except to speak the language of morality. Ladies and gentlemen, the words come out of their mouth dripping with morality. One example, our President Joe Biden, just last month, October 12, 2022, less than a month ago. Just listen carefully. He is not the president of America, he is the president of the global power, superpower. He said, we cannot tolerate the illegal attempts of annexation. Then he said, we cannot tolerate the theft of a neighboring land by force. Then he said, we will always go for the international law and the UN Charter. At another occasion, he said, United States must not lead with the example of power, but United States must lead with the power of example. We would like to ask President Biden, can you pick up the phone, talk to your friend Prime Minister Netanyahu, talk to your friend Prime Minister Modi. Now is the time. You must lead, not with the example of power, but with the power of example. Take the case of Ukraine. The whole security is in shambles. The people are suffering. There is pain everywhere. We see it. The world powers, they feel the pain and suffering of the people of Ukraine, and so do the Muslims of the world. But can we ask the world powers, why don't you feel that pain and suffering when it comes from the streets of Palestine, when it comes from the streets of Kashmir? Can you believe it? Not only NATO, but all the world powers. They said, any volunteer, including Americans, you can go to Ukraine, you can fight shoulder to shoulder with the Ukrainian army, and they are called heroes, and I endorse that. But my only point is, are these volunteers going to be allowed to go to Palestine, to go to Kashmir? Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen with our own eyes the crimes against humanity are being committed on the streets of Ukraine. And luckily, the world powers felt it. So they invoked the 4th Geneva Convention, the right thing to do. The only question arises, when are they going to invoke this 4th Geneva Convention, when you know the crimes against humanity are being committed on the streets of Kashmir? You may ask me, are there really crimes against humanity being committed in Kashmir? Not because I'm saying so. Dr. Gregory Stanton, the chairman of Human Rights Watch, testifying before the American Congress in January of this year, he said, Kashmir is at the brink of genocide. And you have the power. He is asking the American Congress. He is asking the Biden administration. You have the power to stop it. The Committee to Protect Journalism, the New York base, they said the news media in Kashmir is being pushed to the brink of extinction. The New York Times, why should they invoke the 4th Geneva Convention in Kashmir? New York Times says Kashmir has become the hell for the people of Kashmir. Huffington Post, the New York-based Huffington Post, it says the Indian democracy is dying in silence in Kashmir. A European parliamentary delegation, after having visited Kashmir, headed by John Cushnahan of Ireland. Why do we need to invoke 4th Geneva Convention? They reported back to the European Parliament, Kashmir has become the most beautiful prison on earth. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is there any hope? Yes, there is hope. Wallahi, there is hope. At least in principle. Why I am saying so? Because just 3 years ago, the Narendra Modi, the BJP government, they abrogated Article 317(35)A in Kashmir. Riazul Khalik, who is going to speak after me, he knows it. Dr. Mubin Shah, who is the president of Kashmir House in Istanbul, he knows it. We thought that's the end of the story of Kashmir. We thought that the death warrant to the cause of Kashmir on August 5, 2019. But Allah has his own plan. You know what happened just 3 days later? On August 8, 2019. A person no less important than Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations. He said, not so fast. Kashmir has to be resolved under UN Charter and under applicable United Nations Security Council resolution. Yes, there is hope. I will give you just 2 examples. One is the leader of BJP in India, the ruling party, and one is the leader of Indian National Congress, the opposition party. And the leader of BJP is not anybody. He has been the foreign minister of India during Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Yashwant Sinha. Yashwant Sinha said, we are making one after another mistake in Kashmir. There is no question of losing Kashmir. We have lost Kashmir. P. Chidambaram, Oxford graduate, he was the Minister of Interior and the Minister of Finance of Government of India under Indian National Government, National Congress. And he said, if we would like the people of Kashmir to love India, let us have a referendum. Then he said, India, if you are a true democracy, then giving the people of Kashmir a right to self-determination is the right thing to do. Now, what can we do? Ladies and gentlemen, who knows it better than Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations? That Kashmir is a threat to the international peace and security, because Kashmir is the only region in the world. There is no other region. We share borders with 3 nuclear countries of the world: India, Pakistan, and China. India is fighting with Pakistan on one side. India is fighting with China on another side. That makes Kashmir the most dangerous place on earth. Now, what can Antonio Guterres do? He can invoke Article 99 of UN Charter. He does not need any permission from Joe Biden. He does not need any permission from Vladimir Putin, from the Security Council. He can intervene in Kashmir. He can bring the parties together, India, Pakistan, and the people of Kashmir, and resolve the issue of Kashmir. What can we do about Kashmir? Michel Bachelet was the president of Chile for 10 years. Michel Bachelet was the United Nations High Commissioner on Human Rights. She issued 47-page report on Kashmir. One of the recommendations that Human Rights Council must establish an inquiry of commission. Dear brothers and sisters, Human Rights Council has 47 members. 16 out of 47 are the Muslim countries, ladies and gentlemen. 16 out of 47. And we had Dr. Amina from Algeria. Algeria is the member of the Human Rights Council. Why shouldn't we knock the door of OIC countries? Why shouldn't we knock the door of African countries? 12 African countries are the member of Human Rights Council. Why shouldn't we knock the door of European Parliament and tell them in the next Human Rights Council, why not to establish the inquiry of commission? You know why Michel Bachelet wanted to establish it? To assess the situation in Kashmir. And one more thing, what can we do? Never ever underestimate the power of pen and the intellect. You know how many pens we have? More than 1.3 billion of that. If we can use those pens, if we can use the intellect, brothers, it is your responsibility. It is my responsibility to talk about the suffering and the pain which is happening in the refugee camps of Rohingya Muslims, on the streets of Palestine, on the streets of Yemen, and don't think that Afghanistan is free, on the streets of Kashmir. So we have to use social media, and we have to tell them only one thing, ladies and gentlemen, just one thing, that world powers, President Biden, it was your president, President Harry Truman, in 1948, who instructed his ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Warren Austin, to initiate a resolution on Kashmir. So resolution number 47, ladies and gentlemen, adopted on April 21st of 1948 by the Security Council, was not only co-sponsored by the United States, it was co-authored by the United States. That gave the right to self-determination to the people of Kashmir. Tell them, you have implemented in East Timor, you have implemented in Southern Sudan, why not in Kashmir? Why not in Palestine? Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, most of us I can see on the screens, we are Muslims. We feel the pain and suffering of everybody. That's not our choice. That's our obligation. That's our responsibility. We must raise our hands to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and tell him the truth. We are very weak. Whether we are in Palestine, whether we are in Kashmir, whether we are on the Rohingya refugee camps, but you are the Qadir Mutlaq. You are all powerful. We seek your help, and with that dua, you are going to see that not only Kashmir and Palestine, but even Ukraine, they are going to be free. With that, my dear brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Sorry about that. I forgot my turn on my microphone. Thank you very much, Mr. Nabi, for your good, extremely impressive speech. Thank you very much. We are appreciate you. Any question and any comment on the floor? Yes. Thank you. And next speaker from Kashmir, Mr. Khalid, Hindanized securitization of Kashmir, the occupation. Mr. Khalid, you can start your presentation or speech. Are you ready?
Cengiz Hocam, Riyaz Bey kendisi müsait değil şu anda.
Değil. Tamam, o zaman diğerine
So Mr.
geçelim.
Riyaz is not
Muntazam
available right
hocamıza
now,
geçebiliriz. Eğer
so we
gelirse
can move
dahil
on
edelim.
to the next speaker.
Teşekkürler.
From Malaysia, notoriously to the arbitration, ridiculous claims of long-lost sovereign. Ms. Rusley, you can start for your presentation. You can start your presentation or your speech. You have got 20 minutes, you know that. Please,
Yes,
the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Professor Dr. Cengiz Toroman,
Yes,
for
right.
chairing the session.
Good
Yeah, I
pronunciation.
know
Yes, thank you.
I know everyone is tired. This is the last presentation. I will try my best to make it as simple as possible. It's already 11:30 p.m. in Malaysia. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of my dearest colleague and friend, Assistant Professor Dr. Sheila Ainun. The reason I'm here today is because of her invite. Thank you very much, Dr. Sheila, for your kind gesture to link me with Assam. And for today, I would also like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee of the conference for accepting my paper to be presented in this esteemed Congress. So without delaying, I would like to begin my presentation. And the title of my presentation tonight is, let me minimize this and hide the floating. Okay, the title is Sulu Arbitration, Ridiculous Claims of a Long Lost Sovereign. We have been listening to presentation by the professor from Uzbekistan, and then from Pakistan/Morocco, and then just now we listened to an in-depth analysis by our professor from the United States on Kashmir. So now I would like to draw your attention to Southeast Asia, whereby before that, let me just introduce myself. I'm now teaching at the Faculty of Sharia and Law as an associate professor, University Science Islam Malaysia, and I am also a research associate at the College of Asia and the Pacific, Australia National University, and this is where I work at the moment. This is the nearest university to the main airport of Kuala Lumpur. So if you happen to visit Malaysia, happen to transit via the Kuala Lumpur International Airport, KLIA, this is the university that is nearest, the nearest public university to the international airport. I might say that this is actually Malaysia's gateway university, as it is located very close to the international airport. As I mentioned earlier, we have been listening to a number of presentation focusing on Central Asia, focusing on South Asia, focusing on other parts of the world. Now I would like to draw your attention to Southeast Asia, particularly my country, Malaysia, which, let me just explain, divided into two parts, the Malay Peninsula on the west, and the Borneo states of Sabah and Sarawak in the east. And today I would like to focus on the state of Sabah, which is located here on the eastern part of Malaysia. Why is this state so important? Because at the moment, there is a long lost sultanate that was established in the 15th century, ruling some parts of the Sabah territory, and this sultanate was abolished in 1915. And until today, even though Sabah has become part of Malaysia, there has been ridiculous claims of compensation from the descendants of the Sultan of Sulu to claim money for what Malaysia owed to them, which in actual fact, we did not owe anything to them because the Sultanate is long gone. Let me give you a brief introduction to the history of this region. Sabah, the state of Sabah, is part of the Malay archipelago, which is all this area over here. We call this the Malay world, which was the cradle of civilization, where a number of pre-Islamic kingdoms have emerged before Islam came to this region in the 14th century, beginning with the Malay kingdom of Sriwijaya that ruled this area from 7th to the 13th century AD. This kingdom was so huge that Arab accounts state that the empire was so vast that the swiftest vessel would not have been able to travel around all of its island within 2 years. And after that came the kingdom of Majapahit based on the island of Java over here that ruled much of the archipelago. And finally came the Sultanate of Brunei. Brunei, you know, the country that it still exists today as a sovereign state, used to rule much part of the Borneo island, to the extent that the word Borneo, the island of Borneo, is a corruption of the name Brunei. As you can see on this animation map over here, before the arrival of the British colonizers in the 19th century, Brunei used to be a formidable kingdom, ruled almost all parts of Borneo, including southern Philippines and the state of Sabah. But when the British arrived, the Sultanate, I mean, when the Western colonizers arrived, the power of this Malay Sultanate of Brunei diminished bit by bit. And this was the Sulu Sultanate at its height. It used to rule some part of Sabah, and now it is claiming compensation from Malaysia, stating that we are actually using resources that that actually belong to them, even though the Sultanate is no longer there. Okay, to give you a brief idea, Sabah as a state in Malaysia today used to be ruled by the Brunei Sultanate. You know, in my previous 2 slides, I had shown to you the vast empire of the Brunei Sultanate before it diminished bit by bit with the arrival of the British. And then in 1685, the territory of Sabah, especially the eastern part, was transferred to Sulu, the empire that I mentioned earlier on. And then in 1878, this territory was transferred to the North Borneo Chartered Company, owned by the British. And the Philippines, which a country that is located not too far from Sabah, was ruled by the Spanish beginning 1521, before the sovereignty over the Philippine Islands was transferred to the Americans in 1899. And then the Sulu Sultanate, which ruled this area over here, was annexed as part of the Philippines in 1915 and later 1917 through the Carpenter Accord. Okay, through the Carpenter Accord. There's an agreement in 1915 whereby the United States has abrogated the Sulu Sultanate, and it is no longer there. It is no longer there. So Sabah used to be part of the Sulu Sultanate, and in 1878, the sovereignty over Sabah was transferred to the British. Meanwhile, Sulu Sultanate remained as a sovereign until 1915. Apologize for the mistake on the slide, not 1917, or 1915. The Sultanate was abrogated and annexed as part of the Philippine archipelago, Philippine colony of the United States at that time. So according to the 1915 Carpenters Agreement, on March 22, 1915, the Sultan of Sulu relinquished his sovereignty over Sulu. The question is, if the sovereignty has been relinquished, how could Sulu Sultanate claim compensation from Malaysia? It doesn't make sense. And later on, this was the situation, the political situation in mid-20th century, where many Southeast Asian territories fell into colonization. And later on, Japanese, in World War II, the Japanese claimed much of Southeast Asia as part of its colony. And upon the defeat of the Japanese and the Germans in 1945, Southeast Asia, many countries in Southeast Asia gained independence through the international law concept of uti possidetis juris. Under this concept, uti possidetis juris means, I beg your pardon, it means that a newly independent nation must inherit the territory of its former colonial master. So Malaysia became Malaysia today because it used to be part of British Malaya and British Borneo. Indonesia became a country it is today because it was part of the Dutch East Indies. The same goes with the Philippines, East Timor, and other parts of Southeast Asia. And this created a number of weird boundaries. For example, this photo over here, the other side is Singapore, and on this side, just 12 kilometers away is Indonesia. So in the past, it used to be part of the same territory, the same kingdom that the old kingdom, the ancient kingdoms that I did mention earlier in my presentation. So now they become separate into two different countries because Singapore was colonized by the British, Indonesia was colonized by the Dutch, and when they gained independence, they became two separate nations. Together with this, the other side belongs to Malaysia. On this side, the island belongs to Indonesia, and also this, on that side is Thailand, this side is Malaysia, and for Sabah, as it used to be part of the British colony when it gained independence within Malaysia in 1963, this was the boundary lines that separated Sabah and the Philippines later on, when Philippines were liberated from the American rule. So this area that used to be part, if you look at this map over here, if you look at this map that I prepared earlier on, Sabah used to be part of the Sulu Sultanate in the past, but because of the changing of power, changing of the ruling power, and later on through the concept of uti possidetis juris, Sabah now became part of Malaysia because Malaysia succeeded it from United Kingdom, whilst Philippines became another country as Philippines inherited it from the Spanish or the American rule. So Sabah right now no longer belong to Sulu. That's the most important thing that I would like to explain to everyone. Sabah no longer belongs to Sulu, and Sulu is no longer there. It was abrogated in 1915. And Federation of Malaya gained independence in 1957, and according to a report, upon independence of Sabah and Sarawak, upon Sabah and Sarawak being federated into Malaysia, the findings of the Cobalt Commission says that 2/3 of Sabahans, people of Sabah, support the formation of Malaysia, and that's why the Malaysia today is formed by two parts: the peninsula, which gained independence in 1957, and then it was later federated with Sarawak and Sabah in 1963. Sulu was no longer in the picture. Okay, so if you look at international law, under the Montevideo Convention 1934, in order for the political entity to be recognized as a sovereign state, it must possess a territory, number one. Number two, having a population. Number three, organized government. And number four, capacity to make agreements with other states. Based on this requirement under the Montevideo Convention 1934, Malaysia is a sovereign state. Sulu is not a sovereign state because it is no longer there. It is no longer there. It has been abrogated by the American rulers in 1915. And what about territorial acquisition under international law? A state can acquire territory through a number of ways under international law. Number one is cession. A territory could be ceded by one country to the other. The second one is colonization, territorial acquisition through military conquest. It has been this method has been highly declared as illegal today, even though some parts of the world are still being colonized by other countries through military conquest. However, United Nations Charter has clearly said that this method is no longer legal. And the third one is prescription, the continuous exercise of sovereignty over certain territories by a state without being persistently objected by other countries. So if you look at Sabah, Malaysia has administered Sabah since 1963, even though Philippines have claimed Sabah from Malaysia a number of times, but face it, Sabahans hold Malaysian passport, Malaysian identification card, and it is the Malaysian government who established a working government in Sabah. So how this, in a way, shows to the world that Malaysia has continuously exercised sovereignty over Sabah without being persistently objected by other countries. We have never gone to war with regards to Sabah with the Philippines. There's never been a war like what happened in Kashmir with regards to Sabah. So this is an indication that the whole world acknowledges Sabah as part of Malaysia. And I have come to my conclusion, can the Sulu, the long gone, the foregone Sulu Sultanate claim compensation from Malaysia for Sabah? Okay, these are my answers here. Sabah originally was ruled by Brunei before it was placed under the influence of the Sulu Sultanate. And then the sovereignty over Sabah was transferred to the British with payment of cession money. Okay, with payment of cession money. But we have to remember that the payment was made in the past, but the Sulu Sultanate lost its sovereignty through the Capital Agreement in 1915. So there is no need to, we do not owe them anything for that matter. And Sabah was federated into Malaysia in 1963. And like what I've mentioned earlier on, since 1963, Sabah was continuously administered by Malaysia, and it was the Malaysian government that established a working government and invested in infrastructural as well as human development projects in that state of Sabah. Sulu is a long-lost sovereign that has no rights over Sabah, what more claiming compensation over it. So with that, I would like to end my presentation, and I would like to invite you, if you wish to read more about what I have written on this matter, please visit my website where I have compiled all my articles, my short articles, and also my journal articles that I've written. The links are all here, and I would like to invite everyone from Turkey and also other parts of the world to visit Malaysia. But I totally agree with one of the speakers just now. The relationship not only with Pakistan and Turkey, but with Malaysia. Turkey is one of the most important strategic partners of Malaysia, and we have enjoyed so many benefits from having good relationship between the two nations. Okay, so hopefully Malaysia and Turkey will work together and become a strong country to bring forward Muslims' voice in the world arena. So with this, I would like to end my presentation, and I'm passing back the floor to the Professor Chairperson. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Inshallah. Thank you very much. It was a very useful and interesting presentation. We finished our season. Any comments or any question about our last presentation or others? I guess. Okay, thank you very much.
Evet, Profesör Doktor Cengiz Toraman hocamın
I would like to thank Professor Toraman for chairing this session. All of the presentations have been very beneficial. I would like to thank Professor Toraman and everyone who delivered their presentations for us. Do not turn your backs on each other. Do not hold grudges. Do not be envious. And do not end your friendship. Be brothers and sisters. This was commended by Prophet Muhammad. So I would like to avail myself of this opportunity to conclude the session today. We have taken part in great discussions. Tomorrow we will start at 10 a.m. and we have great academics to deliver their presentations again tomorrow. We will be covering important issues. We will talk about internal security again. So let's conclude this session today and see you all again tomorrow.
Allah'a emanet olunuz.
Allah'a emanet olun inşallah.
Amin. Allah razı olsun.
Assalamu alaikum.
Aleykümselam.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Aleykümselam. Aleykümselam.
Cümleten hayırlı geceler. Selamünaleyküm.
Aleykümselam. Hayırlı geceler. Allah razı olsun cümlenizden.
Sağ olun hocam.
Cümleten hayırlı geceler hocam.
Hayırlı geceler. Allah razı olsun. Teşekkürler.